Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, your weekly destination for classic gaming goodness, usually on Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we are now. Sometimes Friday, sometimes different times on Saturday, but either way, yeah, I'm happy to see you tonight because we have the viewer request for December. As you know on the screen, this is a game that's been kind of in the works for a little while as far as us getting to play on the show. Seeing what is on the screen and hearing the great techno music to it. It was requested by Lekverse actually almost 3 years ago. I'm sorry it took so long to get to it. I'll get into that for sure as we go, but we do have it tonight. This is Tetrisphere. This came out on August 11th, 1997 for the Nintendo 64. From Nintendo published it, and developer H2O Entertainment, now defunct company out of Calgary in Alberta, Canada. Yeah, this was the first puzzle game on the console that had some interesting origins, and weird enough on the title screen, it takes you right to the menu, but if I don't move, it'll go into the demo, so I'm going to leave it be as we go on the spiel about the game. This is a game I played actually around the time it came out. It was on August 25th, 1997, and I remember that because I rented this with GoldenEye, which is the day that game came out. I was excited to see the first puzzle game on the N64, see what they had to offer. It was something that, as an 11-year-old child, I was not really ready to kind of understand this game. And it's something that I didn't come back to this until only a couple years ago when I did buy a copy, because actually this goes back to when we played Shadow the Hedgehog almost 3 years ago. I cannot believe it's been that long. Like Bruce said, this puzzle game on the Nintendo 64, Tetrisphere, you're looking at right here, said, I'd like to see it for the program. It is a game that deserves more love. It is also only on the Nintendo 64, even to this day. So I said, okay, viewer request, what do I always say on the viewer request? It's ask and you shall receive. You want to see anything on this show, I'll give it to you. I will go out my way to grab it and go into it. But I knew I had to prepare for this one. So when I bought this game, and I used this picture where I did the Majora's Mask play, or was part of that was actually editing fodder. I bought this off of eBay. Actually, I was waiting in the waiting area after getting my second COVID vaccine. Actually, a couple days after we did Shadow the Hedgehog. And I bought this version of it off of eBay. They came in a rental case that it looks like from the label came from a place called Popcorn Video. I don't know where Popcorn Video originated. Maybe I can have somebody edit explaining where that is. But that's where this came from. But I also said, I need to get the instruction manual. So I said, if I'm going to do this game, I want to make sure I do it right. It's also something that, because of my experience with this game, my first time playing it, my case of not being sure what I was doing, and so I played GoldenEye more. Maybe that's the problem. I read a GoldenEye, and so I went to that and then didn't play this. I said, okay, if I'm going to do this game, I got to get ready. I got to understand what I'm doing. I got the instruction manual. I have a couple of pages of notes going on here. I've been practicing this game left and right for a bit of time. I actually had to put this game off. We were going to do this back in August. But because I had to cancel a couple shows in July, near the end of July, I had to push this back, and I also knew at that time I was not going to be ready to show this game the justice that it probably should be shown. I mean, look, it's also a case of, regardless of whatever my feelings on a game might be, compared to that of the chat, the best chat on Twitch as it is, I'm going to do everything I can when I'm asked for a game, when I'm the one playing it, to make sure that it's played to the level, to show that respect for you coming in here, and also for you stopping by as it is for the show, but then saying, hey, I want to see something. So I said, I want to be ready for this. And after all this time, I think I am ready. We're seeing the demo of what we were playing here. It's definitely a different take on Tetris, and it is Tetris connected when you really think about not just the name, because Alexei Pajitnov, who worked on Tetris itself, was involved with the design of this game when he was working at Microsoft at the time, specifically. Yeah, him and Steven Shatford, who were involved with the concept of this. Steven Shatford, he worked on Racing Gears Advance on the Game Boy Advance, and later Scourge Hive on the DS and the Game Boy Advance as well. And Pajitnov, we know him for Tetris. We've shown Tetris versions off a lot on this show. But other games he worked on, such as Weltris, Magnetic Crane, which was on the PC, and Microsoft's Pandora's Box, which he was involved in. And he also was involved with the packing game on the Xbox 360, that being Hexic HD, which if you want Xbox 360, if you have an Xbox One, Series S, or Series X, you can just go right now online, download that game for free. He also did quirks on the PC, Mac, Tetris, and he did the puzzle design for Yoshi's Cookie. Hello, this is regular Tetris on caffeine. Okay, that is an interesting way to put it, Dolly Finn. Still good to see tonight for Tetrisphere for Nintendo 64. I guess from that, maybe you have experience with this one. I've mentioned some of the experience I had before you jumped on, of me renting it when it came out, me not sure what I was doing, but something I said, well, I first wanted to see this. I said, I want to do this right. I think this is a time for me to come back to this, to kind of understand this, grasp it after, God, 26 years since it came out. And I said, okay, we're going to be doing what we can for it. We're going to show off all the modes. We're going to understand this game fully. If you have a case of having experience with this Dolphin, feel free to let them flow. And if you're like, what is this game about? I will do what I can to give a good explanation on my perspective of it. I've seen it played, but I've never played it myself. And it is a game that still to this day, it has not been re-released. Which I guess would be a case that'd have to go back to Alexei Pajitnov and Hank Rogers, who own the Tetris name. Pajitnov was involved on the game as far as its design, was working at Microsoft. But, I don't know, maybe the thought is that now that the Nintendo 64 games on the Switch Online expansion pack that were announced have all been released, that was about a week or so ago. Maybe that's where Nintendo will go next, maybe they get a license to bring this back. Because it is something that the more I've played this, the more I've gotten into it, the more I've understood it, and the more I realize, yeah, this is something unique, it is definitely something different. You can never say about this game, say that they didn't take a risk. They didn't say, we're not just going to have Tetris. You're looking on the screen what it is. You're rolling around on a sphere, moving a cursor, and you have blocks that are over there on the left-hand corner of the screen. We'll go through everything as far as this to understand it, but just to give a brief idea, they'll go down in lines like the next piece, kind of like Tetris itself is, but you have to connect pieces in groups of 2. If you drop one in the wrong place, you get a skull, and that counts as a death, as the game calls it. And if you lose all of your lives that you have in the hearts, that's a game over. But yeah, so there is a high learning curve to this game as it is, but it is a unique one. I'll briefly go on also as far as the people who made this. I mentioned before we jumped on, this is H2O Entertainment who made this. This is the first game they made. They're a company that is unfortunately no longer around. They were out of Calgary in Alberta, Canada. After this game, they went on to develop the new Tetris on Nintendo 64, which is more like the Tetris you're maybe familiar with the clearing of the lines, as well as the much reviled Alien Chronicles: The First Mage for Nintendo 64, which is an RPG late in the system's life that people say is not very good. I've never played it, so I don't know. And their last game was, yeah, they only made 4 games. The last one was the Flintstones Big Trouble in Bedrock, which was on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, it was actually September 2001 about, but they shuttered, unfortunately. But they found in 1992 by Christopher Bailey, who directed this game. He actually was a big one on programming, go back to when he was 8 years old. And then in 1992, he started this company. And him and the team over there, they started development on a game for the Atari Jaguar, which is called Phear, P-H-E-A-R. It was demoed at the Consumer Electronics Show in 1995. I will have video of that demonstration, because I think it was just dug out a couple of years ago. You're like, people are finding this specifically, so I'll give the idea that it's Atari Jaguar Origins before they moved it to Nintendo 64 and released it as the game you're seeing now, and the tutorial that we're going to see in just a minute. Hey guys, hey Lakeverse, so good to see you tonight for Tetrisphere for Nintendo 64. I know you've wanted to see this for almost 3 years. I am sorry it's taken so long, but I am now ready to give you the game you've wanted to see. I think I get this. Thank you for the request, as is always the case, and also for getting me a case of, I knew I had to sit down. I knew this is a game. As a child, I didn't know what I was doing, but I said, as an adult, I gotta come back to this. I gotta be ready. And I think I am ready. I think we can go fully into it. We're gonna go into all the modes, all the characters, all the secrets of this game, and go into aspects and give it the love that I know, like you said, back when we played Shadow the Hedgehog, that was almost 3 years ago, that we gotta give it deserves more love. We're giving it more love tonight. And it is a game that I think, the more I think about it, it definitely deserves a lot of love in the rearview mirror, I think, to me, just because it's the best comment I think of play this is that I can't think of a single puzzle game I've ever played quite like this. And the more time I put in this, the more I've understood on what we're seeing on the screen. Where basically you're kind of rotating around a sphere, dropping pieces down. It's something that, it's a game that feasibly is appropriate for children as far as age range, but it's also something that at 11 years old, maybe I was not ready for it. But at 37 now I am. Feel free to go into memories on this one, Alec, first, because I'm going to assume you probably have the background maybe on this more than maybe I do, or maybe anybody in the chat as it is, but welcome to you. Yeah, just to quickly go on this as far as H2O Interactive, who developed this, or Entertainment. They showed off Phear at the Consumer Electronics Show, which is for Atari Jaguar. Nintendo picked it up, said, hey, we're working on this Project Reality, or the Nintendo Ultra 64, and then the Nintendo 64. They got the rights, and they then were working on, or had H2O work on it. Apparently it was not a very pleasant time with them working, apparently, according to Michael Tam, who's the executive producer on this game. This is my childhood right here. I rented this one a lot. Yeah, I rented this one when it came out in August of 1997. But it's a case that when I rented it, because I didn't know what I was doing, not that I necessarily disliked this game after saying, no, I don't know what it was doing. It's just the case that I guess it just went on to other stuff. It's also something that I've always thought back. I asked Protorova this last week. I said, what's a game maybe you played growing up that maybe you had... you didn't completely have a grasp on, but you thought years later, maybe I want to come back to it. He didn't think of anything off the top of his head, or couldn't think of anything off the top of his head. This is always a game that's been thinking that. I've always thought to myself, you know what, I think I need to give this game another shot. I'm glad that you asked for us to give it another shot. I said, I'm sorry it took so long. I know we were going to do this back in August, but I wanted to make sure we were ready. I wanted to make sure that I could show this game the due that I think it deserves now, and we're definitely ready to go on this. But yeah, just to go quickly into one last thing on the making of this. According to Michael Tam, who is the executive producer of the game, who was later a designer on EverQuest, House of Thule, and Veil of Valaris, and also did programming on Marine Park Empire on the PC, actually part of the Tycoon franchise. Apparently Nintendo is not very understanding about H2O Interactive. They tried to push this to come out right when the Nintendo 64 did, or about in October of 1996. Apparently they're saying, like, yeah, they were really harsh as far as what they were saying, like, you can't even talk about this game. They pretty much signed their lives away against the non-disclosure agreements for it. They said it was not necessarily a good case of working with Nintendo. Fast forward to today, where you have cases where, Did You Know Gaming, almost loses his livelihood and his will to live, or right to live, as far as reporting on stuff, because he talks about Zelda games that Nintendo was planning that never happened, and they're like, yeah, we're ruining your channel, it's like, or tried to. And nobody stood up for him except for a few people who then said, by the way, we're going to buy Tears of the Kingdom without question. I was not one of them. I boycotted that game for that very reason, amongst many others, so I still have not played it, and it was a decision I do not regret. Along with the Pokemon Gen 9 thing, which of course now with the DLC that just came out, people are realizing, yeah, this thing was a busted mess. And unfortunately, that is no longer deniable. But anyway, despite that, they were saying, like, we wanted to still make this game. They were not completely demolished. I don't know if it's necessarily as abusive a case as the companies. Like, say, Konami's running a case like that. I know Activision and Blizzard had cases of that going on, too. But that being said, it was something they worked really hard on. You can definitely tell that. Developing this on Silicon Graphics, Indie, Indigo, and O2 machines with the soft image program, which fueled the graphics you're seeing on the screen here. And actually, they also made the decision, you saw in the demo there, of being able to move the sphere around, kind of showing only a little bit of it so they can maintain a frame rate, because this game has a sort of pokey frame rate in some ways, but given what's on screen, I'll have one last look at this before we go into training and all that, you can kind of get it, but that's also how they were able to allow a two-player mode for this, and I guess by extension, it's versus computer mode, which you're going to show off along with everything else. As mentioned, it was directed by Christopher Bailey, who is a playtester on Cybersphere on the Amiga, and later did testing on Red Faction Guerrilla. And he started at 8 years old, so this is, I guess, technically his first game, the first game of H2O Entertainment. He only made 4 games, but they definitely had a lot of interesting stuff, and this game is kind of a reflection of that. On top of a couple other things, including the great music, which is by Neil D. Voss, who later go on to do music for Racing Gears Advance for the Game Boy Advance, and the new Tetris on Nintendo 64, another game that, honestly, I think I owe another shot to. Not that I disliked it, but it was also one that I couldn't completely grasp some aspects of it. Like, it felt like it was kind of pokey with some of its design, although it is the only 4-player variant of original Tetris on this console. And it's one that definitely had some interesting stuff, but maybe I gotta come back to that at some point. And he also, it was designed specifically with the fact that, hey, they're doing stereophonic sound, I should say, because their whole attitude on this is that they want to draw you into this. You get this techno sound, which actually was not a techno sound to start. It was initially going to be kind of like cyberpunk, but then they kind of said, this kind of fits for this very spacey game. Whereas Dolly Finn said, regular Tetris on caffeine, perhaps. There's a lot to this game, though. Feel free to let your memories flow on it as we go through all the modes. We're going through the tutorial because we need to, for sure. For my case of it, but also to give enough of an explanation to how it works specifically. But I'm glad to hear, Electrus, that you have this element. You rented this game, you have an attachment, I guess, smarter person than I in the sense of being able to grasp it as you were growing up specifically. Let's take a look at how this works, because, yeah, this is not the same case as regular Tetris, but you're going to get into it more, it gets really, really addictive. Alright, so let's go to it. Press down on D-pad and A to scroll through the text with good old wheels here. We're going to see a lot of these robot characters. I've seen the Nintendo 64 control running home position with this one, which means using the D-pad, you put your left hand right over that and right hand over the buttons. So let's get going about how it is. So here's wheels. Show you some of the basic elements needed to play Tetrisphere. Thank God they have this, but even with this, I must have been dumb, I guess, as a child that way, because I didn't completely get into this one or understand this completely. I said, okay, what is this specifically? But I think now I've finally gotten it. Alright, so let's go through that. Dark shape over the ball is the shadow. So here's how this works. That shadow is your cursor. As you're over the sphere, you move that, and you go over blocks in order to move them. You move the shadow around with the D-pad. And they'll give you a demonstration, specifically, and show you also the thing I love to see, which is that they basically show the buttons being pressed on the controller map. Okay, it's in the shape of the current piece, which is down there in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. It's a square. So that means, and it is random as far as what it is, or it's in a sequence, I should say. So you basically have to clear out things or move things with the shape that is in that shadow. So you have a piece right over here. There it is. Now it's lined up. You can move it around. That's called sliding. You press the B button to do that. So you hold down the B button when you have the shadow over the piece, and then while you're holding the B button, move it around. Certain characters can slide faster or slower depending on their stats. Get in a little bit. In order to remove the pieces, you have to have at least 2 on the screen specifically, because what's happening is, this is an interesting thing with perspective, because what you're doing in this game really is, you're looking at an overhead perspective. That block down there on the lower left-hand corner of the screen, the square, you're basically dropping that wherever the shadow is. But in order to get a case of being able to clear things without losing one of those hearts down there, you have to hit it where there's at least 2 rounds. You have to line up 2 pieces, so you have to slide it over. If you didn't slide it over, that would be a problem, and you get a life lost. And you hear that blink. When you hear that sound, that means that you can do a clearage. So you see that little light and hear that sound effect, that means you hit the A button in order to clear it out. Yeah, like that. And now the 2 pieces are lined up, you can add the 3rd piece. And that's basically the one you have right there, so hit the A button. And now with that there, the pieces get removed. Hear that great sound, that... I love it. It's fantastic. Even when I played this game, I still remember that. Even years and years and years until I came back to it, I said, for some reason when I remember playing this game, that's kind of the thing that stuck out to me, that sound design. So it is definitely something interesting to it. Alright, let's go to the next level. Yeah, we're just basically going to go through this as it is because I think it's going to help specifically. And lives. Which, okay, that's the other thing I guess about the high learning curve of this game, and also maybe the imposing perspective. Alright, we talked about this. We talked about this with the puzzle showcase a couple weeks ago. That sometimes you have different cases of what a puzzle game runs, and what does it do to you as far as that feel for it. Yeah, in this case you have 3 lives on any board you pick, or any level, or any mode you choose. Or choose, I should say. If you drop a piece and you don't have 2 pieces around there, you lose one of those. So there's only one this. You hit that, boom, you get a skull, but what that does, it does drop the piece that was there on top of it. So technically, if you have another square there, then you can clear it out, but you do have a loss of your life there. And when we get to items, you're going to lose your item if you still have it on your person and haven't lost it, if you get a life lost. Yeah, so basically, at this point, it's, I'm covering the picture on the ball, and based on the modes, and definitely some interesting stuff going on with the modes of this game on top of the way the game's designed. Especially being able to kind of get an understanding of this. I think maybe that's going to be my perspective of my explanation on this. It definitely is unique as far as what it's doing. Okay, so you have to get rid of everything that's on the picture, or on the board in order to get the picture shown. There you go. That's really kind of what you're going to be doing with most of this. You're basically going to be digging out of the sphere into the center. Yeah, you might have to move several layers deep, and yeah, they get deep pretty quickly. Alright, so let's get going on to the next level. Okay, combos. When you have pieces of 3 or more being removed, it's a combo. And here's a combo of 6 he's going to do. So it's the 5 down there and the one you drop, so it makes 6. And you have that counter that's up there. That shows what the number of blocks you cleared out. If you get up to 20 in one clearage, you get an item. We'll get into that in a little bit. Tells the pieces being broken into current combos as well. And you have your multiplier below there. So if you keep going in good succession with that, you will have that multiplier increasing. Your combos list of 20 pieces give you power pieces. Now, what power pieces are, you saw that one went a little, I guess, fuzzy or more rounded, depending on how you want to go about the description of that. It's the same as the other ones in the sense that you clear them, but when you clear those, they will clear out slower. And the reason you want to do that is that as it goes, instead of going to, it'll kind of go like, so you have a little bit of a delay so that you can kind of move stuff in line with what's there and get a power combo running, starting with one of those power pieces. You have that thump in there, boom, boom. So it goes on. Also, the other thing is that that circle up there that's in blue. That's kind of a timer for when you place pieces, because if you take too long to place a piece, you get an automatic loss of life. But the power pieces will recover that timer. With the normal pieces, it'll just stop it for a brief period. But if you're running low, because it goes from blue to red to yellow to red, you'll be in trouble. So you want to keep an eye on what those are. Basically, clear out pieces and then get that set so you can run power pieces if you need to. And then magic. Fine, I said items, but they're also considered magic. You'll clear out of at least 20 blocks at once in one combo like that. Boom, 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 boom. And sometimes you set that up with slides, which is, I think, the element you want to go. You get a piece of magic. This is the firework. And they stack, by the way, so you will have a case where you can have one power-up, but if you get another 20, you'll get a more powerful power-up on top of that. I'll go on that in just a second. Hit the C-down button to use it when you have it up there. In this case, this is the firecracker. You shoot that, and it'll clear a bunch of blocks out of a small area like that. And it looks so cool as you're seeing, like, the crystals clinking away, and then the explosion. No, we're not ready for Tetrisphere wheels, with all due respect. We have a little more I want to go into, but fine, that's the basics. So, glad we have the basics. We're going through all the training modes, and then we'll go through all the modes as is. So, we'll take a look at advanced, and also we'll talk about puzzle mode, and we'll take a look at everything else. Okay, these are crystal pieces. These cannot be cleared under normal circumstances. What you gotta do for that is that if you have other blocks, you slide them into them and you can shatter them. Yeah, it says if a shadow covers a group of pieces, they return a power piece to the shadow. By using the B button. Okay, so fine. You could slide them. Okay, actually, you know what? Maybe. Okay, talking about me being not smart. I didn't actually know that, even all the time I've been doing my practice on this. I didn't know that, hey, if you have those crystal pieces in the same shape as the piece you're going to drop, it changes that. That's actually very useful to know. And it's also a case that, fine, even I'm going to be learning stuff on this one specifically. And fine, I probably need the learning more than anybody. I'm not going to lie. But alright, so that's good to know, because my thought was like, hey, whenever I see those things, I just took another block, slid it in, because it'll shatter them, and you get rid of them. And sometimes it can help, as you have your X count, which is your multiplier. Is multiplier value for your combo score and increases the amount of pieces sent to your opponent in versus games. Yeah, those are dark pieces. We'll get to that a little later. Many ways to increase it, and one of the ways is to do gravity combos, which are clearages of blocks when they fall down. They will automatically clear in cases where they'll be like on top of each other, and then if you do a slide off, it drops down and clear stuff, it'll go away on its own. And it'll set up a simple one for us. And the other thing about the power pieces is that you usually slide the blocks left to right, but with the power piece, you can move them basically up and down. So you don't have to just go straight left to right. You do go left to right and up and down, but you also can basically put them on top. So at that point, what he did is he set that so that he'll slide a piece down below like that. It drops, it goes in a line, it gets all three. And since it did create a combo that way, they go off at the same time. That's, I believe, one of the only cases aside from Magic where the blocks are clear without you really having to do much. It's sometimes hard to do that because of the way the perspective is, but as you cut through more of the layers of the sphere, you oftentimes will get into cases where you'll see that happening or see opportunities for that more. You do have to have a keen eye on that, and I will give an indication as we go. You can get up to 10 X count power-ups by doing that. Alright, so advanced training level. Let's take a last look at that, and then we'll have a full run of mode. Fuse combos. When a piece breaks in a combo, it'll flash, as you're seeing when it does that. It's fusing like this with the power piece. And you can then move that block as it's clearing off by sliding it over. It's like, fine, move it quick, or fine, move it enough to go over here, and then it's going to these three, and then they'll go away when that shows up. Boom. So if you could take the one as it's clearing, grab it, and move it, and get rid of other blocks in another area. You get up to 10x count power-ups for the purpose of doing that. And then the last thing I'll show is the demonstration on the puzzle mode, and then we'll start going on the game itself. Going through every mode, we'll show everything off, and chat if you have any requests, like first to you too as well. Specifically, I guess, because you requested the game. Any mode you want to see us tackle first. Say the word. Also, I will just let you know, I do have a file set up for this that has a lot of the levels unlocked in different modes, because this game has multiple save slots on the cartridge for putting names in. I'm going to start a fresh one, but I'll have the other one available for the use, for the purpose of going through. I'll show some of the codes later, as far as certain things, but I actually didn't put them in off-screen, because I think they saved the cartridge, so I didn't want to just put something onto that without taking a look at it first. Oh, fine, live this way, I should say. Okay, so there's the puzzle mode. it's kind of like the puzzle mode in something like Tetris Attack, specifically. Maybe that was also my problem. I came up playing Tetris Attack like crazy. I thought, oh, I can pick this up and understand it. Not exactly, but like that one, you have a limited amount of moves to do in order to clear a bunch of pieces. You have a number of drops and or slides. It can sometimes be only slides or only drops. It depends on what the puzzle is. In this mode, if you use the L and R buttons, you can zoom in and out from the sphere like this. You better look. And usually, because it's only going to be usually kind of a part of it cut out, you might want to do that. But also, if you make a mistake, it's like, hey, I dropped something that I shouldn't, you hit the C up button to restart the puzzle. And you also have the wild card cursor here. That's the little circle. That means that any type of block that's on the board or on the sphere can be cleared with that. And you see a little question mark box in the next piece order. We'll see that as we go. Past level, you have to remove every piece on the ball with the number of slides and drops that they give you. In this case, they give us one drop and one slide, so you basically move it over there and then do drop right there. That's easy, but yeah, it's not going to be easy as we go later. But it also is something that's very satisfying, we'll say that for sure. When I've understood how the puzzle stuff works, how the game itself works, that is, I think, the element to it. Okay, so we do have single player. There's also two player. I'm going to sort of show this off with the purpose of the versus computer mode. Let's take a look at our options. Not too much going on in the options except for feasibly the audio, which they don't have stereo mono on this one, because I mentioned the person who did the music on this game, Mr. Neil D. Voss, said, I want this stereoscopic, so it's kind of surrounding the player. And that was a good decision. You also have your selection of automatic, random music, or choosing music as your title music of Prophetic, as well as other ones like Azule Lux, Martist, Compliant Confuse, Phase, Flim Flam. And they're named this way, by the way, for the purpose of reflecting the idea of songs you would see on an album. That was where they were going. Or with Manic Drum Mix, all one word, Hallucid, Perpetuate 303, Phony. They also sort of have a bit of a load as far as what it is, so it's almost like listening to a CD, which is kind of a nice touch. T-Gray, Learn, Zip Zip, spelled with a Y, Extol, and the title screen. There are also extra ones. There's a code for that. I will put that in a little later. And you basically have a balance between sound effects and music. I usually keep it in the middle. Also, data edit, which, as I mentioned, you have 8 names on screen. I have SOGs with the exclamation mark that I've been doing for my practice for the purpose of the game. You also hit C down to clear the cartridge data. We are not doing that now. Also, scores and controls, which, just go back to that one more time. B button is your slide, A to drop pieces, move on D-pad only, and start button is your pause, magic on, down on this, or the C down button, and then up, C up for the purpose of the puzzle mode for restarting puzzle, and L and R to zoom in and out. And you also have the rotation of the Nintendo 64 controller. Look at this, whoa. So spacey, and I do love that feel of it. So in that way, I kind of never forgot about this game, even in a case where I played it once and that was it. Also, one other thing I'll briefly show on that is if you move the controller around, but you hit one of the C buttons, it just will go back to the beginning. But if you move it around, like, yeah, the circle's out of the way, they can't see what's going on, but you can also look in the back, say, like, oh yeah, look at how they even rendered the Z button, which you're not going to be using much, although you can use that to clear the pieces, but the way you're holding the controller, you're probably not going to be able to reach that. And seeing where the port is for the controller pack and rumble pack, though this game does not use either. And it saves with the cartridge, so in that case, you're all set that way. Okay. So now that we got our hands set and we understand a little bit about how this is, there's the name as far as it. We're going to start something new. I'm going to put in slot 2. Oh, wait, do I have to put in name? Right, I have to put in name. So in order to do that, let's start new name. Okay, one thing to go into. I'll go this into very briefly, and then we'll start playing more for this. There are feasibly codes you can put in. I'm going to show one aspect. If you're on the screen of new name, you hit L, C right, C down. Or fine, hold the 3 buttons down. You get these extra symbols. And you need to use these in order to spell out codes for things. We'll come back to that later. In order to get things like extra music, a hidden game, which I've not played for the purpose of this, so we're going to be doing that blind this way. Level select, we'll do that later, seeing the credits we'll do at the end of the show. And also a vortex display where you put that in, you hold down the reset button of the Nintendo 64, and you see a vortex animation. I'll show that later. And because of the way the tech is running, it will not cut feed. So, alright, fine, let's get ourselves going as it is. So, since I have SOGs taken already, let's do short for Captain D-Trag, which is myself, by the way. I don't see much else as far as, like, a space, so I just will say Captain... Oh, fine, no, that is... Okay, never mind. The line is the space. Sorry. I should have indicated that. D... There we go. Trag. Oh, fine. Captain D... Okay, so Captain Dit. Okay. I mentioned this when we played the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade this year when we played Metrocross. I said, hey, you know, it was like, I accidentally typed it in when we were around friends. It's like Cap Ditka. So it's like Mike Ditka from the Chicago Bears. Alright, fine. In that case, you have your modes. You have Rescue, Hide and Seek, Puzzle, Time Trial, and Versus Computer. Chat, do you have a preference of where you want us to start? We will show off all these modes. I will show off as much of these modes as I can. Including the puzzle mode, and also the Versus Computer mode, specifically. There are multiple levels to all of these, and I can only show a bunch of them off, because we're going to have our nice techno night as far as the Tetris on caffeine. I do like that perspective as it is. And our celebration of the first puzzle game on the Nintendo 64 of about, I think 11 or 12 in the US, at least. There's others as far as Japan was concerned. I want to see hide and seek mode. You got it, Lexverse. Let's go. So, hide and seek mode. Feel free to hit on this one as far as what it is. What hide and seek mode is kind of a story mode. A little bit. Where you have the robots here. Actually, I probably should have selected a robot. But anyway, let's make hide and seek more fun. There's kind of these orbs. We can set up some puzzles to solve while we hide. Okay. Whoever's is it, which is us, they have to solve the puzzle before they catch us. Who's gonna be it? Okay, so I'll be it. So that is Wheels. So I'm running Wheels. I'll show the other characters for sure going on later. Good luck. You'll need it. Yeah, they're not kidding. But I think we're set. And here's how this works. They give you a nice transition. It's almost like something out of You Don't Know Jack a little bit, where they give you multi. They'll give you different rules based upon the levels for certain things, and then they'll give you episodes. You have to go through, I believe it's 10 levels in order to find the robot that's currently hiding. And I believe they're about, what is it? I think there's about 6 or 7 of these. I think it then repeats specifically. And they'll tell you what the rules are for these. Multi is dig through the pieces with the A button, completely uncover any picture. So on the bottom of that, there's going to be pictures going on. Okay, so let's get started. So, and it starts simple, like there's only one layer. Also, in some cases, like, hey, I want to just do a slide across just so I can have more clearages going on at once. Get that book. I do love the way that's designed. Okay, and I did reveal one of the pictures, so we already won. Alright, it's not going to be that easy going on specifically, but that's kind of what you got to do, just to start. But they keep giving you new stuff, including drill. So yeah, I got it. There you go. It's drilling in, and the great look of kind of the graphics of the text. I'm like, wow, I'll drill the letters in. So there's a pink drill on the surface. There are 5 of them, and underneath them there's the picture. So basically, they'll help you get to the center a little easier. So basically, do pretty much just move and slide around. As Wheels, by the way, it's worth pointing out, he does have average stats because you have elements of speed and power. Speed being the speed in which your cursor moves, and power being the speed you move when you do slides, because you hold the B button and doing the slide like that. There you go. So what you got to do is you have to look on the board. You're looking for the drills. They're these things right here. So what you do is you basically have to clear out close to them, basically drop them down, and they go down to the bottom. And when it gets with a higher number of layers on the sphere, it'll go down deeper, but it also means you have to dig down deeper too. Basically, it'll help you to get down below. So, as long as you clear blocks below that, they basically just drop down and boom, there they go. Now, I guess, I don't know if they're necessarily indicating this, fine, they're not indicating this wrong, the fact that you want to get rid of the drills so you can get down to the bottom faster, but you still have to uncover the picture, because they did say that part. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, if you do that, you hear that crashing and you get a loss of your life. If you have an item, it's gone. So, unfortunately, I did not do well on that one. But I can feasibly redeem myself moving that there and just kind of buying myself some time. Pretty much. But I can also get an item, because you're like, wait a second, I said you have to move 20 of those around in order to get... Okay, fine. That's what I did wrong. I dropped the piece down on where the drill is. You can't do that. You can basically drop it around so it goes to the side. But you can find items. They're these little... They look like fire, but they also look like they have human faces on them. Weirdly enough. So if you clear the blocks out that are near them, I basically keep doing this until I can get enough to get that out of the way. So you can get a wild card. Drop it right there. Yeah, I got an item. I got the firecracker. So I can use that, or I can hold it and use it for later, assuming I don't make a miss. If I make a miss of any kind, that thing's going bye-bye, so I don't want to do that. But as long as you keep digging and get down to the picture, you're gonna be good. But sometimes the idea is that since you're beholden to what the next piece is, it's a case of like, hey, there are those yellow yellow line blocks, you think, like, hey, wait a second, I just need to get those and be all good. But no, you have to make sure that's the next piece you got. And also make sure that when you're lining up the blocks like this, they have to kind of be in a square like that, or kind of, I guess, connected, like, to the left and the right of each other and up and down like that. Otherwise, you can't clear them, because sometimes they're off on the side. Okay, fine, I got the picture. Basically down there where it looks like a T shape, sort of, with those yellow blocks. The ones to the left and right will clear, but the one that's right below, because it's kind of on the line of those two, will not clear. So sometimes you have to move around for the purposes as you get brick. It almost looks a little bit like Clax as far as how they set up the look of that. Alright, there are red brick pieces on top of the ball. Make one of them fall to the core by removing pieces under it to win. So they keep giving you things to do, and sometimes it's not just, you know, clearing it to get down to the picture. In some cases it is, but other cases not, and so it gives you a lot of variety. I'm gonna assume, like, for some, in the case of this, your choice on this one is that this is one of the modes you played a lot. I mean, I'm gonna assume you played probably every mode in this game, I'm gonna assume, as it is. Yeah, this is one that definitely has an interesting perspective to it, as it is. And something, as I said, I can't think of many puzzle games that have something quite like this, but it is unique how they keep changing the rules up in a way that feels like it's something that is helping you understand the game better. Maybe that's what helped me, too. In fact, I was playing this game more. I just kept going and realized, okay, they're kind of teaching you different things. Like, in that case, you just basically get the brick to the center. As long as it touches the center of the sphere, you're gonna be good. As next, we get the tower. I'm okay on this one, specifically, but when we get to Crystal Tower, I'm gonna be... okay, there might be an exploit to that I want to see if I can figure, but we'll see on that. I played the rescue mode the most. Yeah, which is basically how rescue works. It's kind of like this, although what you do is you have to dig out the sphere so you can basically get enough of an opening so actually one of the robots here will be able to come out of it. And sometimes they might be bigger in size, so you have to kind of clear out enough of the center, or the core, I should say, to make it go. But there's a lot of value and a lot of extra stuff to kind of go through and make each of these modes fun to go through. Even when I was doing my practice for this, I said, hey, you know, I'm just going to keep playing through these modes. But I was like, okay, I got to practice to understand it. But then it was like 2 hours later, like, yeah, I'm still playing this, and I kind of want to play more of it. Which I think is the sign of a really good puzzle game. And one, as I said, maybe it's not something that's easy to come to. And I don't know if, like, versus how you were, as far as did you grasp this really quick, specifically when you first played it. But now that I have, it is something that, yeah, this is something special. I'll definitely say that as far as the way it is. And I mean, my pause in that way is like trying to damn this game with faint praise or something. Like, no, I mean it. Now that I get this game, it's like, it finally makes sense. In that case, I know, like, you said this, I think, Dolphin, you said this before. Sometimes things eventually click in that right way. That's, I think, what's going on with Tetrisphere as it is. So what you gotta do is you have to show the picture, and the way to do that is you have to clear out the tower here. And in that... okay, no, fine, let's try what they said to do. Yeah. Okay, fine, I did... okay. Wait, I did do that, what they told me to do. Oh, fine, I hit the B button. Okay, sorry, fine, then I screwed up. So don't drop the piece with A like I stupidly did. Hit the B button when it's over the same case as far as this crystal block to do it. So what you want to do is you basically got to take the tower down. And basically at that point, it'll get the picture that's right down there. You can kind of see it, but usually the way the tower mode works, or the tower levels are going to work, you have to have it so that it's going to be dropping the tower down enough so that you will be able to get the picture fully shown at the bottom. And you get the Crystal Tower version of this where you have to do that without dropping any part of the tower, and... actually, it is the hide-and-seek mode. I'm not gonna lie to you, like, as far as the purpose of my test for this. I didn't beat the hide-and-seek mode. Actually, I technically didn't beat the rescue mode because I said I want to feasibly beat that on show, as far as the last set of levels on that one. But I also said, fine, I can't do that because of the Crystal Tower, but I found online, I think somebody was saying, fine, it was an IGN thing, so I'll take it sort of with a grain of salt until I get a sense, because sometimes with older games, we've sometimes said this, maybe they're not well documented in some cases as far as codes and things like that. Fine, we found stuff with Mega Man Legends 2 shit that are totally wrong, and same with Lunar, things that were not documented with that. And I don't know if that's the case with this game either, but you know what, I got power up, we're gonna use it. I somehow got this and I guess didn't lose it, so yeah, use that nice firecracker. And man, that's satisfying. Yeah, basically, you get the picture set, and then the tower will be there, and it goes down one by one. Yeah, when we get to the Crystal Tower, I'm gonna try what they said to do. To see if it works, but it seems like, reading that, I said, I don't know if this is a good idea. But alright, every 5 levels, you'll get the eyes coming out. That is who you have to find. Yeah, this is where the hide-and-seek part of it comes in. They were hiding. They said, well, we'll make this game more fun by giving you more things to do. And it's not just those 4 mission types that we showed. See more of them at this point. But level 5 of a world here, that's where hide-and-seek is. The friend of yours is in the center. You got to get him out. So it actually is kind of like the rescue mode when you really think about it. Okay, now that I know that I can hit the B button on the on those crystal blocks, now I'm basically just going to do that all the time now. And I found that out live on show because that's the one aspect, I guess, of my practice that I didn't take into account. Fine, if nothing else is reflecting my perspective, I knew I was not going to do this game until I could learn it, and as I said, also, I kind of had to put this off because of show cancellations I had in July, because I was actually going to do this in line with its 26th anniversary, but I said, with the reasons I had to cancel those shows back in July, I said, I'm not going to be ready to do this. I'm not going to be able to show this game off to the skill that I know it should be shown off as. So I said, I was not going to rush it. I said, that's what I do when the viewer requests, especially when I'm the one playing it. You come in, you say you want to see a game for the show, I'm going to give you the game you want to see, I'm going to make sure I do it right. If it's going to take me a little more time to get it right, I will get it right. But we'll do it. Do not worry. It's not a case where I've forgotten that, hey, we have these viewer requests. And definitely in the next year, we'll have those going. And fine, we have a viewer request going every month, at least one of. So keep that going. But all right, fine. For the purposes, and also for rescue, so not similar to that, not an unfair case of bringing that up right now, like versus that. That's how rescue mode works. You basically have to clear enough of the core out so they can come out, but based on their size, it might not always help out for them to be able to get out easy. And then you do that, you put them in a bubble. That, by the way, is Rocket. He's as the manual says, quote, the fastest bot in the West. You might want to choose Rocket for his quick movements and lightning fast reflexes. He's the fastest character in the game, it's worth pointing out. So basically that means that cursor will move really, 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 really fast around the sphere. But when you try and do slides like that, they won't always move really, really fast. So in that case, you have to kind of... It is a little bit of a risk when you're doing slides, but the way the game operates, you feasibly can make it work no matter who you pick. As we do multi. And they will keep reminding you, or keep showing you on the side screen, yeah, I won, I swear to God. But, okay, fine, they do rotate around, so, like, I revealed one of the pictures, so we're like, wait, what happened? That's what happened. Yeah, and to start, they're going to be similar as far as what the missions are. It's usually multi for 1, drill for 2, but not always. And nothing else, you also get different block types. In this case, you get the L blocks, specifically, and I cleared out the one area, so I have a rocket. But the other thing, as I mentioned, I could do is, I could say, you know what, I don't want this rocket. I can try and get the pieces set up to, actually, you know what, I'm going to try something else, which is... Okay, no, I have to clear this one. Oh, shit. Okay, fine, I have the L piece. I was gonna say I was gonna try and do that, fusion clear case, which is on... Well, fine, okay, I guess I have to do it when I have a piece next that is that actual one. So, okay, that's what the case of that is. So, let me figure this out. I just want to get a good sense of this. So, so let's clear this and hold B. Okay, maybe it's not working because it went to the wild card next. But anyway, there's the picture. So sometimes you also have to search for where the picture is. Or also do the drill, although, fine, I have not been doing the drill. So fine, drill them out. Although I don't, actually now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if you have to do the drill in order to clear it. I think you just have to find the picture. You could feasibly say, yeah, screw the drills, I don't care. But, fine, I'm not going to... Oh, okay, that was good. 17. So that was close. It was not quite an item. And since I did do a miss, I lost my items. We're pointing that out. So I need to get that back. Okay, so I got the item that way. I just, yeah, don't make the same mistake I made before as it was. Also, sometimes when, yeah, basically what you want to do when you're doing a clear out of pieces, just to give an indication of that, is that the question is, does it actually look like it's matching? But if you see that light going on, that'll actually make it easier. Actually, to the point where, in all honesty, the wild card piece is kind of the hardest because you have to actually listen for the sound when it goes the... Actually, you know what? I'm going to show you this. I'm going to actually take some time just to move blocks around and show the way the timer's working. You're seeing that circle going over there in blue. It's very slowly zooming in. Basically, I'm just going to try and set this up so I can have as much cases of going as far as I am. But it goes ding, ding. That means it's zooming in and it goes yellow. If you get too close, it means that it will be a loss of life. Shit! Alright, it was a loss of life anyway because I put that down in the wrong place. I said, I never... fine, as I mentioned before, I think when I said to play this, I did practice this game, but I'm not going to say I'm the master of this game. I'm definitely not. Well, okay, there we go. So, 9, 11, 14, 16, 18. And you get a nice combo bonus for that. But I'll tell you, maybe that was my problem. When I played this game, as I mentioned, that's going to be my story, really, as it is. My renting it and then playing it and then not being able to get understanding completely the idea. Maybe I played this game too fast and too loose. So the idea that I'd be moving around and doing stuff, but then it's a case of, oh, I do make a mistake and then I lose all my lives. I'm down to my last life, so I have to be careful and I have to find out, is there another drill, number one? And also, where's the picture? If you have not revealed the picture, that's always going to be a question. So the picture will usually be only in one place, but in other cases it might not be. So what I'm going to do is get that out. And also, yeah, sometimes you have to kind of look underneath it, and it's not always easy to see that. You kind of have to move either up and down to get a sense of what it is. Or I think Nintendo Power put this best. They said, this is a game that, A, you have to learn to love it because it's not necessarily an intuitive game, but it's also something that you really have to think spatially in order to make it run. And the more I played this, I've understood that much more, seeing that and saying, okay, yeah, understanding where the spaces within this ball are to kind of get success, that is your key to victory, as we get unique. Okay, we're getting a new type. Under the drill is a unique shape, covered completely to win. So in this case, it tells you sort of where it is by saying, hey, here's where the drill is. So basically follow where that is, so right underneath there will be the picture, but for some missions, I don't know about this one, you have to make it so that you actually put another puzzle together underneath the ball. So you can't necessarily just get a sense of, oh, I cleared the ball and we're all set. You sometimes have to dig it out multiple ways. In fact, I think this is one of those. But we'll see that in just a sec. You just try and get everything out. Yeah, it's right underneath there. So what I gotta do is, since I can move the power piece up, I gotta get that enough out of the way so I can get that. So there's the picture. Now, I just have to clear that right there. Okay, fine. In that case, it's a reveal, but there's other cases where you might actually have to move picture underneath that. So, okay, fine. There we go. We got that. And that's the idea. And next... Okay, this is... Okay, I was thinking one ahead. This is shift. I said it is like you don't know jack as far as, like, the thing with the words they do. Like, the numbers between questions in that game. And we gotta play a version of that at some point. I gotta figure out which one, or chat which one you want to see. Okay. 4 drills. Underneath each of them is a piece of the core picture. You have to undercover them, and then you have to move them together to put them together in order to win. So yeah, this game does have a lot of variety with what it's doing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And also look how, okay, fine. This is not... Fine. Except for one exception, there's not really flashing light warning going on in this game. That's gonna be in the multiplayer. Or the versus computer mode. But it is also something that, yeah, it definitely looks really, really cool. As far as how the visual design is. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is just set that there. Okay, and then actually what you have to do, which worth pointing out, is you do still have to have the piece that matches this, and it's gonna be the square usually. So you basically have to put them into a line. So I have to slide that in to make it a chain right there, and there you go. Yeah, you will never break the chain. There you go, we got it. Yeah, so they'll give you hints as far as the drills, like, go here, but sometimes it's spread them out. And that makes it really interesting as we have another friend to grab. And I think, although I'm not sure... Actually, I don't know. I don't think you unlock the characters in this. I think I misconstrued that as far as something else when I was doing my notes on this one, because they say, like, unlock extra characters. Like, wait, I think it's something else, as I get dynamite. But the extra characters is the extra symbols you can use in the enter name mode to get codes running. Okay, I got dynamite. Just to give you an idea briefly, I'm not going to use it yet, because you can hold these. And I got a knockout, so he's coming out. Yeah, if you get an item, if you hold it and then you either get another item from that fire face thing, or by clearing 20 blocks within a combo, it goes up to the next level to get another more powerful item, as we have gear. Although gear is not quite as fast as rocket, you might find his increased power more suitable. So basically, in his case, he moves fast, but not quite as fast as Rocket, but his power of moving or sliding blocks around is a little faster as it is. As again, T-shapes. So it's like, alright, fine, that's what we're running on T-shapes. And to go back to the thing with the items, that, yeah, I can keep holding this if I want to, just show how, or get another item, although I do want to show off all the items. You know what, I'm going to use the, dynamite. The dynamite, it will split off in multiple directions and clear off parts of the sphere that way. And so basically the idea is that you can hold on to your items to get more powerful versions of them that do sometimes similar things or things that might be more useful for what you need to do. So there actually is a lot of strategy as far as the item usage. Fine, the magic. They call it magic. I call it items or magic. The game calls it magic. We call it magic. But I keep saying items. I don't know. Maybe because it's just, hey, I have a firecracker or a firework or dynamite, specifically. Or other things as well. I guess it is a kind of sort of magical perspective, I guess, of Tetris in this way. Even though it doesn't play the same way. Fine, it has the element as far as the blocks dropping down. And as I mentioned, Alexei Pajitnov was involved with the making of this game, and he was working at Microsoft at the time, so I guess that thought of... They always say about Microsoft, the joke now is that Microsoft, A, doesn't have exclusives on their console, and B, are the case they will usually share stuff of theirs or people of theirs or whatever with other companies. That was happening back then, too, in the sense that while he was working with them on Pandora's Box, I guess, feasibly, which came out 2 years after this on the PC... He then said, hey, I'll help with the design on this. And I guess, well, I mean, I think if I remember correctly, I think this is right at the time when him and Hank Rogers were just starting to have the full ownership of the Tetris license from Nintendo, I think. I mean, and maybe the one thing I guess gives a little bit of credence to that is the fact that the title screen of this says the Tetris Company, which, I'm trying to remember, when we played Tetris Attack, I don't remember if it said that. I'll have it down here to say did it or did it not. Or also have our play of Tetris Attack as it was, which Dolly Finn in the chat was in on, as was the case, at least. And then we sort of showed a couple weeks ago with Pokemon Puzzle League in French. Although I realized that that Switch Online expansion pack version in French had horrible audio delay, and I think it was that game, because Dr. Mario 64 did not, which I was not necessarily expecting. But that being said, that was definitely funny to see that as far as being able to play that game as far as in French. I've even saying to a lot of my coworkers saying that, hey, have you played this game in French? I'm like, no, I haven't. Like, let's take a look at the other language case of that one. Especially because, actually, a lot of those Pokemon Nintendo 64 games they put up on the Switch Online expansion pack, they keep putting them in every language known to man. And it's kind of just a fascination just to see that. Or in cases of other things, see, like, hey, running it at 50 hertz. Like, no, don't do that. Like, fine, we'll see how it rates. Actually, you know what? Going back to the French version of that with the audio lag, maybe that has something to do with it. But as I said, I don't completely know. As I'm not following the element on the drill. Although, honestly, it's kind of hard sometimes to find out where the drill is. Like, yeah, I kind of rotate around the ball enough. It's like, wait, where's the drill? Like, oh, there it is. Never mind. You can kind of get a fast movement going around. And it is very smooth how they do this. Especially, I guess, because they said, fine, we can't show you the whole element of the sphere all at once with all the blocks, otherwise the frame rate would go to hell. And I guess also, according to H2O, they said specifically, like, hey, you know, we had to do this, otherwise we would not be able to facilitate a multiplayer in this. Which in this case is 2-player, which I guess at the time I was kind of surprised it was only 2-player. Because usually I guess the thought was like, Nintendo 64 is all about 4 players as far as its multiplayer, but with this one, given that they gave a reason now as far as, like, why, saying, hey, technical reason for that, even make it go with 2, I was like, I get it completely. But then again, it's also one of those games that, yeah, it is an interesting one, I guess, as far as, like, the head-to-head, although, admittedly, I've only had that really going with the versus computer aspect of it. I can imagine people who really know what they're doing on this game being able to completely have these great, you know, head-to-head competitions for that, specifically. I guess, Electors, feel free to go into elements of that, too, or anything else you got on this, because I guess it's one of those things that, if you ever played this game multiplayer, in my case, I think I briefly did when I rented it. It was also the case that people I was playing with, they didn't grasp it completely either, And I think they then said, like, wait, you rented... No, like my brother inherit knocked. I think I said that specifically to him. I was like, yeah, you know... I said, I rented this, but it was like... I said, we just rented GoldenEye. I was like, let's play that. I was like, well, okay, fine. I get why we got that as I'm getting the magnet. Which, by the way, what the magnet does... And actually, I'm gonna get something better than the magnet in just a second by getting rid of that. If I can get rid of that. What the magnet does is when you use that, you basically can move it around and pieces will be ripped off of the sphere. Okay, there we go. This is the atom, I believe it is. Because I think that's what it is. Let me just see. Yeah, it removes the top layer. So fine, let's remove the top layer. Actually, probably shouldn't use it now, but we'll fine, whatever. So fine, every block that's on the top layer, boom, it's going bye-bye. But there is another item over there, so I can get that. So yeah, depending on where the puzzle is, yeah, or what the puzzle's like, you might want to either use it at the time you get it, or use it till later. Honestly, I probably should have saved that one, I'm not gonna lie. But if nothing else, I'll always show off all the power-ups. Because yeah, they're interesting, and it adds a unique dimension, and in the versus and the multiplayer, you can get them. So you can use that to kind of change the tide of a battle if you're going badly, potentially. Okay, so since we're in drill... Yeah, wait, where is the drill? I feel like I've gotten rid of so many blocks on this thing. Where is it and where's the picture? Although, fine, for the purposes, I'm glad I'm showing that, because it means that you can get through a bunch of things for that, but then get a sense of... Wait, hold on. No. I also need to find power pieces so I can clear those out of the way. And get my timer up. Because, yeah, that's the thing. When the timer's going down like that, I'm like, oh god, I gotta clear those power pieces out to be in a good shape. And that right there, and that should be good. Okay. Alright, where's the picture? I thought I uncovered... Okay, yeah, I did uncover. It's right here. So fine. In that case, now I gotta get the picture. In that case, I kind of got carried away going over the sphere. Which I guess can sometimes happen when you think about it for this game. Fine, at least for me, I guess you can. Like, hey, clear it out. Although, like, fine, I guess you can clear out the whole sphere. It's not a case like saying, no, you can't. Well, fine, you know what? I don't even necessarily have to. I can just say, like, fine, there's the picture, and we're done. Alright, so next is connect. Okay, so under the drill is a picture with lines attached. Okay, this is pretty interesting. So in this case, you have to dig out different parts of the sphere and basically follow where the picture goes. So it might be a case where you'll see one picture, but then it's go underneath a massive stack you've not cleared out, and then get every part of that in line in order to complete the level. So yeah, it keeps giving you interesting things, and I think that's probably what the thought of this was when it came to the design of it. And from what I saw, as I mentioned, since this was a game that was going to be an Atari Jaguar game, initially when they showed that at the Consumer Electronics Show, it looked like they had a great idea. And clearly this team, even though they only made 4 games, specifically as this company, there clearly was something they were doing with this that caught Nintendo's attention and made them say, hey, we want to get this going for us as far as our first puzzle representation on the console. Although then it came out like right before GoldenEye did. Although, to be fair, I will say this. I don't think anybody, including myself, knew that GoldenEye was going to take off quite the way that it did. Fine, so we played GoldenEye a couple years ago. I said it was last year, now I'm realizing it. See, I thought, it feels like it's been longer. I don't know, maybe that's just my case. But anyway, I said that game changed gaming overnight, and I meant it. Specifically because of what it was, but it was also the case I said, never in a million years would I have expected that game to take off. Oh, Jesus, look at that, 30. Okay. And in this case, I will also hold the item so I can get to the magnet, because we haven't shown that yet. So there we go. Good clear out. Okay, so I'm definitely getting better. So in this case, yeah, just follow the line. But where's it going? That's always going to be the question. Okay, it's going underneath there, but I also need to get... Yeah, I need a line specifically right there. And I guess, yeah, okay, that was enough, right, that was enough to get from one end of the line to the next. So as long as you go on both ends, that means it's a clearage. I was looking at that, so, wait, did I do this right? But I guess, specifically we did. Okay, brick. And when you do see it, when you've seen it already once, they won't necessarily tell you how it operates when you're at, I guess, stage, world 3. I guess it's stage 3, level 4, I guess. I guess that's what they consider it. Fine, at least there's the bricks. Like, it's like, fine, I don't care about anything else, just get the bricks down to the bottom. Which, honestly, I guess for that reason, the brick can be one of the easier challenges for that reason, but sometimes they'll give you more than one. So fine, I just have to drop both of these. So that one goes down, or this one will go down. I have to pay attention to the fact that, yeah, there was something underneath that. It didn't necessarily look like it from this angle. And honestly, the puzzle mode gives you a better sense of that. That's... Okay, never mind, you only have to drop one of them. I forgot that you only had to drop one. But there we go, good job. I also do kind of like the theme song here when you get the robots going, the down, 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 down. I gotta tell you, the more I've thought of that soundtrack and kind of let it soak, the more I've really, really liked it. In some ways, I mentioned it, it's a unique one as far as this console, too. It's also not something I necessarily, I'll say this, I don't necessarily get that. Look, I know some people say, like, how dare you say this, but that maybe Nintendo 64 synthesized sound. I mean, look, with a cartridge system, you're gonna see that. But it's one of those games that, honestly, if you were to tell me this was... If I had not known this was a Nintendo 64 game, it told me, like, hey, this came off a CD or something, I probably would have believed it. That's the kind of music we're talking about here as far as the level of quality. And also just, I guess, the style of it, which is something that... Aside from, actually, I guess maybe the new Tetris, which makes sense, because the same guy did the music for that game as well. I can't really think of anything else that quite sounds this way. Alright, there we go. Okay, we got the magnet. Fine, let's show the magnet being gone, so let's do this. How the magnet works is as you move, it'll suck pieces up. In that case, they can make really quick work right there. There's also another power-up coming up later that actually makes that last for a little longer, and boom, there you go. As we get the next robot. And I believe they are in the order in the manual. Okay, yeah, I am holding the manual. Well, almost. Never mind. I take that back. This is Gyro. Gyro leaves him spinning every time, though not as gifted as Stomp in strength. We'll see Stomp a little bit. Gyro's speed picks up where Stomp's leaves off. Yeah, he's about average speed. But he is a little more powerful with his slides. Okay. So, level 4. Or stage 4. Yeah, so this is an interesting thing. I guess this is also feasibly a live reading the instruction manual. I will also put in link list when I edit the PDF of the manual, because I'm pretty sure that that's been put online. Actually, that seems like it's been often the case, I've realized, with stuff like this. And as I said, when I bought this game, like, first 2 years ago, when you said, or, yeah, well, no, 3 years ago almost now, and I was like, hey, you know, I was asked for this. I said, I gotta get an instruction manual with this. I cannot not get an instruction manual with this. I have to be set so I understand it. So I guess then in that case, it's almost me... okay, fine. Me saying facing my fear with this game is not right either, because it's not that I'm afraid of this game. It's just a case that, well, I want to do it right. So in that case, there's always kind of a little bit of a question whenever I do a viewer request. Like, I just want to make sure that I'm giving you the game the best way I can, for sure. But then also, I guess a case of, I want to make sure that I can understand this. Is it fine? I consider this maybe a failing of mine as a child, saying that I couldn't grasp this game, but now that I have a second chance this way for it, I said, now I'm going to be able to do this. And I said, getting the manual is a case of that, but also, as I mentioned, I'll have a picture again, like I had when we played Majora's Mask, of the Popcorn Video logo, and I'll have an answer like what that was, because sometimes that's the thing when you get used games. You sometimes get a case of, hey, this came from Video Store. Usually something like Blockbuster Video, Hollywood Video, or something like that. I mentioned Star World Video with F-Zero X when we played that. But maybe other stuff as well. And kind of the thing where... Admittedly, I am one of those gamers, specifically when it comes to, you know, getting classic items like cartridges and things like that, where I will usually get rid of some of the labeling things that are on it for the purpose of kind of having it in line. But it's also one of those things that... There are shit, I shouldn't have done that. I saw that happening, and it's like, as soon as I was hitting the button, I said, wait, no, I gotta drop that. But it's also one of those things that, fine, maybe I sort of shouldn't in some ways, because then it gives that perspective, like, where it was. So then telling the story of, like, where a game you might have bought used might have come from. Which is sometimes be an interesting thing, and I guess that's also, fine, why we make this discussion program, and also why, when it comes to the chat discussions, like, hey, I might have played a game a certain way, I might have rented a lot, I might have bought it from the video store that I rented it from, or something like that. And sometimes myself, sometimes cases where you get really interesting stories that, again, make the discussion of the game uniquely yours. in a way that maybe you don't get as far as other people or other experiences or discussions on a game. And sometimes that can create a great story too. I mean, fine, in my case, as I said, the story of my obtaining of this game was sitting in the waiting area that they, put up as far as the COVID vaccines when they're first around for that second vaccine. It's like, hey, that second one feasibly is going to be really strong if you're doing the double dose case of it. So I said, fine, I'm buying this on eBay. That's what it was while I'm there. In fact, and actually, that was also the case with the... Yeah, actually, no, the first one I had. So fine, my memory of the COVID vaccine is also that, which is that both times I was in the waiting area, I was buying Nintendo 64 games off of eBay for the purpose of this program. The case of the second one was this one. In the case of the other ones, it was, two we haven't shown on the show, one we sort of have, which were, the two we haven't shown being Nagano Winter Olympics 98 from Konami, the other one being, WCW vs. NWO World Tour from THQ, and then the other one being Superman for Nintendo 64, which, fine, we sort of showed that with an edit I did for for the Spyro play we did. But at that point, it's like, fine, that's my story that way, unique way of telling story as far as a game, but also the case of, like, the story of where'd you get, shit. Again, I did the thing with pressing the button, or feeling the button press, and then there's like a split second before the skull comes up, and I realized, wait, no, that was not right, why am I hitting the A button on this? So I guess, not that there's a lag exactly, but just the fact that I'm just kind of hitting it like the split second right before I'm noticing, wait, no, that's not what I was supposed to be dropping, and I shouldn't have done that. But fine, I guess I'm playing this game reckless. And besides, it would, generally speaking, not be a puzzle gameplay on this show, except for Tetris Attack, and maybe the stuff in the Puzzle Showcase sort of kind of, if I didn't show a hilariously bad element of skill at least 1 point. Because I'll say this, as I mentioned, I'm showing this game the best of my ability, but I'm also going to openly admit I'm not the best player of this game in the world. For sure. But hey, with enough practice, maybe, fine, that won't happen. I'm not going to say that that's gonna, I'm not going to delude myself, say that, oh, I'll become the best player of this game ever just by playing it a lot. But the fact that I even got this far as that experience, I think says a lot, but also gives the sense of, yeah, it's one of those cases, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that you'll have a case of a game, do you connect with it or not initially, and then when do you come back, and when does it maybe change your perception? It always sucks when you misclick something, though. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that sound, and then you see, like, the skull go in, so if nothing else, yeah, H2O Entertainment, who developed this, it's one of those games, I think, we sometimes mention this, the case of a game where it punishes your mistakes, but it's also the case where it also reminds you, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, on top of the fact of you thinking that, fine, yeah, I deserved that for the purpose of what that was. And I have to find, where is the picture? I'm in shift mode, and I'm not seeing it. Oh, fine, no, wait, no, yeah, there's shift mode. But sometimes the case of, like, just got to get something out. If it's too hard, it's difficult to connect. As far as the game you're saying, Dolly Finn, feel free to go into that, because honestly, I'm not gonna lie for this. I definitely was hoping specifically for, fine, I knew ActRaiser would want to come by because I said we're doing this, and you wanted to see it, no question. Dolly Finn, you too, but also the question of having a discussion on a game like this, and on a puzzle game, and especially, Dolly Finn, you're in the unique position saying, I was on the showcase we did a couple weeks about this genre specifically. So, in that case, yeah, I think that is an interesting perspective of when is a game difficult to that, when does it click, when does it not, what is that specifically about, boom. It's also satisfying, though, when you clear a bunch of blocks and watch the playoff. Yeah, that's, I think, the other thing, and also, when it's going down and that number keeps going up, and you see the score come up, as it is. So, I mean, yeah, I think, above anything else, I mean, look, this is going to be a great game to talk over, I think, for the purpose of what I'm doing, as long as I don't make another, mistaken drop for anything, because if I do, that is a loss of the stage. That being said, I also do want to get that. I'm going to hold the item in order to get the one after the atom, as it is. But I guess the idea that, yeah, the satisfaction of this game, like, the feel of that, and also, I guess, what it is for the difficulty, because I guess that's the thought. Okay, so let me toss this here and put that down. It's satisfying the learning curve is not too steep for me. Okay, well, alright, let's probe that. I think this is, just in general, because I think we've sometimes mentioned this before. The idea that, hey, we'll play games, whether a puzzle game or anything else, where they might not click with us for a specific reason, whatever that might be. regardless of whether that means, like, we think it's a good game or not, or we think it's something that we really don't like. But it's also a case of, I guess I'll start here if you're okay with this as far as this chat, which is the idea that, what are games you can think of where you maybe played them, you said, okay, I'm not sure if this game is connecting, but maybe not necessarily out of a sense of thinking that it was a bad game. And the example I'm going to use, Electors, feel free to I mean, I think this is probably the best example, honestly, Electors. I'm glad you've given this over the years. You said Persona 5. You said, I don't like Persona 5 as much as Personas 4 and 3, and there is where we need to go. But I know initially you were saying, like, with that game, the story was not doing it, and it kind of was, I don't know, am I right about this? Feel free to correct me if I'm not remembering this correctly. Was it a case that you were upset or annoyed with how the story was in that game to the point where you're like, yeah, I really don't like this, and I guess, trying to think of the best way to put this. You're like, yeah, I was like ready to say no, although even you said, I bought Persona 5 Royals, like, I tried to like this game, I really did, and eventually I had to come to the conclusion, like, no, I like the other ones more, the story was not doing it for me, I had to just eventually get to that point, like, I was more than fair at that point, and I would agree with that, for sure, just in that idea. And I guess as far as something like this, I guess the learning curve, the thought of, okay, idea of learning curve on game, but I guess the question is, how much of also, for, I think in your case, is a learning curve on a game being steep a sense that you really don't like the game? That's a question. That was a major reason. So was the story. Okay. So, but I mean, I don't know if that's a good analogy as far as what maybe the thought of that was, as far as getting a game or playing a game of some sort, not connecting with it, and then wanting to give it another chance. But in that case, it's also a case of, fine, with something like that, it's something that, yeah, because also, in that case, you had other things to compare it to as far as that series, whereas with this one, fine, I guess we're comparing this to other puzzle games that were out at the time, and on N64, we didn't have much of a comparison because this was the first puzzle game the console got. Yeah, so Tyler's been saying, if it's too frustrating, I can't improve. So, and you have said this as far as the shows we've done for this, which is the idea that sometimes the question that can be a frustration if you feel like there is not that, I guess, that hump you get over of a game like this, and saying that you can't get over what it is. So in that case, what is a case for you of a game that you would say that it seems like the learning curve was really steep, but you got over it, as far as understanding what that connection was, to then say, like, yeah, I get it now, and even though I had to work really hard for it, it's satisfying. Yeah, I just didn't feel like it respected the player's time as far as Persona 5 was concerned. I guess the fact that you put so much time into it, that it was the question that you felt that at that point I'd wasted too much time and I didn't feel like it was rewarding enough to that, or the game was thinking, I don't know. I mean, I still have it on the PS3 as it is. I have not had enough time to play it, and fine, we're not playing that one first for the show. We're playing Persona 3 FES, I promise. I know that remake is coming out, Persona 3 Reload in February 2nd, as it is. We'll play FES, because remember, the FES content is not in that. And I was like, it's not? I couldn't believe it wasn't in that, as it was. I was like, fine, we're gonna play that, for sure, when we first touch that franchise. But, okay, so that's another thing. It feels like a ball and chain to your foot. Okay. That is a very good way of putting that, like, as far as that thought, just because, I'm not, as far as anything, really, but they're kind of that vivid perspective, saying that, okay, feel free to correct me if this is not the right way of thinking this or interpreting this, it feels like a chore, then. Which I guess goes to what, Dolphin, you're saying, which is the fact that the learning curve is so high, I feel like it can't get better, it feels like maybe a chore. Or maybe something like, actually, one I know, like, first you've said, too, F-Zero GX on GameCube. What's your experience? Like, I guess, Dolphin, you played F-Zero GX? I played it very briefly. That was the F-Zero game from the GameCube that was developed by Amusement Vision. The people who made Super Monkey Ball, and they make the Yakuza games now, or the Like a Dragon games, they're now called. I know that game is insanely hard from what I've understood, but I've only played it in very small increments. Like, I think it was at a convention they had set up in TVs. That was my only experience playing it. So I didn't really get the chance to be able to sit down with this thing and really, I guess, dive into it completely. as far as the fact of understanding feasibly that pain of how difficult that game can be. And I know, like as you said, that you were not big on F-Zero GX either. We played F-Zero X about a year ago. I checked out Persona 5 Tactica as well on Game Pass for the Xbox systems because he has it, but only because the gameplay piqued my interest. Yeah, and I was thinking that too a little bit because I know, yeah, that came out last month. It came out right when the Super Mario RPG remake came out, as I got, like, the bomb, or what is it called? Yeah, this is the bomb. So, yeah, someone set us up the bomb. I'm gonna set us up the bomb right now to show what it is. It, by the way, removes a single larger section. Basically, it's a better firecracker. Boom, look at that. That's satisfying. Okay, so, because that was what I was thinking, like, okay, with Persona 5 Tactica, they're like, okay, story didn't do it for you on Persona 5 itself and Royal, but then the question that Tactica was different as far as gameplay, so maybe gameplay does that, or Persona 5 Strikers, which, I don't know how the stuff on gameplay goes in that. How is that Persona 5 Tactica? I've not played it. I've heard some people I know who are actually big into Persona 5, as is, and Persona itself, who've played it. I think they said they liked it. It's kind of like, from what I understand, I think it plays like XCOM or the Mario and Rabbids games, from what I've gathered. It's kind of that tactical, strategic, I guess, yeah, it's like a tactical strategy game, is that right? From what it is, using a lot of the character designs out of, actually a lot of the Persona Q2, or Q games. Persona Q1 and Q2 New Cinema Labyrinth, which are on 3DS. And I had that Q2 New Cinema Labyrinth, which I like as what I played of it, specifically. But also, in case of, like, that character design feels like, wait, I don't know if I like that character design out of this game or this franchise. So far, I think it's okay, or alright. Okay. I mean, fine, I don't know, maybe also in other cases, it feels like, we want Persona 6, damn it, it's like, where is that? But then again, the question of, fine, this take of it, this kind of, I guess, twist, and fine, like a strategy game, something like that, where sometimes you do have that big commitment of time you might have to put into it. Like, what's that learning curve gonna be? In fact, fine, I'll answer the question that everybody in chat is going specifically on this. Yeah, you're right on the money, honestly, whether you say it's like Mario and Rabbids. Fine, that's what I saw. I said, I looked at that, I said, it looked like Mario and Rabbids to me, which, from what I understand, Mario and Rabbids itself played a lot like XCOM, or the modern XCOM games, which were on PS3 and 360. And I think it is the same Ubisoft team that made that, as far as Mario and Rabbids is concerned. And then Atlas and Sega said specifically, I guess, with Tactica, say, let's go this direction as far as this. So I'm fine. I guess in that case it was like a lucky guess as we get into the firecracker. They said, I'll hold that so I can get the last item specifically as we go along. Yeah, so it's all right. Those are very good answers as far as, like, a lot of things going on. A lot as far as, like, where is the learning curve? A big case for you is like, no, I can't get across this, or I don't feel like, it feels like I waste my time. You're saying that, so in that case, the Persona 5 thing was kind of an apt one, I guess, because you're saying, fine, I didn't get into this game, I couldn't go on to it, fine, I tried to go on to it more and more, but I eventually felt like, hey, I felt like my time was being wasted. At that point, you even said, hey, I tried to come back, I said, when we get Persona 5 Royal, I was like, maybe I'll like it better. I was like, I can't, I'm sorry. And fair to say that, and also fair to be able to say that, hey, you know what, hey, I'm feeling this way, maybe on something that people really, really like, but also explaining exactly what it is. Even people I know, who love Persona 5, it's like, I get where he's coming from on this one, as it is. Specifically on that, and also because, fine, 4 and 3 specifically were so good. So, that being a perspective, I don't even know if they necessarily, some of the, okay, fine, some have said, I know, who've been on the show, I think Chasm22 is one of them. I think he said he liked Persona 5 most, or maybe it was Edwack, it was one of them. But I know the Crochet Nerd 64, he loves 3. 3 is his jam, specifically. That's his big one. He liked 5, but he also said he really liked 3. 3 was the one that hooked him. No, it's, okay, I'm wrong. It was Edwack was the big one on 5. Kansas 22 was the big one on 4, specifically 4 Golden, which that's the version I have, and when we get to more on Persona after 3 FES, we'll use Golden. I have Golden on the Xbox One, specifically, and we're out through Series X, so it'll run really, really nice. Now, that runs badly on the old system, but it definitely runs well on the new one. And then it was the Crochet Nerd 64 with, 3, as it is. So, fine, a little bit of a cross-section, a little bit, as far as that. You're right, I'm holding my item until I get to the case of being able to show. The last one is the ray gun. It's basically a better magnet, but I want to show that in its full glory. Yeah, you're giving a lot of good ideas or answers as far as that idea of where the learning curve goes on a game, where you're going to connect with the game or not. and then when you're gonna say, like, I've tried, I can't get into it. I just find, I guess in my case, the case where I can't, because fine, this is a game where I couldn't get into it initially, and now that I've come back to it and understood it now, it's clicked and I really like this. To the point in that case, I do honestly think, like, yeah, this is a good game. It's just a case I was not smart enough to grasp it. I'm glad to get another shot, as it is. Also, speaking of Shin Megami Tensei, recently bought Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Complete Edition, which is actually a lot like a Shin Megami Tensei game. I know some people played, I think somebody played that one, or they played Digimon Survive, was it? That's, I guess, an interesting one as far as, like, how it runs, I guess, like Shin Megami Tensei, which connects with Persona, but also is kind of its own thing a little bit. I guess, is it good? I mean, it's also a question of, like, how are the Digimon games as far as that element? And, yeah, we haven't touched Digimon in this show yet. It might be one of those things to be able to give a shot on that, to that, or maybe earlier ones like Digimon World on the PlayStation, or, I know Digimon Rumble Arena, I believe that's on the PlayStation. Well, I know Nocturne has the second game on the PS2, specifically as something for that. Maybe. But, okay, yeah, feel free to go into that. But I said, I guess the case of mine where it's like, fine, I played a game, the learning curve is really, really high, and I find, it's one I still, also, even for the show, want to try and get to. Fine, we'll play it eventually, specifically, because it's another one like this, I know I need to face this. And it's more of a case that, unlike this one, I don't think I'm going to come back to that and say that, okay, I can completely rationalize this. As far as some of the aspects of it, it's Echo the Dolphin Defender of the Future on the Dreamcast, which is great on basically every front in terms of itself, except for the fact that it's so cryptic as far as what you have to do. It looks great, it sounds great, I would even argue it controls really well. It feels like, no, they don't like the camera and elements like that. I think it's fine as far as how it is, but then it's a case that I need to try and make progress. I don't know how to make progress. I feel like I have to look at a walkthrough in that case. So it's one of those things where I want to love it, I really do, but it's also something that, fine, I have to figure that myself, just to kind of come back to that, to kind of understand. In that case, I think we should play that for the show, just because of that very reason. And so far, I only put about 3 hours into Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it's one of those games, like with Shin Megami Tensei, honestly, where you do have to put some time into it. That was me with Shin Megami Tensei 5. It's one of those things that, it's kind of a bit of a slow burn, and I know actually the Crusader 64, he's kind of whatever on it, sort of, because like, I was excited to play this, but it was, actually he said this when we played Majora's Mask, he said, I'm excited to play this initially, but he also said, like, what's the appeal of it being in the desert, which is, like, I don't know, maybe being different than the fact that the other ones are not in desert, specifically. I think even at the end, Edwack, I was like, I don't think he liked the way it ended, from what I understand, so it was kind of a little bit of a case of that, but also something that, fine, with Shin Megami Tensei, that one in particular, that fifth one, it was a bit of a slow burn, but one that, even as far as that, after a little time getting into that, I was like, yeah, I didn't really like what I played of it, and it was quite good. But it's the question of, okay, where is that hurdle go? And I guess with a puzzle game, too. So, okay, maybe this is what it was with this one, for me. Oh, wait, did I get the ray gun? Yeah, I think I did get the ray gun. Wait, I have to do the tower thing. I'm totally ignoring that, so fine. I'll tell you what we're doing the ray gun. Boom. Yes, drill out around the tower. Okay. Yeah, basically it's the magnet except it lasts longer. Okay, so there you go. There are your magic. It sounds like fun, like for Dollyfin saying as far as Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Yeah, I don't know, Dollyfin, what's your background as far as Digimon a franchise or Digimon the games? In my case, fine, I follow Pokemon more than as far as franchise and games than I did with Digimon, but it's also one of those things that I was always curious about it. In fact, I know we did talk aspects of Digimon actually on the show we did this weekend last year. For Final Fight 3, we're talking about elements of, like, character designs, like, that seems kind of weird as far as maybe the, I guess, more adult perspective of certain things with some of the characters, with that, or find one of them whose name escapes me in the moment, but fine, it was when we played Final Fight 3, we talked about that, and I'll have the name down below, just to remind myself, as it was, remind everybody else out there for that, but yeah, we did kind of bring that up, but it's always one of those things that, I know people will know it, and like it, specifically, I know Nocturne's a pretty big one. She's big on Pokemon, but also on that, too. And it's always one of those things that, yeah, I guess I kind of should try and see about it, understand the idea of it more. Although maybe it's also the case that, you know, understanding, or fine, coming to an understanding with other people who really know it, and I guess me being something new for it. When it comes to the Digimon games in general, terms of reception, they get they're all over the place. Yeah, I understood that. I remember, I believe it was actually the Electronic Gaming Monthly review of Digimon World 1 on the PlayStation. Usually when you got a case as far as game reviews or some cases where you have like multiple people reviewing a game like they do, it usually is a case where they'd be kind of close in line, usually, with the case like, do people really like it or not? But then in that case, it was, I think there was one person who gave it a 7, there's somebody else who gave it a 3, and then somebody else who gave it a 2.5. So it's like, out of 10 is worth pointing out. So at that point, it's like, wait, there's one person who's liking it, and the other's like, you're crazy, this game's junk, avoid it. It's like, this looks like a PlayStation game from 1996. Then other ones, like, I think Digimon Cyber Sleuth, maybe that's the perspective. Like Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, I should get that element right. That maybe gives something different. Maybe that's also the thought that they're probably looking, I guess, at how some of those RPGs go. And fine, the Digimon World games, and sometimes they're kind of all over the place. Even in terms of some of the anime series, I think, from that as well. No one seems to agree also on which games are good, except for Digimon Cyber Sleuth, which seems to be universally loved by everybody, apparently. Okay, so I guess then that'd probably be a good one as far as if you haven't touched Digimon, I guess, as games, or maybe as a franchise, or maybe not as a franchise, but perhaps so. That might be the one to start with for the purpose of that, just to kind of get that idea, because it seems like, I guess maybe that's something interesting, the question of, I don't know, maybe the thought of, maybe it's good that there's kind of a question what it is, but it also seems like, wait, somebody's like, no, something really bad. I think I'll need to check that one out. Yeah, I'll be curious to take a look as far as some of these things as is, but that's always the other idea, as we got, that is Stomp. Okay, so we got Stomp, next. If you want big-time muscle, Stomp's your bot. Herculean in strength, but a little on the slow side, or a little slow on the draw. Use him, and you'll give him the hurt. Yeah, he is slow as far as his movement, but his power is strong, so when you do slides, he does it really, really fast. Yeah, so I mean, maybe that's also something, I guess, with it, you know, understanding elements of something like that with a series. And I guess a good thing, maybe there's a disagreement, but then a question of, wait, it feels like, no, there's something that's really, really bad. That's the idea. You know, I guess I'll have to ask Nocturne that, because she, as I mentioned, she has Digimon Rumble 2 on the PS2 specifically, or actually, I think it's on the PS2. Yeah, it's on the PS2, because that was on a couple systems. I think even she's like, I haven't played this game in forever, and I don't know necessarily at this point what I would think about it if I were to play it again, which I guess is kind of interesting. But I guess then the question of, I don't know, as you mentioned, it's all over the place. That's also another question of saying, hey, you know, it's so all over the place. That question on, is the quality maybe there? Although, yeah, I don't know. I mean, fine. I mean, look, as I said at the beginning of the show, the idea of Pokemon question on quality, and fine, I've said this a couple weeks ago, I'll say it again, and I'll say this again when we go back to Pokemon Gen 9, especially when I have Edwack and Nikki in the room, and yeah, they're gonna have to sit there and take everything I say as far as that. That's a franchise where I'm almost wondering, like, wait a second, is it more based upon the brand that they're doing it as far as it, to the point where, yeah, question of how are the quality of it going now, and now the DLC is finished on Gen 9, I think people unfortunately come to that realization as it was. And people tend to agree that the Digimon World is the worst of the bunch. I guess what, the early ones or any of them? Because didn't they do... They did a newer one recently. What was that? They did, I thought they did Digimon World game, what was it? I think on, like, modern systems. Is that right? And from what I've seen, I don't blame them. I've never played them and never will. Okay. I mean, from what I understood, they also looked weird as far as, I guess, how they were on PlayStation. But they made a couple, because I guess they sold, I guess, on the brand name. So fine, the Pokemon analogy potentially, maybe. I mean... Look, I know you have sometimes like, don't play this game because it's horrible. It's also the case that when you say a game is horrible, I always am sometimes going to take that perspective. Is it really like that? But fine, also, that's the other thing. Maybe I also would be in a unique position saying that I don't know this franchise. What is that going to mean to me playing something like that? Oh, probably, fine. For now, it's like modern stuff. It'd probably be a case of, fine, I'd start with the newer stuff just because, hey, they say it's really good and it's probably feasibly more easily available, readily available, unless people say to me, go back in the well on one of these other ones, because I'm always willing to do that. Yeah, Digimon World 1 is considered the worst game out of all of them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess fair enough. I mean, maybe it was also the case of, is that how it looked, weirdly, and fine, I guess it was also being, fine, Digimon as a franchise was often compared to Pokemon, the thought that, hey, those games are better if you're running on console, especially that late on console look better. And they made a couple, but I don't know if the other ones were that great. But yeah, the fact that there was like such a split off, critics not liking that one in particular, yeah, makes sense. But sometimes I guess that question of, you know, yeah, I guess what that's going to be like, really, and what makes it good or bad. I mean, I'll tell you, fine, this is, I got a drop. Okay, so fantastic, I got a good drop on that. Let me actually, yeah, well, okay, I'm almost done with this. I'm not going to use my, my dynamite yet. I'll wait. I mean, I guess going to the theme of kind of coming back to games that maybe you played before that you're like, wait, maybe I want to give them a perspective. And fine, I'll keep on the anime train this way with one. This is a game I played around the time it came out. It was Inuyasha Secret of the Cursed Mask, which was on the PlayStation 2. It was an RPG based around the series where you played as this original character who was basically like the Kagome of the show, but not Kagome. They even have the same case, like she runs to the temple. But she falls down the well, she goes into the feudal era with Kagome and Inuyasha and the gang, and she's going on this RPG adventure. I didn't like it very much. It was not well reviewed at the time. So this game does not look great, even though, fine, the best part of it was the voice acting. Because, like, fine, they have all the voice acting from the TV show as far as the English dub, whereas the only game in that franchise I own, which is Feudal Fairy Tale on the PlayStation, they had the Japanese voices, which are really good too, but the English voices, because I was watching the dub on Adult Swim all the time. I was like, yeah, that was the best thing about it. And I was like, yeah, so I didn't like it that much, and I stupidly sold the game like I shouldn't have. At this point, I don't sell games anymore, just because of the fact that, fine, you know, they might cost a lot of money. At this point, maybe I'm a case where I take games that are not so hot in stride, but the thing that makes me want to come back to, like, with all I'm saying, it's the load times are really, really bad. The way the combat goes, it's slow. The graphics look worse than games I've seen on the Dreamcast, but it's also a case that the reason you're like, why would you ever want to come back to it if you're saying all this thing? Because I found out about, I don't know, I think a year or so ago, I found out it was sadly the final game developed by Quartet, and at first I didn't really think that was like, Quartet, who is that? And then I found out, oh my god, these are the people who made ActRaiser on the Super Nintendo, and I have mentioned ActRaiser multiple times on the show, saying, I love this game to death. I bought that remake that came out a couple years ago, which I really, really liked. And I have that one, and I have the Super Nintendo version through the Wii Virtual Console. That is a game I want to show at some point. I've said that so many times. I said, wait, it's the people who made that. Like, first off, what happened? First off, what happened? Second off, I'm sad that's the last game they made. And third off, maybe I should come back to it just for that very reason, because, like, they made ActRaiser, for God's sake. I love that game, so maybe that's part of what got my attention that way. Fine. Also, maybe just love the series. Although, fine, in my case, when it came to the Inuyasha games, the only one I sort of kind of like, I mentioned, is, I guess, Feudal Fairy Tale on the PlayStation, which is by Dimps, who made Sonic Advance, and Dragon Ball Z Budokai. And, fine, the other one I played, I haven't played this one in a while, and I wasn't huge on it either, but I didn't totally hate it. It was Inuyasha Feudal Combat, which is on PS2. It's by Aiding. It's the people who made Bloody Roar, the people who made Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, and the people who made that Fate Stay game that Nocturne was thinking about pulling out when we did Mega Man Legends 2's finale, until she realized, wait, no, we have enough content here to fill an 8-hour program. So, in that case, like, fine, we didn't play that, but I was like, wait, these are the people who made those, and actually they made a game based on Bleach she has on PSP. So at that point, sometimes that developer maybe gets me interested, like, wait, maybe I can look through it through a new view. And I don't know off the top of my head who made those Digimon World games on PlayStation, or for that matter, who makes the new ones now, including the Cyber Sleuth, keep forgetting the last part of it, Story Cyber Sleuth, I should say. As far as who devs that. In fact, maybe that's the other thing. When I hear of the person who develops a game, or company that develops a game, maybe that gets my attention a little more. Just see that, okay, fine, look, I guess I'm one of those hoity-toity people in terms of, as I said, I have background as far as film studies, as far as in college, as far as an element of that, but also the fact that, fine, I'm a strong believer in the auteur theory, which you look at a work, or sometimes can look at a work in the perspective of, fine, the director or the people who make it to see what's a similarity or something with it. So I guess then going to, fine, with H2O as a company here, saying that, fine, they made 4 games, so I'd be curious to see the other ones, including the RPG they made, which I hear is supposed to be really bad, the 18 Chronicles: The First Mage. It's like, okay, They had something going on with Tetrisphere. They had something going on in New Tetris, which I feel like I want to give another run to again, because it feels like it's been forever since I played it. It also didn't quite do it for me either the first time I played, but, you know, maybe with a new perspective. But then also saying, like, okay, well, how does this fit in with other stuff they make? And then, fine, when I said with aiding as an example, it's like, fine, they make a lot of fighting games. They make a lot of, like, animation, cartoony spectacle fighters. And Quartet, they made a lot of RPGs, stuff like ActRaiser, stuff like, I'm trying to remember, wasn't originated Gaia theirs? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. There's something they made specific, no, I think it was Soul Blazer was there. No, it was. Soul Blazer was theirs. Because it was, I think I saw, it was one of the recent episodes of GameSack that did a look of underrated games. Yeah, they looked at, they did Soul Blazer and they looked at originated Gaia, so I believe originated Gaia was also by them. I'll link to that video, by the way, because it was an interesting watch for the purpose of that. So in that case, like, fine, RPGs, as far as Quartet was concerned. So at that point, putting that into perspective, actually, now I'm thinking about it, I think Quintet made Terra Enigma, which I know we never got in the US. Even this day, we never got that, so... Yeah, it's another case of that, but... Yeah, either way. Yeah, fine, yeah, there is the Tetrisphere game going on here, for sure, but as I said, that also, I guess, goes to why this might be a good one to talk about. And thank you, by the way, to Electverse and to Dolly Fit as well, for going into some of this stuff as far as, I guess, what I'm saying specifically as far as how it is. Oh, shit! Okay, I did too late. That was my problem. I dropped it down too late, when I probably should have waited as it was to do that. Or fine, waited till it cleared and then done something different. But just kind of going into that idea, because it is something, as I said, when I'm coming into this one in particular, this game we're playing tonight, I said, you know, I really want to, I guess, grasp the perspective, hey, I couldn't get this understood when I was growing up. Now I'm in a case where I am, and I'm kind of understanding that idea, and understanding, what do you have a perspective on that? And a lot of good answers as far as when a learning curve might be too much, or when something a game is doing wrong for you might be something that you say, like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I try, but I just can't. For sure. Although, hey, like I said, also, it's one of those things I said, if you're like, hey, you may want to reckon with something like that for the show. It's like, I want to see this just to reckon with. Don't say, like, don't think to yourself, no, I'm not going to do it, or like, I don't want to ask him this. For the purpose of it. We'll do it. I mean, I think in some ways it makes it interesting and kind of makes us understand some of those things more. Even, as I said, I've said this before. In fact, I'll answer this question I know Protorova had a couple weeks ago, which is say, like, why do you play games that are not that great, or games that might be considered bad? And sometimes you might not know. Sometimes you might have a different perspective, other people don't. I mean, that's certainly me with Sonic Superstars right now. I kind of hate that game, whereas I get the sense that there's decent reviews going on, but not decent sales, because I guess other people realize, yeah, just play Super Mario Bros. Wonder instead. They made the right decision. I didn't. I was a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Fine, I'll take myself down that way. I should not have bought that game, but fine. I'm glad I did, just to get a sense of, fine, I really don't like this, and get a sense of, fine, that's, I guess, maybe my case. Think like, oh, I'm gonna love this 2D Sonic, and I don't. And I'll play it for the show. I'm not gonna say, no, we don't play it for the show because I don't like it. I was like, no, we will, because then in that case, we can go into it. But even though I play a game I don't like, I was like, you know, for the show, I'll say, you know what? I still have a great time doing it, because I can kind of get to my perspective of a game that way, kind of an understanding, but also hear all of your perspective. Like, you might have something different, and I love that. I love that idea that people come in and say, like, hey, I love this game, or other people's like, no, I don't love this game, here's why. That kind of sharing of ideas, that sharing of perspectives. And I guess with Tetrisphere, let's talk that about this game then, as I'll try to get where the Connect perspective is. I guess since if I should use my dynamite yet. You know what, I'm gonna wait on my dynamite. And that is, I guess, the reception of this game, which was... Fine, it was released early in the Nintendo 64's life when there were not a whole lot of games out on the system yet. They mentioned 2 weeks before GoldenEye, as it was. And it was first puzzle game, so it was a case that, I guess, I had some big shoes to fill in Nintendo's perspective, even with the idea, like, hey, you know, they may be pushing H2O to a maybe not so, you know, admirable way about how they want to get that game going, that they came up with this game that they did. This was what it was, and then the question, what's that reaction going to be? And I do remember, I think, even in Nintendo Power, which had a lot of cases of people who worked in Nintendo who would do translations on games. I don't know if anybody who worked in Nintendo Power worked on this game as far as anything like that. But saying it seemed like some of the opinions of that game were all over the place. As far as somebody's like, you have to learn to be understanding this game. Other people's like, it's too much, I can't handle this. Other people's like, oh my god, I love this because I was able to kind of get over that hump of its learning curve. And I guess even also the perspective of how in their 100th issue, which was actually only a month after the game came out, they did have it at number 50 on their greatest games of all time, which even they admitted. They said, like, we have GoldenEye on here. It's like, we have it at number 7. It's like, there are even people around this offices are saying, like, we need to make this game number 1 because we can't stop playing this damn thing, even though it's only been out for a month. But they said something that is hilarious in retrospect now, but back then, they were right to say this. This game has not been around long enough to prove its staying power, so we can't put it at number 1. I mean, clearly it has now, after 26 years, we know that. And then with Tetrisphere, they had it at number 50, to which they said, no, fine, I'll get to the next thing, and I have my 100th issue up here. They did say something that, when you look at it or read it, it might sound like a little bit of a backhanded compliment, but I don't know if they necessarily meant it that way. But even in that same issue, fine, that's one of those rare games, along with GoldenEye, that they technically reviewed the game for the magazine twice. Because they reviewed it the month before their 100th issue, along with GoldenEye, and then that next month they said, fine, have our new review section where we do a different way of how we lay things out. We're reviewing both this and Tetrisphere in the same magazine again, even though we reviewed it last month, under this new method we're doing. And that was kind of a case where they're saying, like, yeah, it seems like it's almost all over the place. And even, I guess, then what the audience reception was on this, because other critics seem to really kind of be all over the place. Some said it's too much. They're not huge onto it. I believe it was... I think it was it GameSpot? It was some outlet who gave it a 9.5 out of 10. They loved it. And now I'm thinking about it, I'm getting a sense that, yeah, I get exactly where this kind of come through. And especially also something different as far as that change of pace. And also that change of pace, I guess, of Tetris. I guess in my case, I don't know if I necessarily said, oh, I expected this to be like old Tetris or Tetris Attack as it was when I first played it. But it was also something that maybe I was not prepared for it as we're getting the I guess, the line going on there. So we have to follow the path. Okay, so that's one. Maybe go underneath that. Okay, so that's going kind of in a circle. There's that. We can get there. See, now that I know I can hit B button on those crystals, those crystal pieces in the same shape as what I got and transform them, I'm now just doing that all the time, as it is. But, yeah, I mean, it is... So it is... There's a unique legacy this game has, to the point where, as I mentioned on the start of the show, it has not been re-released yet. I mean, maybe it's a case... Maybe there's a thought that nowadays, if they were able to get a re-release of this, like on Switch Online expansion pack or something, that maybe it would be a case where... I don't know if it finds a second life exactly, but maybe it gets to a case of getting people's attention. Alright, so fine, I'll briefly go into that thing with the Nintendo Power article because they're doing this. And I'll also have the picture of this when I put it up, because yeah, I do have my issue 100 still. I'm holding on this thing for dear life. Oh shit, they're not doing it. They're not doing the thing, so fine. Oh, sorry, I'm teasing you. We'll do it a little later, I promise. We'll talk about it, no question. As I said, I'll also go as far on this as I can, and then we'll show the other modes off as it is, specifically. Enjoy this great music. Yeah, your Saturday night dance party. This is it. Your Saturday night dance party before the holidays, specifically. And also, actually, no, I don't know if I mentioned this tonight yet, but this is also my last show this year, where it's just myself, actually, alone. We'll get to schedule a little later, but, yeah, so in that case, able to sit back and have a good time as far as this one, and kind of have my perspective, like, fine, I know I'm the one controlling this. And I said, also, maybe that's my thing, because, like, yeah, we have the best guests on the show, but it's also something that even they'll sometimes, like, look, we want you to control stuff as far as these things, like, we get to Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, it's like, that's all you. It's like, fine, I'm fine with being all me, I just gotta make sure I'm ready for when we get to that, and other stuff. But in this case, that also means, like, hey, I get to have an element of that, and fine. In this case, it's a personal one for me, because I always said, I wanna understand this one, I wanna kind of realize what was it I'm missing, and I think I have finally found out what I was missing. Like I said, it just took me 26 years. Even to the point where I'll tell you, even, it's kind of easy just to talk with this one as it's been, just because of this case, fine, I'm kind of in the mood of it now, I'm kind of in the rhythm. just kind of moving along. I was even doing this as my test play, because I'm like, okay, fine, what am I going to do with this? I was kind of just sitting here on the couch in front of my big-ass 58-inch TV. Like, you weren't playing Tetrisphere on this back in 1997, but now you are. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm kind of getting into this specifically. Okay, fine. The thing from the magazine, number 50. They said, quote, Tetrisphere ranks right up there with the best puzzles in almost every category, plus it has cool music and nice graphics, two areas that seem to be missing from most puzzle games. Now, as I said, that's the line, that last line there. I don't think they meant that the way that maybe that comes off, which is the fact of almost the inference that puzzle games don't have good graphics. Which I guess also is another point of discussion that maybe I was kind of thinking to myself before I did this. I said, like, okay, fine, we're going to have the chat discussion. We go over chat goes. That's fine. I'm not going to say, chat, no, you have to follow what I'm doing. No problem whatsoever. I'll adjust specifically. But I also said, maybe one of my thoughts of topic for that was like, okay, that line of theirs, the idea of cool music and great graphics in a puzzle game. Look, we've played tons of puzzle games that have amazing graphics and music, even ones that came out before this. Stuff like Tetris Attack, Tetris 2, Warriors Woods, and many others. So, I mean, then it also goes to the question of what makes great graphics to you, especially in a game like a puzzle game. I mean, fine, this game does have great graphics in terms of what it's doing visually. The fact that it is differentiating those power pieces, and you look at those like, hey, they look a little fuzzy. I know I can use those to kind of keep my time going up, or move those out so I can get a sense of, oh, what that is. Or I know that these are things I can either transform if I have the right block there, or just slide them out to make them crash out of the way. Then the question of, like, what makes a good-looking game? Sometimes it might be pretty. It might be something that Dolly Finn's often said in the show, or on the show, which is the color can be very appealing, as one example. But I also, and I guess then the question also on frame rate on this one, which is not a bad frame rate. I mean, even as it's slowing a bit, it is consistent. And for this game, it makes sense that it runs that way, as we're seeing Turbine. Sound fast and powerful? He is. Turbine is the third fastest of all the bots and handles like a charm. He has a little higher speed than Wheels does, and a little less power. So yeah, that's kind of where their stats are. There's two stats, power and speed. That's the idea, as we get multi. Okay, so for level 6. Yeah, we're going pretty well on this one. But yeah, as I said, that line there kind of got me thinking, which is that what are great graphics in anything, but also what is it like in a puzzle game? I think in this one, I think maybe it is the atmosphere that's going as far as how it is. And the music as well. The idea that they said they want to put you in this almost trance-like element. Dolphin, you said it's almost like a caffeinated take on Tetris. Yeah, maybe, but also, I mean, yeah, the techno soundtrack maybe will give a sense of that. It's almost like the idea, like, go to a nightclub and listen to Tetris. Which I don't know if there's ever been a case of a nightclub that's done that. Although, if there has, let me know, I want to go, specifically. Or, I don't know, it's the case, like, if I ever run a nightclub and DJ something, like, I'd do that. Specifically, people probably say, like, what the fuck is this? Or, I don't know, maybe someone's like, oh my god, this is great. Like, what is this? It's so fantastic. Even the point where they wouldn't necessarily put together, like, wait, this comes from a game from 26 years ago. But, yeah, there you go. But, I mean, with this one, I mean, I think it does have this great variety. It almost looks this very neonish perspective. Kind of fitting for something out of the 90s. And I guess maybe 80s. Fine, it would be more like neon pink if it was, like, out of the 80s. But something like that, it does kind of have that kind of, I guess, feel to it. And it definitely feels very spacey, very, I guess, what Nintendo 64 was to start, very futuristic. The thought that they always said change the system with the Nintendo 64 at the very start of it. And then later said stuff like, get in or get out. So, like, this is almost like a setup of that perspective of it. Almost as, like, techno-y thing you'd see. And, like, even just that perspective, get the, like, the little shards of the blocks coming off. Like that. Like, yeah, this ain't your daddy's Tetris. That's the idea, specifically, maybe, of something like that. Which then, fine, they did that with the new Tetris. Where, basically, in that case, you're basically building pyramids as far as how they're lined. They give you reason to run lines differently. So, like, yeah, you're clearing lines for the game, whilst you're building new things for that. And they also went kind of a techno score, as I mentioned, because the same musician did that game as this one. So in that case, as far as the look of this, it is something that is appealing, just kind of looking at this, as you can kind of understand where certain things are. It has this almost robotic perspective, too, that makes it stand out a bit differently. As it also, in this case, the frame rate thing, because it's a little more deliberate how some of the machinations this are, it kind of fits better than, honestly, as I said, the new Tetris. I think my thing with new Tetris initially was the fact that I felt that when I first played it, it seemed like it looked great as far as its colors, but it's also something that's like, it seems really slow as far as like the blocks moving, even for a Tetris game. And maybe it also didn't help that I had played Magical Tetris Challenge from Capcom that came out on the system the same year as it was. I mean, admittedly, that didn't look as great because, fine, I guess it was an arcade port, and also I guess the color look was different. I mean, new Tetris looked better, but it didn't run as well, and maybe that was my thought, but also maybe I wasn't really thinking also about the tech reasons the same way Tetrisphere is, where it's like, hey, we had to have it this way so we can maintain this to have its multiplayer running. So that was my thing, so I played that one much more. Actually, the new Tetris, that one I did own on N64. Yeah, what'd you think of it? I mean, I didn't think it was a bad game when I played it. It was another one like this, honestly. I rented it. I had a decent enough time with it, but then there's a case that I returned it, and at that point, it was like, I never really went back to it, but not a case of me saying, like, oh, I didn't necessarily like it, and maybe it was just a surprise on certain things. And also, fine, maybe I didn't get enough time to play the 4-player, because I know it's the only 4-player version of Tetris that was on that console. Even Magical Tetris Challenge was 2-player only, as far as how it was. Fine, I guess, like this one, that's another one that I think maybe I owe another shot to, and another one that also, like this one, good news also about this, if you never played it, not expensive, this or the new Tetris. Yeah, I like the objective of building things, just playing Tetris through that. Yeah, and I like that idea too. I mean, admittedly it was kind of a grind, although then again, fine, you're building a pyramid with Tetris pieces, of course it's going to be a grind. That's going to be kind of the idea. And maybe it was just the case that we sometimes said the idea like games that might be ahead of their time, perhaps, of the sense that you might not maybe be in. It's a case where sometimes, and maybe the thing with this game is that with this game, I think I was not in the rhythm of this one specifically when I first played it. It seemed like it was such a foreign concept to me that I didn't grasp it, or I maybe didn't try hard enough to grasp it. That was maybe my failing as far as that. But it's also something that sometimes you go back on games like that, they might not have been necessarily well received when they came out back at the time, but they might be seen as something, I guess, more, I mean, better now just because in some cases you're maybe more used to that. I mean, I know, actually one good example of this, I would say, well, like, not so much as a, how was it as far as a quality of game exactly, so much as a reevaluation of a company, I would say, would be From Software. The people who make Dark Souls. Everyone knows them for that. They know them for that. They know them for Elden Ring. They know them for the Armored Core games, the Armored Core 6, which came out this year. But I remember back in that era, there were things they were doing that I'd heard the names of, but I heard this name From Software, like Armored Core. They did tons of those on the PlayStation 1. They were kind of incremental updates to it, and they did do Armored Core 2 until the PS2. I think like 3 or 4 of those on the PS1 as they were before they went to the second. And then other games were kind of on the periphery. There was that. There's Echo Knight, which I have, I downloaded on the PS3, which is kind of this survival horror game out of them. Or Shadow Tower being another one where they basically, I know the Stop Skulls Fighting channel that I watched, they did a perspective of games that From Software did before Dark Souls or Demon Souls as it was, and said, Shadow Tower is a case that nobody knows what this game is. I don't think it was necessarily well reviewed when it came out. But you look at it now, you're like, this is basically doing Dark Souls before that ever came around, and it kind of puts it maybe in a more fascinating context. And also, in the case of the new Tetris, taking that as far as building stuff with the Tetris pieces, saying that, fine, that idea of a grind, you're used to that in other genres perhaps, but then in terms of a puzzle game, what does that necessarily look like? But then we played, as far as our first look at this, and I promise you, this is not going to be our last look, Tetris Effect Connected a few weeks ago. That's a game where you're kind of, in a sense, grinding it a little, sort of, for some of the things you're doing with it, to kind of get the lines going and also get through a bunch of the levels and get some of the stuff you can get running with that. But I think with new Tetris, it's one of those things that I hadn't seen that perspective before, and maybe I was not ready for that. So that can be an interesting thing. And fine, an interesting thing also looking back at a company, it's like, hey, I know them now for something huge, but going back, like, what did they do before? And fine, I'm always the one who likes to pull out for From Software, so like, Yeah, has anybody ever played The Adventures of Cookie and Cream on the PlayStation 2? Which is a very cutesy kind of running game, sort of, where these two characters, you're controlling them both at the same time, unless you do a two-player. And it's this kind of weird thing that was not liked necessarily at the time by certain reviewers, but something that definitely was kind of an interesting one. Or fine, I'll say this as far as the From Software game, my From Software jam, early in their years. I don't know if you played this. Otogi, Myth of Demons, and they made a sequel, whose name I forget off the top of my head. They were on Xbox, and they made them backwards compatible with the Xbox One, Series S, and X a couple of years ago. They've actually gone up in price much more than I thought they did, unless you get them digitally. Because, yeah, on the Xbox One, Series S, and X, they're available digitally, but you can buy the Xbox disc and put them right in. It's this beautiful, kind of, almost haunted take of like a hack and slash, but this very kind of floaty perspective as far as how it moves in a really good way, in that you kind of feel like you're falling slow, but in a way that you really feel like you have this control over it, over your character, and over kind of your manipulation of these environments, including the fact you can break the environments pretty much completely. Well, you hear this beautiful Japanese instrumentation music going on. It's like this feudal kind of sound to itself. It just sounds so lovely, and it looks amazing. And it's one of these things that I saw that said, this game is awesome. It's a game that did not get a lot of attention. In fact, I'll say this. I know, like, you say, like, I did not like the Shinobi on the PS2, that original, saying like, the difficulty of that game is bullshit. Like, yeah, if you didn't like that, play Otogi. That game is way more manageable as far as how the controls are, and also just how that feel is, even though I guess it gets harder as it is of what I played of it. But it's also a case that, even coming out of From Software, something that it maybe eases you in. And as you mentioned, I like what you said as far as that with what you were saying before, saying like a game that feels like it's wasting my time. The fact that I put so much of my time into a game, and I feel like maybe it's not worth it. So that might be the theme of something like that. And then I guess with New Tetris, that's the other thing, which is when you're building up the stuff for that, it's kind of that build, I guess, as far as kind of going through that to get to grind that out. But then when you get that can be satisfying when you're like, yeah, I built that pyramid after all these hours I put in. I mean, honestly, at that point, fine. We probably should come back to that. Fine, we're going to do as many stuff as far as puzzle games as they are anything as it is a course on the show. And I did say we're doing Magical Tetris Challenge eventually. I just have to get a copy of that specifically, and we can play it. And I think maybe we should do the new Tetris on top of that. I don't know necessarily at the same time as Magical Tetris Challenge. Maybe separate them out as separate shows. But yeah, it might be one of those things, maybe give that look of what was original Tetris looking like on this console. And in this case, kind of, fine, it doing something different with the name. Falling that down. All right, come on, come on, come on. Okay, there we go. That's awesome. All right, but yeah, I have to do the drills. Like, where is the drill? Yeah, if you lose the drill, basically what I just do is just go into diagonals. Like, where the hell is the drill? Or where the hell is the picture? Because I think... Okay, not there. Or the other thing you do is, since I have that firecracker, even though it's not going to do tons of clearage, I can get that set. And by the way, if you hit the C down button to do that, you can move the cursor around to kind of paint it out a little. And there's another item, so I could feasibly grab that too. And the good news is that aside from, you know, time limit for moving as far as the pieces and all that, there isn't a time limit on the maps for this, so you can kind of keep it going. Alright, so I gotta find this specifically. Where is it? Yeah, this is what happened as far as my test plays. The case that, fine, I eliminated so much of this, is like, wait, where's the other one? Also, clear this out enough so I can get that stuff set. So, I mean, okay, I guess in that case, when it comes to myself with this company, as I said, fine, the two games that I played, which are this and the new Tetris, they're cases where yeah, maybe I was not completely on the wavelength, but I mean, fine, I'm glad I came back to this, as it is, just to, because I was going to be asked for, look, I don't care what it is. If you ask for it, I'm going to play it. I don't care what it is. I'm not somebody who's going to say no, but it's also one of those things that sometimes coming back to something like this, I kind of like that perspective and give, or even if I don't like a game, you know what, it doesn't matter if I don't like a game technically for the show. I mean, hey, if you're liking it, you have an element to it, or you're liking the show, you have a good time watching the show, that's all that's worth it. It's like, even bad games, like, hey, we played Batman Forever, not a good game, but I love doing that show. I had a great time playing it, as an example, just because we came up with the element of it. We had our stories of it, as far as the series, as far as the Enterprise, as far as that game, as far as coming up with the narrative. So like, hey, who knew Batman was a magician? Like, nobody else is saying that but us. So, there you go. And that's why we'll keep doing that. And also, at some point, just to go that element, since I know the next DC game we're doing is Justice League Task Force in March, we do need to do a good DC game, or a really good DC game, specifically a really good Batman game. Chat, what do you want to see for that, as far as it? I want to get, I know it costs some money, I want to try and see if I can invest in this, Adventures of Batman and Robin on the Super Nintendo, as it is, because basically the Batman the Animated Series game. There's also a Batman the Animated Series game on the Game Boy, and I do have, Batman Arkham Asylum and Arkham City on 360, and if, I guess if the Return to Arkham game has been fixed enough on the Xbox systems from when it came out, we could play it on that, or just play them on 360, as it was, or as it is. Because it is something that, yeah, you know, sometimes I think about it, like, hey, am I coming up with a narrative on a show as far as it's like, hey, we'll focus on certain games, or I'll focus on one thing, like, no, that's the bad case. But oh, fine. Oh, fine, I'll preface when we get to Justice League Task Force a little bit, which is that I don't know if I can say that's a bad game exactly. It's a clunky game, sure, it's stiff, yes, but it's one of those kind of in-the-middle games that I know it doesn't get a good reception as it is, and I get it, but it's also something that is kind of in a gray area. So, fine, I'll go back to what Proto mentions, like, why do you play games that are not that great? But also the case is that, well, sometimes I don't know, something like that, that's kind of an enigma, as far as, like, is that a good game or not? Sometimes it's a question of, maybe it's not easily clear-cut. I mean, the games that are really, really good or really, really bad, maybe that can be clear-cut, or maybe it's not. Maybe it might not be for you, or for me, or for anybody, feasibly, as far as how they come to it. But with something like Justice League Task Force, it seems like it's kind of a question. I mean, fine, you could also, depending on who you ask, they could say this is a bad game, because they're like, hey, it's too difficult for them, or they feel like, I didn't feel like my time was, you know, put specifically, or I guess, rewarded enough, or something. But it's also a case that I knew with this one, like, I knew I wasn't going to say, like, oh, we're going to handle this as a case, like, this is a bad game, or, like, the bad game case of, like, April Fool's Day, because I said, I playing this, I said, I know I can't say that on the top of it, and given how all over the place this game was, as far as how its reception was concerned, oh, shit, as I fortunately dropped another one stupidly, I said, oh, crap, alright, fine, I got a game over, at least I get to show what a game over's like. Which is probably for the best anyway, because I was kind of going off that. But when you get a game over, it's what we're pointing out, you do 3 misses. You do have an unlimited continue, so you can keep going as, yeah, Wheels gets a little, yeah, he's, tired. And, you know what, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. It does save your progress, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go change the character. So, since we had him, we ran Wheels most of this way. We're gonna run Turbine, we run Jack, Stomp, Gyro, Gear, and Rocket. I'll show Rocket, and then I'll also show, Stomp. Let's go back to hide and seek mode. We'll do the other ones for sure. This is also what it is, because it gives you save going on episodes. You have multiple episodes, so we'll go back to this level we started on 6-2. I do love that touch, where you have, like, the bouncing perspectives of them in the orbs going to start. Okay, so fine, back to drill. I'm not going to dilly-dally with the drills. We're going to focus on the damn drills, which are right there. So there goes that one, there goes that one. They're basically all kind of in a line on this one. And you're saying like, whoa, look at that. He moves insanely fast. So that's what the speed is. So, those goes the idea like, hey, are you comfortable doing the movement? Fine, I'm sliding, he's going slow. But if I'm moving like that, yeah, look at him. I'm getting distance over that ball massively. Just going on. I don't know if it's like, it's case you'll look at that getting motion sickness, maybe. If so, I'm sorry. But the case of, fine, you know, yeah, I'm going so fast. So, in that case, that's where, I guess you can kind of get a sense of... Oh, wait, that's a wild piece. Okay, a wild card. Actually, I guess then, now I'm realizing it, I guess the game doesn't say as far as the transform out of that, of the crystal blocks when you have wild cards. It's like, fine, you can't do that. Alright, so where is the picture? It's around here somewhere. They're all in this area, so they have to be down here below somewhere. So that is also, I guess, where the puzzle comes from, saying that, fine, I have to do clearages, but, like, where is the picture I have to find on the bottom when I get down there? Yeah, in the meantime, feel free to keep going into anything else you got on this or anything else you got on your mind as it is. And I'll probably come up with more stuff as we go along as it is for it. I'm just trying to think also what else I haven't covered on this game yet. I guess, fine, since we're saying like the question of the reception of this game, what was that like? It was kind of all over the place. I guess, fine, I'll talk the sales numbers, because I was able to find sales numbers specifically for this one, which were... Yeah, I'll get in just a second. When I find the... It's here. I know it's here. Let's find where that picture is. As soon as I find it, we'll be good. Oh, wait. I have a wild card. Maybe there's something down there. Yeah, in this case, also, I have to dig down, I guess, from bottom. So, yeah, gravity combos would be actually pretty handy to be doing here, but I'm not doing them yet. Also, it's worth pointing out, when you're underneath a block that way, you can grab underneath it, but also, it's like, yeah, where is that? I can't see it. So sometimes it's tough to see where it is, so you have to sometimes be a bit careful. So it's kind of a risk doing those gravity combos or trying to set them up because of the fact that, hey, there's something underneath that, I might not be able to see that. Then I guess that's what the puzzle mode is for, because of the fact that it kind of teaches you that perspective. It's under here. I know it's under here. The hell is it? There's also that case that, yeah, as I'm going down, I want to keep the timer going. Okay, good. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah, but Rocket's running so fast. Like, okay, fine. I'm not used to running Rocket. I just basically ran wheels the whole time, but I think it's probably better just to kind of get a sense. I guess feel free this way. Yeah, to like for anybody else who's played this in the audience, what was your preference of character? How'd you tend to play this? Did you like to play this running fast for movement or fast for sliding? I mean, I can see the uses for both of them, honestly, and it's something that, compared to other puzzle games we played, where it's like, hey, the characters doesn't really make much of a difference when you play. As far as what the skill is going to be, you can be great with anybody. This one, it kind of does. All right, it's under here somewhere. I know it's under here. Or feasibly, the other thing you can do is... Oh, wait, okay, there's one. Okay, so fine, I missed this one, so it's here. So I guess to quote The Empire Strikes Back, that's it. The rebels are there. Okay, so they're there specifically, so it's right underneath this. Alright, so the drill is... Okay, that's it. I can kind of see it right there. So fine, okay, they put multiple drills on, so you sometimes can't see where it is. I just looked at all the wrong ones, so basically just put it down here. So yeah, dig out specifically. That's it. You have to just dig out. That's pretty much what the plan on Tetrisphere is going to be. Right there. I just also don't want to lose sight of that. But it's also the case that, fine, I don't want to lose sight of it, but I also kind of want to get some magic if I can get it. Okay, fine. I probably should have put another block there to make that happen. Fine. There. Yeah, since there's enough of the power pieces, I'm not going to be too nervous moving this out. Okay, fine. I'll get a massive one, because it will go the whole way. It goes all across, even though it doesn't look it. Alright, perfect. Alright, this is going to be massive. Fine, let's follow it then. Alright, that's 32. So, and I got the, okay, I got that perfect. Yeah, the magnet's gonna be perfect here. I just have to find out, remember, where was it? Right here, perfect. Okay, I just need to see where that is. I like moving for fast sliding. Yeah, so basically you run for power. Is that right? I mean, given how you have to slide a lot, you saw that. That took a while because I'm running Rocket, where he moves fast as far as his movement speed, but not so much when it comes to his slide speed. It took a while to set that up. Whereas I can just kind of move this way and go. Yeah, I mean, that is a good strategy. It's probably the way to go. Fine, I'll show, Stomp, who's the strong character as far as doing that. So there it is. I just need to get a little more. And also, in some ways, you're going to be holding to the next piece as far as what it is, and next is a wild card. Oh, shit, no! Keep doing that. Fine, if nothing else is also saying, was like, yeah, don't do that. Like, yeah, you have to get out of the habit. You're right. Actually, fine, that's another reason maybe also to run for sliding. Okay, got him. Fantastic. Alright, finally made it. Okay. Alright, yeah, I'll go back to the sales thing. Yeah, because the sales of this game, so H2O themselves said it was about 430,000 units, which was the best-selling game of theirs. That was 290,000 for the new Tetris, 100,000 for Alien Chronicles, and then their last game, which was the Flintstones, Big Trouble in Bedrock for the Game Boy Advance, that was 30,000. And all those numbers, except for that first one for Tetrisphere, is by VG charts. I'll put a link to them, because if you're looking for as best information you can get for early game sales, which is not easy to ascertain, they're the best one, although there's a little bit of a disagreement, sort of, as far as their number. They said 360,000 units for this game, compared to H2O said 430,000. I mean, fine, compared to GoldenEye, which sold in, like, the multiple millions, yeah, not massive, but then again, this game definitely found an audience, clearly, for something a little. I guess for something like this, that's that idea. Okay, so unique, Honor the Drill is the unique shape. Okay, fine. Okay, so it sort of shows you the description again for certain things you've seen sometimes, sort of. Also, I think the other thing is that as soon as I beat this, which, by the way, I believe this is the last one of the episode, and then I think we'll show another mode off. And I'll come back to this as far as my other file, because I have something I need to reckon with myself. I need to make sure that I can get this set. I'm going to change character as far as before we go to the next thing. We'll do rescue next. I think that's probably the best way to go next. Okay, that's go there. Okay. But it's also something, so it's a weird thing as far as the way this game is, in the sense of, hey, you have a choice of how you want to play it, which is cool as far as saying that, hey, I want to slide fast, or I want to just move around fast. But also the case that you're sort of on a time limit, but not on a time limit in the sense that you're looking for blocks to be able to clear out to keep that clock up. I will show, you know what, I don't have an item specifically. I'll show this now. I'll show what, running out of time looks like. Just to give an idea what happens. So yeah, in that case, I'll just build blocks. I'll get a big chain going, or a big combo set. So when this runs out of time, I will be able to have a nice redemption and find where the unique shape is, which is under the drill. So I have to find where the drill is. So I probably shouldn't be doing it here, but I will at least have an item. So you're gonna hear that ding ding. That means it's zooming in forward. I love this effect, specifically as it's going. But if you get too close. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, never mind. Okay, fine. I made a mistake. When you get too close, the piece drops on its own. Okay, that was my mistake. Although I think it might auto-miss, or you might automatically miss if you run out of time when it goes yellow. But it gets so close, it basically drops that piece. So basically, okay, so, fine. This is not really a concept I really thought enough before right now, but fine. Sometimes we talk about perspectives of game, as far as like third person, first person, maybe second person if you ever played Driver San Francisco, which I know the Crusader 64 mentioned that concept in that one. You're sort of watching yourself play as far as part of the story of that game. The way this game is, as far as what are we looking at here, basically from this perspective, that shadow, they say the shadow, now I understand why they call it that, now that I'm really sitting back and thinking about it. That is, I'm watching the piece go down. Basically, you're the piece going down. So if you ever played Tetris before, and you said, you know, the Tetraminos fall down, and then you put them down, but you're kind of seeing them just from the side view like you normally would. Like, what if you were watching the piece go down as the piece? And fine, this game does that specifically. So, like, fine, you're in the view of the piece, and the shadow is that piece going down. It basically just hits the sphere eventually, as it is. Like that. You know what? Fine, let's watch that. So, like, yeah, it's falling on the do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, but it is gonna go down, and then you just hit there, like, boom, there you go. Which I guess, from a perspective, I guess, it's unique. As far as that idea, where's the drill? They said there's a drill underneath this. Somewhere. I don't know, it's like I've cleared so much of this, I don't see anything. Finally, we'll cut through here with the rocket, or the firecracker. Okay, nothing there. Fine, the only other game I can think of that does that, and I don't know, Chad, if you've ever played this. I've seen this, I've never played it. 3D Tetris, which is on Virtual Boy, which came out a year before this game did. It also is, actually, it's perspective-wise not dissimilar to this in the sense that you're watching the piece go down and you're basically making lines like Tetris normal, Tetris regular, I should say, not normal, Tetris regular. Kind of in that perspective, but you have to kind of then tilt them in 3D as it's going down, but not so much that you are the piece, really. It's just you have to get a sense of what that is, and okay, fine, that was me switching that block out quickly enough to get another shot. Fine. How about here? Is there anything? Like, yeah, we're gonna strip this thing bare if we have to. Okay, I was like, wait, okay, I was excited thinking that was it. I was like, no, it's one of the crystal blocks. Okay, fine, we gotta get rid of that, fine. Crystal block, now I'm mad, you're going, oh, never mind. Okay, fine, so, I found it, or we found it, I should say. It just took a sec, it's like, wait, where is it? So there's the picture, now we can get it. Okay, fantastic. And we got it. Okay, nice job. Yeah, doing decent on this thing so far as it is. Okay, yeah, the mission I am always nervous about, I will tell you this right now. The Crystal Tower. I don't know, like, first, what's your take on this, if you've ever seen the Crystal Tower? Yep, it's the tower mission again, where you have to get the picture that's underneath it, but this is different because if any parts of this breaks off, you lose instantly. This is it, by the way. I'm also gonna try something IGN said to do. I want to see this. They said use an item on the top of it and everything else surrounding will go down, it'll be fine. Let me see if that's actually true or not. Okay, it is true. Alright, fine. Your easy way to do this is, I guess that. So, okay. As I mentioned, what you gotta do is you have to be very careful when you're clearing because... I'm trying to think of a good example. Okay, so fine. If I were to... I don't know. If I were to clear this... And there's other blocks underneath that we can't see yet. And that crystal tower goes down. If any part of that collapses, you instantly lose. So it's one of those things you kind of have to start digging from other sides of the sphere in order to avoid that. Because, fine, you have to have enough stuff going on that you can do that. So, basically, fine. The IGN method is like, oh, here's a hint, do this. Just hit it straight on, as far as the tower, everything else surrounding will be fine. That one, I never got that far. Yeah, I never got that far until actually just recently. Specifically, because I said, fine, I know I have to practice this, so I said, fine, practice, let's see what happened, and I found this, like, I was like, oh shit, I at first said, oh, it's the tower thing, I know what to do, and I collapsed it, and part of the tower collapsed, and like, wait, I lost, what happened? And like, oh no, you can't hit down any part of it. And yeah, because, yeah, underneath that could be something, bad for all I know, so, I had to kind of keep out of the way. Yeah, this is where they're getting a little devilish, like, yeah, I could destroy that, but, you know, if I do, that could be a problem. So now, basically, I think what I want to do on this... You're pretty... Fine, if you're not going to use that, I guess, exploit as it is, or that trick, which I didn't know was a thing until I was doing my notes... I was finishing my notes up today, because it said, I want to make sure I'm understanding that right. Okay, I got another item underneath that. Fine, you know what? I'll show legitimately doing this, and we'll do... I showed it one way, so fine. You see those crystal blocks, get rid of them out of the side that way. And then if you can, basically just get the blocks out of the way, don't destroy them. But the thing is that on the later version of this, because of the fact that it's dug in so deep, you often are not going to know what's underneath that. It's going to be something where you're going to look at that and say, like, okay, if I don't do that right, I'm going to be in trouble. So, okay, that's one of the ones I can pull right out. So I can move that out of the way. I'm like, yeah, get that out of the way. I don't want that anywhere near there. And good news is all of these are power pieces except for this one, or that one over there. So fine, I can do this okay now. Way better than I thought. Oh, okay, fine. The other thing you do is also use the fact that you can do the transformation of the crystal blocks to use that to transform it into a power piece. Because anytime you do the transformation, it turns into a power piece. And I think, although I'm not sure, that sliding might break that. Well, fine, we'll put it to the test later because I want to understand that completely. Fine, also get on the record that understanding. Because I said, I don't know necessarily people let's play this game exactly or find anything, but as I said, I don't care if people don't let's play this game. We are. We'll play whatever you want. Which is why, as I said, we're an independent weekly gaming show as far as what we play. Meaning that, yeah, I don't have to answer to anybody else except the chat that way. And in that case, the chat says, like, I want to see a game. I'm like, yeah, you got it. Let's do it. And in that case, it also gives a good document to something like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, since I do have 2 pieces there, is get rid of them. And I have a wild card. Perfect. So let's move that out. I just need to move... You just need to get rid of the pieces that are touching it. So, like that. Then move that out of the way, and there you go. Yeah, that is how you do it. Not easy. I made it look easier than it was. I'm not gonna lie. But they put that at the end of each of the hide-and-seek episodes. Because they have stages and levels, but this is the end of episode 1. So this is actually the last one for that. I think what I'll do is I'll go into my other file. Now that I have that exploit, I want to try that with the one I got stuck on in my practice. So let's get you out, and then we'll take a look at that and look at the other modes. Yeah, because I like the idea of how this is going and also how we're playing this. I mean, that's the other thing. Just going back to it, it's like, hey, you know, we'll play anything specifically. I guess it makes an interesting challenge sometimes when it comes to that, saying, like, how do you scope a game of things? I've been saying that more and more now, I think, in the past couple weeks, saying, like, scoping of a game. What does that look like? Because, as I said, the way it works is given ideas that, hey, either chat or myself or guests, they say, I want to play something, like, sure, let's do it. And then we try and figure out what's the scope of this going to be like, as far as how long it's going to take, what I'm going to show as far as modes, what things are there, what things might not have been shown on this game as it was that might be different. And with Tetrisphere, I said, okay, fine, modes, that's going to be part of it. Maybe the codes. Oh, fine, I have the codes, we'll show some of those off. And other things, and basically, how can we differentiate that and also play the game fully? Give that full experience. It's good, I mean, in the case of that, for you, like, first, it's good that you say, like, hey, I've never seen some of these things before. Like, hey, I haven't seen some of these things before either playing. It's not just me saying, like, oh, I'm playing this game, I know everything. Trust me on this one, I do not know everything about this game, for sure. You're much better of a barometer on this game than I am, I think, for the purpose of it. But I say, like, fine, if you're asking me this game, I said, I'm gonna play this the way you'd want to see it played, and we'll go all the way. Okay, down there is where it is. And for the rescue stuff, by the way, or the hide-and-seek thing here, yeah, anywhere is fine, as long as you have a case where he can knock his way out. But because of his size, he might need more area to knock out. And it's basically those white blocks there at the core. So pretty much at that point, just move stuff around so you have those there, and then he goes out. And when you lose control, that means you got it. So there is, I don't know if this is the last robots. Well, okay, this is Jack. He actually, I think... Yeah, he is the last of the robots, but we got him. And now suddenly Wheels is in there. Yeah, we were playing as Wheels, starting as hide-and-seek. We changed it. Like, Wheels, get in there. You're replacing, Gyro. Okay, good job. Congratulations. You finished the first episode. The real challenge awaits you. You're past the remaining episodes. I believe there are 5 of them for this mode. I know there's 5 of them for rescue. I'm going to show the finale of the one for rescue. And so they give you multi. And it does save your progress, by the way. And you know, it's starting going to goal. Yeah, that robot as far as Jack. So the manual says, quote, you just might not find a finer bot than Jack. If you think the name sounds cool, just wait till you see him perform. With abilities that rank next to Wheels and Gyro, it's... Game over, man! Game over! Yeah, so the manual does have a quoting to aliens, which I did not know actually until I got this, but yeah, there you go. So, fine, let's take a look at... Okay, fine, I'm gonna load my other name. I'm gonna go into... You know what, I'll do that later, because as I said, I have the end of Rescue. I'll go through the entirety of Rescue as far as the last set of that later. Let's do Rescue here, and then we'll show Puzzle, Time Trial, and CPU. I'll do the stuff as far as the other profiles running for practice a little later, and then also the code stuff a little later. Okay, Rescue. Oh wait, no, sorry. We're doing it in a second. I'm gonna change character. Because I said, wait, no, I want to have somebody else. Yeah, honestly, I'm with you, like, first as far as this. Fine, I'll generally play, I guess, as Wheels, because he's average at everything. Right there. In fact, well, I'll show what I'm saying. Like, there's Jack, whose power is a little higher than speed. Turbine's fast, but not as fast as Rocket. There's Wheels, is average to everything. Stomp is the most powerful. I'll run him. Then there's Gyro and Gear and Rocket. Although, honestly, Rocket's only a little faster than Gear is. If I run Stomp. He's the opposite end of the spectrum, where he slides fast, but he doesn't move fast. Let's run Rescue again. Or run Rescue again to start now. Yeah, you technically saw Rescue as it was for the last level of Hide and Seek. Because Hide and Seek, basically, it is Rescue. Basically, get to the center of it and get the friend out. And as you go along, yeah, the criteria of getting him out is going to be bigger and bigger as far as how wide you have to make the opening for him to be able to break out, and also how many layers are on the sphere. So honestly, at this point, I might be able to, I don't know, I mean, quickly go through this, although, fine, I'm not necessarily trying to speedrun this game as it is. Although I guess the idea that, okay, fine, I'm moving slow as far as my movement, you're seeing that, but, okay, fine, that's probably not a good example to show the sliding. I need something, you know, fine, here's a good one to show sliding. Alright, there you go. So yeah, you can slide really fast. Although, honestly, not super fast the way that the movement of Rocket is. So, in that way, that kind of goes, so, honestly, like, I get what you're saying, like, if you're going to be emphasizing anything in this game, so, like, I want to run power, I want to speed, I probably agree with you that maybe power is the better idea, although that's not to say that, hey, you know, you can't run speed of this game and not do really well with it. I'm going to assume that that's the idea. I also like playing a Stomp. Yeah, I like that. I mean, I like Stomp as far as when I'm playing. Fine, as I said, I mostly play as Wheels just because he was there. I was like, fine, just practice what it is. But also because you said, the way you play, you want to play with the sliding. So he's going to be strong enough to do quick slide. So that makes up for element of speed. And also, yeah, we can also talk the character designs of this. Because it is a unique thing as far as how the look of this game is. Because, yeah, I mean, well, fine, of the puzzle games we played, I don't know if we've necessarily, unless I'm forgetting this, we've really emphasized the robot element of it that much. I mean, I think we showed stuff off on the puzzle showcase that went that direction, sort of, kind of, but nothing like this where it's, like, exclusive. I mean, fine, you had robot character plays in other games, for puzzle games at least. But this one is the one where it kind of went the most with that. And I guess fitting because of the kind of spacey vibe this game has. Now, now I'm thinking about one of the more spacey puzzle games I can think of, honestly. Oh, there you go. So yeah, I see right there. Yeah, we're showing that right there. The idea of, hey, if you can do that slide out that way, that actually can be better just because of the fact of, hey, you know, yeah, just slide across and get those combos going. Because I guess that's the trick, I guess, to this game from what I've understood. And, like, feel free to tell me if you think that's right or not. Because I'm fine to get a sense of that. So, like, no, I think the answer to play this is something else. I guess that's kind of how it is. Although, fine, it also changes dimension when we play the multiplayer. Or find the two players, or the versus computer, which is how we're going to show this. Or in this case, build up enough so you get enough to be able to feasibly run items, or then say, like, hey, I might want to hold my item till later. Yeah, because you can do that. So there is, when you really think about it, a lot of strategy here about how you want to run it. Okay, fine, I was able to get him out that way. So yeah, he's tiny. I was like, yeah, he was going over there, but then he sees, because anytime that the robot sees any part of the core, he'll go to that and just smash it. And if there is enough of an opening anywhere for him to get out, he'll be able to get out. But sometimes they get bigger, and you're not going to be able to have that happening really quick. But since we're on the first couple of levels, that's going to be that. There are 10 levels to each stage for this, as it is, just to give an idea. As I will show the ending of this specifically, which actually I will be doing blind for the purpose of this play. Because I did it for my test, but I also said, actually, I got the announcement of it last night when I was doing my practice after work, which was, it said, hey, this is the final episode. And I said, oh, this final episode. I was like, let me hold that for the show. In that case, I don't need to practice that. I can just do that and run it. Especially for this mode. If it was the other thing, I was like, yeah, that one, I don't know. But I said I'll also show later what I can do with that second Crystal Tower. Yeah, they don't give you that Crystal Tower mission much, but they basically give you right at the end of the episode. So yeah, that's going to be your stymie block, I guess, if you're going to be a case of trying to beat through that. And I also, by the way, do have a code for the credits, so it's like, hey, I guess we'll see when we beat that element of rescue mode if it gives you, the credits. If it doesn't have the code for it, so we'll show it off. Which I guess is interesting, the idea of, like, what are the credits, or what are, not what the credits look like, what are the codes of this game look like. Actually, there's a different line mode that is unique to this, which also I'll be doing blind. I did not look into it for my test, only because this game does save everything to the cartridge, so I didn't want to have it in a sense where, hey, it was necessarily there and it wouldn't work when I ran the show. So in this case, I'll have some surprises for myself, too, as it is. Alright. Yeah, right down there. Yeah, so you can see him kind of peeking out. I like that effect, the idea, like, it's kind of weirdly playful in its way. They're like, yeah, that's not quite big enough. It's like, yeah, I need some help. Can you help me a little more? Like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. Okay, that was enough. So yeah, it gets a little wider as you go. So it's kind of subtle, the way that the game kind of is getting a little harder with what you have to do. But as we said, I guess the main challenge of this is going to be, you know, overcoming the learning curve. I mean, I don't know, like, first how you were with the learning curve on this specifically. Feel free to go into that as far as, like, what you remember your experience being that way. Fine, to me, the element of me getting over the learning curve is preparing for the show. I mean, I even said this to Dolly Finn as far as when we were doing Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey. Right before we did that, I said, I practiced that game specifically. I said, I brought that with me for the purpose of that when her and I met up for that. But I said, I started playing it, and I said, I think I'm having an epiphany on this. And she was like, really? I think she was kind of surprised, I think, as far as what it was. But at that point, I said, yeah, I think I've got it. And if nothing else, I think that's been something I've noticed. I mean, especially when I'm doing practice as far as games, because that's the idea. I was. So Dolly Finn's saying, yeah, I mean, I was kind of, well, yeah, I'm glad you were in witness to that specifically, so you know I'm not lying, as it is. But also the fact that, I mean, that perspective of that kind of a thing, fine, since you were in the puzzle showcase, fine, you have that element of showing that idea too, but I mean, this was a different one as far as me getting a sense of, because look, as I said, I just wanted to do this game right. And so far, I guess I'm doing it well enough. Well enough that I'm, you know, satisfying the audience, because that's what I want to do. I want to make sure that, yeah, I give you a game, you're going to get the game the best way you can get it. And in case you look at that, it's like, fine, you know what? I might not be the one playing it, but if I was, I'd want to handle it this way. I'd be happy seeing it this way, feasibly. But something I've noticed, I guess, I'll go into this as I guess we're going. And yeah, chat, feel free to hit me with anything else you got. If you want to, any other discussion points you got, gaming, anything else. And that is, as I've been practicing for games, because I've thought back over the past year, as it is, because yeah, we're almost at the end of the year, I can't believe it. Only 2 more shows for the year as it is. But it's something that I kept thinking about, the fact of all the games that I've played for the show this year that were the stuff I did for viewer requests. And as I mentioned, we've done one of these a month. And what has the preparation for all of those games looked like? This one, as I mentioned, kind of the setup for this. Last month, there was a bunch of stuff for the puzzle showcase, so it was a little easier to manage that, just for the purpose of saying, okay, I got a bunch of requests, I can kind of get a little bit of a sense, because I'm not running the whole game yet. But of course, we can run anything whole, as far as that show, from that show, that you'll want to see. That's not Tetris Effect connected, because we already said we're doing that for a show. Like, fine, I'll say that, as I said when we played that, I said, you know, fine, if chat's gonna say, like, no, if they don't come out and say, like, no, I want to see a show of this game, I would basically say, like, overrule the chat and say, like, fine, like, if they're like, I don't want to see this game, it's like, no, we're gonna show this game. I would be like, you're gonna get this game whether you like it or not, but I think people they're gonna like seeing that show, or seeing that game again when we get to it. But, me thinking as far as what it was, me prepping for some of these things, and also, really, I think it honestly more this year than really some of the other ones when it's come to the viewer requests, me understanding, I guess, what's the method to what I'm doing when it comes to the setup for a show like that. And kind of the idea of, like, I mentioned as we play Contra Hardcore, the idea of living with a game. 15 months, as I mentioned, with Contra Hardcore, as we're going to do a drill in. Or fine, we're going to do the, not drill in, we're going to get rid of the... Yo, the layer. Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay. Damn, I just decimated that. Okay. But the idea of kind of living with any of the games we had, getting a sense of that, and basically getting a sense of, okay, fine, I get to the point where we're going to do the show, and I say, okay, I've done everything I can. Even the point where a lot of the people who have been on the show have been witness to some of the stuff that I've done, because that's been the case with... Yeah, well, fine, let's go down the list. There's this. The Puzzle Showcase I'm counting as a collective, because there's tons of things that was asked for at one point, or mentioned at one point, and we did a bunch of those as a look. Castlevania Rondo of Blood, Contra Hardcore, of course, that being the big one. Or one of the big ones. Trying to think... No, that was September's entry. Pilot Wings for August, as it turned out. Bomberman World for July. Rez, even with my problems with the audio on Rez, I'm so sorry on that Electverse that I had issues with the buzzing in the audio. As I said, at some point I'm probably gonna do Rez Infinite just as another show, just because of that. Also because I think it'd be cool to show that. Let's see. Yeah, May was... What was the view request I did for May? I mean, there was Lunar that we started in April. I guess that... Oh, wait, there's Tekken 3 was April. Tekken 3 was April. Oh, no. Oh, no. May was the, well... Okay, I wasn't exactly asked for... I don't think I was asked for the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade. Fine, I guess, fine, that one's kind of an in-between, I'm aware of this. Because we said we want to have, or like for something you said you want Namco Night. Or I said, we're going to do Namco Night, we've talked that too much. We have to do that. I thought there was something else I did for May that was not just that. God, what was it? It was Lunar, it was Mega Man Legends 2, it was that. I'm going to kick myself until I'm forgetting what that was. Yes, in April's Tekken 3, March was... Well, we did start Game Dev Tycoon in March. We did do the Freddy Fish games in March. Yeah, I guess those were them. February was Donkey Kong Country 3, and then... the January one was... God, what was it? Actually, it's maybe I technically didn't do one in January. Well, because, wait, let me think about this. Yeah, because we did... Fine, I did my New Year's resolution of beating Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon, from finally going back to that and finishing it. Or starting it again to finish, I should say. Then we went back, then we had Shadowheart still running, we had Parasite Eve still running. And... There was something I think I did. Yeah, fine, I'll have to remember what it was as far as what that was later. But point is that for a lot of those... Especially, there's some things that I had not played that much before, and actually, I guess, actually, some of those, fine, Bomberman World was one of those, Tekken 3 was one of those. This is sort of one of those, but also something that I had some familiarity with. Pilot Wings I had played, but also the case that I don't know if I had went to quite that degree to be able to get set, but I wanted to be set for it. It's something that it kind of did change my perspective, and also, in a way... It kind of changed, in a way, my gaming habits, sort of. Not that I don't play things I like to play myself on my off time. I certainly do. I mean, the Super Mario RPG remake was an indication of that. But it's also something that I kind of... It's like, okay, how do I get this set? I want to make sure I have enough time. Even to the point where I was bringing my PSP along with me everywhere, basically, to practice Rondo of Blood before we got to that. It was my work break game, as it was. So, like, I had to prep on that, even to the point where Chasm22 said, like, what are you playing? He's like, you're playing Castlevania Rondo of Blood again. It's like, yeah. It's like, do you have to? He's like, yeah, I have to do this show. I have to be ready for this. And then I was ready, specifically, when we got there. And same with Contra Hardcore. But look, they knew Contra Hardcore. This, like, that kind of became a story right in and of itself. And even right now with the game we're doing next week, which is actually also sort of a viewer request. Now I'm thinking about it, Strange Horticulture. Fine, that is. It absolutely is. Dot Thin. And she's going to be in on that show for next week. And the week after that, too. The idea of that kind of prep for a game, but also that idea of living with a game and kind of really kind of letting it soak in. And Tetrisphere is definitely a game like that too. As I've let it soak in, I've kind of understood it. It's kind of changed my perspective a lot on games that maybe I would not have maybe come back to as much on my own, or cases where I find, like a lot of gamers say, going through the backlog of your gaming collection. Or maybe the case of, me changing a perspective, because I said with Tekken 3, I said, I felt that was too stiff initially when I first played it, but then I played the other ones that came before. I played that one, and I said, okay, as I prepped for that game, I said, okay, I get it now. I adore this. And with Tetrisphere, it's also the case that now that I'm understanding it, it's clicking, and I'm in a better case. And as I mentioned, even stuff I had played before, like Rondo Blood and Pilot Wings, being able to kind of, I guess, enhance that appreciation that I have, and also have it go in a setting that people want to see this, and they'll have their memories. I hear what they are. I always love hearing that. I just love hearing, what do you have to say? What do you think about a game? What is it that you might have a memory on? You're telling your story as much as I'm telling my story, which is why I said, when I figured, what do I want to do on the show, and all of you made that possible, of me thinking that, I said, that's what it is. I want it to be me showing stuff off, but also saying, what do you want to see? What do you remember on something? Because I realized, and I think that's where, in that way, this is a very transformative year for this program. Personally, myself, as far as stuff I had going, but also just in general because of some of the stuff that we've had going through this year, the games we played. And that's really something I knew over the past couple years is, yeah, when you get every 10 levels, yeah, you beat the episode. And you get the nice fireworks display. Yeah, I'll do the next set as it is for this. Yeah, congratulations, you passed the first episode. Ready to try the next one? Yeah, I'll take a look at the next one, and then later I'll show episode 5. I think that'll be a good sample size for the purpose of this. Or for this mode, at least. Me realizing that, yeah, I've come to understand more even than I think I had understood in the past years of the show, that there's definitely something very personal, the personal bonds that someone can have with a game, yes, feasibly with anything, but I realized when it came to an element of games, like first you said with this one, you said, this is my childhood, I would rent this, or you said it with Tetris Plus last year, or you said with Kingdom Hearts, that Kingdom Hearts inspired my understanding and appreciation of RPGs, of the idea of telling a story in a game in ways that films could, and maybe the question of, was that something you didn't see before? There were not enough examples where it clicked. I didn't use those exact words. It clicked, and that's what did it. And saying, I have a personal memory, family memory, that speaks that way to me, and that way it's something I hold very sacred. And that case of it, but also a lot of the other things, when I've heard some of the things that everybody's come to the show, no matter who it's been, has said, even if they've been on every show we've done, one show, whatever, I realized, I said, this is something different. And it's something I said, okay, I'm gonna make sure that when we play something like this, especially when I'm the one who's managing it, I say, I'm gonna respect that bond you have. I'm gonna respect that idea of what you have, what it means to you. So, as I said, I'll take the viewer requests, but I'll also say that, fine, if I have to put it off to make sure that I'm in the best shape I can to give you the game that way, I'm not just gonna pull the game out. I've said this before. I'm not just gonna pull the game out so we can say we get it done. It's off the master list. I got your game. Boom. There you go. I'm gonna say I'm gonna live with this. I'm gonna have that experience that you had in a way of understanding and playing through. And in a lot of cases, it's been something that it's made me understand some of these things better. It's appreciated. It made my element of gaming. It's also fun. I don't know if you've ever noticed this. Probably maybe you have on the show. Whenever I had guests on the show, I've sometimes said to them, I've mentioned a bunch of these games, and oftentimes I say, have you played that? I often say that. Like, that's maybe the new drinking game from the And Again, which I used to say all the fucking time. But, that being said, the reason I say that is not necessarily to say, like, hey, I played this game, I know it, and you don't. That's not at all the indication. It's just the thought of, sometimes it's that perspective of, I'll run into people that they'll say, like, hey, I'd played and knew this game and loved this game, and sometimes I thought, like, I would have never thought, but would they know? It seems like it's, sometimes you hold on to a great game that maybe people haven't played, and you feel like this is this great gaming secret you want to share with people. And so in some cases, when I say, like, hey, have you ever played a game like some of the ones I'll mention, I'll say that for the purpose of saying, hey, this is something that's really, really interesting. It's something that I want to share with people. Fine, next week's definitely going to be a case of a game like that. That's a game I've shared with a bunch of people just for the prep of the game. And I've had a great time. Holy shit. Okay, I think I might have found a late-term entry for the feet compilation video that I'm going to be putting up in a few weeks. I'll mention that at the end of the show, but Jesus Christ, 58. Okay, so that also gives me one thing which I didn't actually know, which is it gave me the dynamite right away, and like, why is it? Well, fine. And the reason for that is, since I got a 58 combo on that, somehow, I don't know how that happens, since it's every 20, since you have to get 20, a 20 combo to get an item, and the items stack as far as building up on each other, so you have the firecracker, and then you get the dynamite. I guess if you have every 20, if you have something in a multiple of 20, you get the more powerful item when you hit that next 20. So since I had 40, I got the dynamite, but if I had gotten enough to get to 60, I would have started with the magnet, or would have gotten the magnet from the combo I did. Fine, in this case, I'll use the dynamite just to get that out. And by the way, it's worth pointing out, when you use the item, it does not count for your combo. Otherwise, feasibly, the combo system in this game would be broken. It's like, yeah, just get enough items and then drop out 20 of them and you just keep getting items. Okay, so that was that. Yeah, that shut me up as far as the other direction. But as I said, that's been something that I've realized, and that's also why I'll ask, because sometimes they'll say, hey, I played a game, but I mean, look, I don't know if this has come off clearly enough this way. As I'll see, okay, 17. But I am genuinely interested in what you have to say as far as a game, as far as, like, hey, if you played something and I haven't played it, like for you were mentioning specifically here, Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Complete Edition, as an example of that, I am legitimately interested into it. It's not even necessarily a case of, hey, it's a genre, like, just a genre, like, hey, I'll be interested because it's a specific genre. Like, hey, if you're saying this game means something to you, I'm curious, like, what does it mean to you and how, and being curious to look at it as it is, or see what is that all about. Maybe it's also the case that, fine, I played so many games in my life, since I have so many gaps out there, as, fine, anybody would, I kind of like to see what are other people playing, what are the other games that kind of get their attention a little bit, and something that, hey, I'm curious to see what is this. It's as I said, it's also the reason why whenever there's, like, the Switch Online releases that come out, as far as my work break, I always institute the perspective, like, hey, it's Switch Online Day, what they put up, and sometimes my coworkers, I just mentioned, it's specifically Kazan22 and Edwack and Gemini 96 and the Crusader 64, amongst others, saying the idea, like, what is it? Like, they don't know what it is. Sometimes they'll not know what it is, and I always say, like, look, I hope you don't think that I'm coming off showing these things and saying, like, wait, that it seems like maybe the sense of self-superiority that I am showing a game that I might know and you don't, maybe, because there's stuff that they might know, like, Gemini 96 played it brilliantly when they dropped Earthbound on there. It's like, I love Earthbound, and then I realized, wait a minute, you know everything about this game, you need to be involved in the play if you want to play, and you said yes, and that's how we're playing the game now, as it is. But still the case that, fine, what is that experience? And also showing them this weird stuff and saying, like, what is their reaction? Sometimes that can be funny, but also my case as well, because the stuff they'll show me is like, wait, what is this? Or the stuff as far as, like, terminology. I'll regale the story as it is. The Crusader 64 was saying to me this the other day. I always joke on the show saying, like, I'm not in touch with the cool kids are saying, but he said something specifically as far as, like, hey, there are people who are going to be, I know, as far as things he's doing, that they're going to be Ratchet. And I was like, Ratchet, what's that? And he was kind of facepalming. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, how do you not know what that is? Like, what is this? Is some kind of slang that people are not aware of? And even Edwag knew. I was like, wait, you know what this is? I looked it up. I was like, what is this? I said, I asked him for an explanation, like, what is, like, I don't know. It's like, somebody's gonna go crazy or something. It's gonna do something. He didn't know exactly how to explain it. It's like, let me look online. What is this thing? I looked, and it's basically kind of, it said, like, I said, oh, it's getting unruly or disobedient. It's like, no, that's not the right way of saying it. It's like, but fine, that's what it's saying on Urban Dictionary. I'm being as safe as I can looking at that as far as the context of my work. But still, looking at that and saying, like, I don't know, like, and I looked at it, like, what are some other words? Like, I was like, I don't know, go nuts? Yep, go nuts, that's it, it's exactly it. So it's the case, like, I wasn't in touch with that, but it also made for a funny story, where it's like, I would have to tell them, like, yeah, he didn't know what the hell this meant. It's like, I told you, I don't know what some of the cool stuff, the cool kids are saying. Like, I don't consider myself as a cool kid, specifically. Just the case, I just know a lot of shit about gaming. That's really what my element is, or movies, perhaps, and other stuff. But sometimes I make for a funny thing, or even the case that I don't even necessarily expect a reaction sometimes when I just mention this random stuff with the game. Like, I'll mention what Jam Ralami is, which we're gonna play at some point. I gotta play Parappa the Rapper first. I'll figure when I can do that. I'll put that some time next year, maybe, if I can make it happen. Because I was supposed to do it last year, but I said, hey, because my brother Inherent Knock was around, we were doing World of Illusion instead. But point is, I mentioned like the third level of that game when you're like, I said you're going to the baby store and you're, you know, or they're doing like a Miles class. She's ate so much pizza they will think she's pregnant, and there's like this marching band of expectant parents saying how wonderful it's going to be to have a child. And Gemini 96 just let him know, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, what the hell kind of game is this? And he said, as he mentioned on the last Earthbound part, he said, we've reached the dark side of gaming. It's like, that was something I couldn't expect. Or the Body Harvest thing. I just mentioned, like, my thought was like, hey, it's another obscure Nintendo 64 game. It's actually very early, well, intended as very early, the same way the Tetrisphere kind of was. They kind of went all over the place. I said, you ever play Body Harvest? And like, what the hell is that? It's like, that sounds horrible. It's like, the real thing? It's like, fine, I don't know, the real thing and then the game. It's like the real thing I've never done. They were kind of disturbed. It's like, I didn't expect that to happen. It's like, it's a, I guess it's like an open world kind of sci-fi game. Because I was mentioning the context of Jet Force Gemini. It's like, okay, they knew what Jet Force Gemini was. They'd played it. And it's something as rare as they knew of it specifically. I said, there were other games that were like that on the system. There was that. There was Armory's Project Swarm that was doing stuff like that. There was, and I mentioned Body Harvest. And it's like, wait, what? And it seemed like, I don't know, it was bizarre, but in that case, even while I mentioned that, sometimes that great reaction, and fine, that's the idea, I guess, about the show, sometimes that great reaction of a game with anyone, including myself, you know? Which makes the idea, and fine, also the good thing is that Body Harvest, going back to that, just like this game, does not cost much. It's like, hey, we can show that, and hey, context of company, early years of them, it's DMA Design, the people who go on to make Grand Theft Auto 3, who also made Lemmings, making that, and people looking at that saying, like, if you decode this right, it basically is Grand Theft Auto 3 on the Nintendo 64, like 3 years before they made it on the PS2. So, yeah, makes for something really interesting that way, and a game I missed, specifically, because I never played that. I just saw that it was around, like, okay, that's one I didn't run into. So in that case, basically me kind of adding to my information, I guess, about gaming that way. So in that case, also, when we get to a game like that, I can then add a funny story, or add an interesting story, or same with Tetrisphere, as far as some of the stuff we've seen so far with this. So yeah, I mean, in that case, as I said, it's been kind of this great journey, kind of understanding this stuff, and then seeing what other people's reactions are, what their experiences are going to be, and it always has been a fascination. I think that's kind of, when I really think about it more now, especially as this year's coming to a close, I think that's kind of what I like doing this the most. It's not just the case that, hey, I'll come here every Saturday or Friday, whatever it is, we'll play something. Sure, that's great. But then the question that, you know, it can kind of go into more, and I realize, hey, it's the reflection of friends and family playing games, or kind of just having that discussion, that experience specifically. And in that case, I said, how do I make that accessible to people from a distance, number one, wasn't seeing them, and number two, now there's people coming in, how do I make it interesting for people to watch a game being played? Because, look, fine, you know what? Fine, you're seeing what's going on the screen with this. We know what's going on. I'm giving enough of the, you know, attention to not give a sense that, fine, I'm ignoring Tetrisphere on the screen. We're not. We're absolutely going that way. But as I said, sometimes they're games that are good to talk over that way. And, of course, anything chat says, like, I'll jump in. It's like, hey, chat said this. Let's go into that as well. And the thing I think about that is that, yeah, that kind of became the thought when I realized, wait, you know, I can replicate that somehow with people coming in and saying, like, I have these memories, I have these things about that, I have games that I'd like to see that nobody knows. And also, as I said, the idea, the challenge of making this interesting, because sometimes people will say, I've heard this specifically, because like, hey, why do people want to watch a video game being played? Why not just play it? I said, sometimes they might cost a fortune. Like, hey, we're going to be showing stuff on this show that costs a lot of money. Either because I have it and I feel like I have to show it, or I want to show it. Or cases of, fine, you know what, look, we're an independent show. We can show whatever the hell we want, mostly. As far as how it is as a good little rocket. And I may as well use it. But I then said, okay, how do I make this interesting? How do I make it so that everybody out there in the audience is not going to be bored watching the show, especially when it comes to that? And so that's why I said discussion-based. We can go into that. When chat says something like, we can talk that, we'll go on that element, we can go on all these elements in a tangent, whether I'll do it, whether you'll do it, it doesn't matter that way. And keep it unique enough so, like, yeah, we're paying attention to the game on screen, giving the game full play, and we're also giving you a little bit more as it is, but also you're giving me a lot more, and I cannot thank you enough for that. Especially as we're getting to the end of the year now. We're entering the 4th full year of our program next July. As it is. Yeah, keep going. I've got tons of stuff as far as that. Other stuff that viewers want to see and other stuff I want to show. I definitely cannot wait for some of the stuff that I'm going to try and get figured for next year. Definitely more stuff on the viewer requests as it is. Putting some stuff that's been percolating for a while, because I said, I know it's been a while as far as this one Electors. I know it's been 3 years. I said, I'm gonna, when I make the promise and we're gonna play a game, I'm gonna hold that promise, even if it's gonna take time. So I appreciate your patience for sure, and I hope that I'm making it worthwhile. Like, I'm rewarding for that patience for sure. Like, I'm making, as I said, you said specifically, like, hey, my element of Persona 5 is that I feel like ultimately, or a game that I don't like, it makes me feel like my time was wasted. Yes, Dolphin's saying. So in that case, I guess above anything, I don't want your time to waste. I know you have time, as far as in your lives. You have something you can do. Anything feasible you do on Saturday, or whenever we do the show, when we have different days. But the idea of kind of having that element to it, and as I said, I'm going to be as open with you, and as, you know, genuine as I can. I hope I come off that way, whether everybody agrees with that or not. But hey, I'll tell you that way, and fine. I've sometimes said, like, you can sometimes maybe hear it in my voice. Maybe that's the idea. Sometimes you might be able to tell if somebody's bullshitting you, and I hope that I'm not giving that perspective that I am. Yes, it's fab, and it's interesting and fun. It's like, but yes, it is the thing. It's not just like, hey, you know, you're here, I'm saying something, like, you can just, like, nod, like, oh, sure, I'm interested in this, But still the case of, no, it's interesting to me. I said, I don't know what I'm going to get anytime I play a game. It doesn't matter what it is. Even when I'm not playing the game. I don't know what I'm going to get as far as the guests when we have them for stuff like that, or cases of the best chat on Twitch. The best chat on Twitch. That's why I call you that. Because that's the thing. Like, I don't think there's chats out there that will go into some of the things or go deep into elements of gaming quite the same way we will. I mean, not that there are cases that there are nobody who's like this. Clearly, that's not true. But still, something that I realize, like, wait, they've got a lot of things to say out there. They'll think things through. They'll come up with different perspectives that I would not have thought about. Even sometimes when I played games that I've been playing forever. When I come in and play it, it's a great experience just for the purpose of being able to say that, hey, I get to show this, we get to play it. I have on video stuff that happens. We have that element kind of saved for posterity that way. And then saying, I realize it's like, you know what? I never maybe thought this way before. I kind of was in different cases. I mean, even something like Kingdom Hearts, you know? We played that as an example. We got multiple examples of that, but that one, I played that game. I played through it on the PS2, and we played it again on the show. I said, that game in particular, I like it more now because of the fact we played it on the show. I mean, I like the game a lot anyway. I think it's a great game. But just, I like it more because of the way we played it on the show and everything that made it so unique as far as the play and other stuff as well. On top of that, even games I'd been playing for years. I mean, even stuff like Donkey Kong Country 3. That's a case where there's stuff I was finding out about that game that I wasn't necessarily completely aware of that way, but also having that interesting experience with it. It made it like, okay, fine, you know what? I had that. Or fine, even with other games I hadn't played as much, I get to make new memories here. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 1. We're playing Metal Gear Solid 2 next month. We're starting that next month. I know that's another one that I put on the back burner a little bit. I said I was going to do it in November initially, but I had to say, no, I got to do it in January. But I'm coming back to it. Metal Gear Solid 1. I beat that seeing the story for the first time on this show with Protorova and Electverse in chat, that experience, and we were kind of going into deep stuff, saying like, hey, we were liking what's going on with this story, elements of what goes on at the end, particularly what Electverse, I know you said. I won't go into spoiler on this yet. When we play Metal Gear Solid 2, I'm probably going to end up spoiling Metal Gear Solid 1 just because the game is so beholden to the plot of Metal Gear Solid 1 that it's going to be almost unavoidable. But just when you say, like, the idea that I like that Snake doesn't tell Naomi Hunter something specific, and when I was at that point, I said that was quite something, and even the idea of the emotion that was coming off of that game from her, and her basically saying, like, that when she responds to that and she starts crying, I'd never seen that before in my life, even though I'd had that game, and I said, I'm gonna play this game for the show and experience that. I was moved by it as far as when I was watching it. I said, I loved that experience. I said, that was one of the defining games of Super Old Game Saturday for the purpose of me being able to have that experience that way. Or, as I mentioned with Kingdom Hearts, me beating Sephiroth, I said, I never beat him before. I said, we're doing that. I'm doing that blind. I'm going to do that myself. And I said to people, like, I got to figure what I'm doing on this. And like, try this, because I've done it. I said, okay, let's do it. We did it. There you go. And I had that great experience, and as I said, I can't thank all of you enough for that, for sure. I mean, so in that case, it's like, yeah, I see it also, I guess, as a paying back case, in the sense that, fine, you've done a lot as far as myself for the show, but then also the sense that, fine, I'm going to give you as much to the show as you've given to me, as far as, like, because of that commitment. I want to reward that commitment. That's, I think, above anything else. I'm very committed to the show. I think maybe people think, I mean, even people I know who have been on the show or kind of seen what I do in the show, they sometimes like, oh, I think I had the ideas like, hey, I might start this as an idea, but then it's like, I didn't know necessarily A, you'd go through with this, and B, that you'd be as committed to this. It's like, I don't know if I knew either, but I'm also glad that it came to that, and then I realized that this is what I kind of want to do with this. Just do this as a personal thing, do this as something that's for fun, do this as something that I get a little pleasure out as far as it, including just the fact that, hey, I'll play something you want to see and get that experience that way too. That's why I'll say this. I never regret a show I do for that very reason. Because at least if I can come back, I can sit back and it's like, yeah, I put everything I got into it specifically. Fine, I put everything I've got into, but all of you are as well. And that is, I think, maybe what makes it a little more unique. As it also is a case that, fine, we might be a case where, I guess, I don't know if maybe this is one of the undercurrents of this, but I don't, and I wouldn't necessarily say that this is the intention exactly either. It may be changing the, I don't know if my stereotype might be the right word, but maybe the perception of what does it mean to be gaming or a gamer, perhaps. Maybe. I mean, but also it's like, do something different. Because look, I don't want to come on the show and say, like, I'm just going to do something that everybody else does. Because look, we've seen that for years as far as that with the rise of video game content on the internet. Going back to the Angry Video Game Nerd, James Rolfe doing that starting in 2006. Well, fine, 2004 when he first did it. And then it came big in 2006, 2007. I said, I want to do something different. I have the elements, stuff I'll watch and things like, hey, I wish I could do that or do something like that. But then I realized, like, fine, we do this for fun. That makes it a lot easier for this, for the case of what it is. And I get to have more control in case, like, hey, chat wants to see something. Let's just do it. I don't care if people say there's no audience. They don't want to see this. Like, fuck them, with all due respect. You want to see it? That's all I got to hear. I said, we'll do it. And in that case, sometimes people come to this stuff and say that, hey, you know what, I didn't think people remembered this. In fact, Electverse, your mom said this when we played Warriors Wood. She said, hey, I'm glad to see that there are people remembering a game like this. I love this game. I don't get the sense that maybe it's remembered as much. That really touched me. I said, I was very happy to hear that just because of the fact that I said, fine, I pulled this game out that I knew, sort of, but I didn't know that version as much. But I also said, hey, let's do it. But then I said, okay, that's why I knew. It's like right there. I said, there's a strong bond that way. I can fulfill that, but also get a sense of filling a niche out there, you know? And I think maybe that's the idea. Like, there's so many options of games. Like, I mean, remember, on Nintendo 64, back in the day, the reason I got to play this feasibly is because I was renting games a lot, and most of the time, there were not a whole lot of games out on the system early in its life. So I played basically everything early on in the system's life of the first couple of years. So in that case, that's how I know about it, as far as some stuff like this and other games. But nowadays, that's never going to happen again, because at this point, you have so many games out there, so many options, you're never going to know where to look, or you might get a case where, yeah, good luck playing every game on a console again, as far as like a new thing. Because you've been playing like thousands of games, unless it's something that they had really hardly any games on it. And even Nintendo 64 didn't have hardly any games on it. It had like 300 something about. Something like the Dreamcast, same case like that. Sometimes the question of, yeah, that perspective of being able to say that, yeah, having that experience on something with a game that way, or that case of it's like, hey, I got to play feasibly everything a little bit, have that element, or fine, your connection with a console, really. That's one thing. But then the idea of understanding, like, fine, I know some of this stuff because I grew up playing some of it. And Warriors Woods, I knew the name because I'd seen stuff, and I'd played the everything hell out of it in Animal Crossing with that NES version that's emulated in there. And then seeing with that Super Nintendo game, so I'm like, wait, there's people who have this element to it. They're glad to see this. They like the fact that there's something being remembered that. And also, really, I think making me realize maybe more than I thought I knew that maybe some of this stuff does deserve to be remembered really in a way that I don't know if... Because, fine, I guess people are questioning the idea of a game preservation and things like that. What does it mean when it goes to a re-release or a, I don't know, preservation something, especially if it costs a lot of money, what that's going to look like. We talked the emulation scene, the fact that it's almost now seen a little bit as a... I mean, fine, the legal questions of that is something that's always brought up, and then the question of maybe that's a good service in the sense of being able to kind of hold on to something as far as a game is concerned, to bring it to new people, or that company say like, fine, they're emulating as far as that, but then we're like, hey, we'll hire them because they knew how to crack something specifically as far as an engine to kind of make stuff like that easier. I mean, we mentioned that with the, like the Zebra engine when we did, Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition, no, Puzzle Bobble 2, Puzzle Bobble 2, Bust a Move 2 Arcade Edition / Puzzle Bobble 3, Bust a Move 3, S Tribute. I think that's the full name of that game. I gotta say the name fully every time. There's a tool in that that's running Saturn emulation. I said, there's a commercial product out there that's emulating Saturn and doing a damn good job of it on a console that is notoriously hard to develop for and to emulate for. So in that case, it kind of gets that element out that way, but also in that case, like, fine, because I've played games for so long, I might just have a ton of the stuff. I know that people will have tons of stuff too. We have tons of stuff that we can just leverage. I said, fine, we can just show all this cool stuff. We can show these expensive games that, okay, fine, I think I might remember now what it was for May. It was Chasm 22, Guardian Heroes. We never would have been able to play that game on Saturn, most likely, unless I had paid like $100, $300 for that game, feasibly, depending on how I wanted to grab it. But he had it. He's like, I want to play this game. I want to show this. Great, thank you. And people were like, we see more Saturn. Like, he gave us more Saturn. So there you go. Nice job. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the celebration for episode 2. Episode 2 down. It's not always going to be this easy. It's not. So what I'm going to do a little later is I'm going to pull up my other file. I'm going to show episode 5, which is the last one. So what I'm going to do now is going to take a look at another mode. I'll change bot out a little bit. So we showed Stomp. We showed Wheels. I showed Rocket. Fine, we should probably just show every robot as it is. Well, let's show Turbine. A little faster, but also still has some movement going on to him. And we'll show Codes a little later. Yeah, fine, let's do puzzle mode. This is probably going to be a good case to do this. Honestly, if there's any mode in this game I think that's going to really teach you about some of the advanced concepts of this game, is the puzzle mode. Because I'm going to talk to you about the drops and slides, but also the idea of how do gravity and fusion combos run, because in order to play through this, because you have a limited number of slides and drops, I have to do 2 slides and 1 drop to get rid of everything. And if you fail, you have to do the level over again. Because there's a lot of games we played that have puzzle modes. I know Tetris Attack, it was one that has that. And hang on. Okay, good. At first I was like, wait, I thought, can I drop it down below? But no, it's always It's always a wild card piece. So in this case also, yeah, I have to do a slide. I can't drop at all. So if there's anything that's going to get you to understand the spatial element of the sphere, it's this. And since you do have the zoom in on L and R, like that, you can kind of get a sense of like what's underneath that. So since I can't drop anything, I need to drop this down, and when it drops down, it's going to clear out. So what I got to do is I got to take that one at the bottom, slide it down so it drops down, and boom, they're all cleared. Sometimes you got to sit and think a little bit. And you have time, but it's not a case like it's time limit, just like it goes up. In this case, we got a drop and 2 slides we have to do, so 2 slides, right? And in that case, I think I can just drop right there. And as those purple ones drop, including the ones that are at the bottom over there in the back, that'll drop down and that'll clear. So there we go. Honestly, in that case, I really like the puzzle mode in this game for that reason, because honestly, it kind of helps me understand playing this game better in this way. But also, the other thing is that, since I have no slides, I think I had to drop this. I'm looking at that trying to see. Okay, fine, there's a little bit of a draw distance case, because, alright, that's funny. The idea that it can't completely show all of that block there. But see, I'm trying to look at this one on the edge, because I'm trying to think, I got dropped this. I don't know if I just drop it on that one and that's enough. It might be. Okay, it is. Never mind. Yeah, because some of the later ones get a little complicated with that. So, wait, can I drop that? Can I actually do this? And also, because of how this is designed, you might have a couple areas where it might be possible to solve this in more than one way. Although in this case, I don't think so. You just slide that over, drop that down, those drop down, and there you go. I'll do a good amount of these. I don't remember how many there are. I think there's 60, I think, although I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if I found any answer online really for that. I'll see if I can't find one specifically for the editing, the purpose of editing. Or, I don't know, maybe I'll see if I can't just play through this thing as much as I can over the next week. As much as I possibly can, I guess. Made that happen. Okay. Alright, so let me look at this. Okay, I do have the power piece. I can move that up, and that counts as a slide that way. I think I want to drop here. Got it. Okay. It's also cool to see it from those different angles, seeing how it's crashing down. Alright, so every 10... Was every 10? Yeah, every 10. You get another set as far as this. Okay, so next, I can only slide one thing, so... Honestly, those seem to be the hardest ones. The ones where you have to kind of look at the board from a different angle. I think I need to slide this down this way. Or no, I don't. Okay. And we do make a mistake, you have to start again. But it's only one move, so in that case, that's fine. But I guess the other thing is also, I'll actually fail with every single robot, specifically. Just to show what that animation is, because I don't think I've shown that. So, like, fine. Complete look of game, we're doing that. Complete look of game. Okay. So, I think I have to pull this back. Okay, there we go. I just have to pull it back, not front. So that's where understanding how the blocks clear is imperative to this game, but as I mentioned, it's not easy to get that as far as understand what that idea is. As far as this one, I think it's going to be pretty easy. Just drop that there, and that drops down. Perfect. Let's see. So I can do 2 slides on this one. And by the way, you can only slide on a block that you can get the cursor on from the top. So that means that seeing those ones in the stack there, you can't just pull them out unless you have a view from there. So for this, I think I pulled this out twice. Or pull that. Wait, hold on. Is it letting me? I think it is. Yeah. And that drops down. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, this game is getting you to think that way. And so, fine, I'll go back to this, which is... With this game, you're like, hey, this game is very... Okay, I just want to make sure I have that set. Okay, so... I don't have slides, I don't have drops. But to go back to this is that, yeah, the idea of the high learning curve of this game, and I get you, I completely get you. And fine, I was in the same boat with this as far as trying to get that understanding of it down. But it's also something, honestly, the more I'm playing it now, the more I'm kind of getting it. Like, I'm not going to say necessarily that, hey, it's going to be something for everyone, but I don't know, maybe that's also a good thing. The idea that, hey, it's this very specific and particular take on a puzzle game like this that is going to appeal, especially something different. And so I'll get into my final thoughts. But yeah, what you're thinking more on what you're seeing, you're like, yeah, it seemed like it's a heavy learning curve. And what that's thinking now, given how it's being looked... Okay, now let me think about this. Okay, because I need to have... I just need to drop one. I think it dropped here. Yeah, that drops down, and then that drops down. Those are something I have not been getting a whole lot of, which are combos, but or chains, I should say. Chains, I should say. Okay, also, okay, fine. That's one thing we haven't shown yet, and we'll show this in the versus mode, which is... If you have layers of blocks that are added on to the sphere... Honestly, the versus mode is the only place you really see that. And it's too high and you can't drop down in X. Oh, that counts your drop anyway. Okay, so fine, hit C up. C up, by the way, resets the board. Okay, so I can't hit it there. So basically it's at the top, so you get that X. Like, yeah, no, sorry. But with what to clear... I think I just have to hit this. Or not. I have to do a slide, so never mind, that's not right. So let's see. Now you slide that off, and you just see it fall that way. Actually, I think that's it. Or no, it's not. Yeah, because the other parts of the tower are not going down. I did get this one on my practice. I mean, I haven't done every one of these, I'll say that, but we'll definitely do a decent amount because I want to make sure that... Okay, so what happens if I drop this? It goes fine, it's just the fact that those are dropping down, so that's not going to help me. So, alright, I think the drop position's right. I think I have to have that moved over there. And that did it, okay. I just had to move that off so that it cleared very specifically. So yeah, that's kind of, as I mentioned, the challenge really of understanding is like, whoa. Alright, I only have one drop, so this is going to look really, really cool when I get it. And I think the way to get it is... I think I have to just hit right here. I'll make sure to follow with D-pad so you can see the beauty of this clearage. Fine, that's the other thing as far as, you know, making a game interesting to watch. I'm controlling this very specifically. So, like, look, I know people are going to be watching this on the other end. How to make this look really neat. As far as showing that, how that goes. So, like, fine. Moving the D-pad specifically, make it cinematic as far as how I'm playing it. So, in that case, that's that element. Okay, slides, YouTube. So, let's see. There's a bunch of yellows there. There's only... Okay, so I do need to... It's 2, right? I do need those to come down on the red, and then... Let's see, and then go that way. Where is this? Okay, so, alright, so I think what I need to do is I need to move it back 2. 1, 2. There you go, got it. Okay, what next? Drops 1, slides 3. So... Okay, so in that case, it does drop right there. Okay, so I need to keep that on top so that it will... Actually, to go into what I was saying earlier when it comes to the slides, which is you have to set it up sometimes so that you'll have that so it's set there, so then that will fall, and then I can basically pick any of these to clear out, because they're all clearing in the end like that, and since they're connected specifically like this, that means as long, except for this one, I can get rid of any of these I want, so I'll clear this one. Then that drops down, since it's a drop down, we'll clear on its own, so there you go. Okay, yeah, I remember this one. This one gave me a little bit of trouble until I figured what I had to do. Alright, so there's that. Okay, that's not right, because I can't move that back, because there's nothing that's going to get rid of it. Okay, so let's get another shot. Also, you hit the A button quickly like I did, you basically skip the try again screen. It just goes right back in. Okay, so let me... Yeah, okay, fine. So I can't move it that way because I don't have any drops. If I had drops, it would be way easier, but, alas, no. So I think what I need to do is... I think I have to pull this back, too. No, that's not right. Let's see... Okay, that doesn't go out far enough. Yeah, so yeah, you're gonna have to think about this. Although, yeah, as I said, it is good to kind of, as I mentioned, kind of teach you how some of these concepts work. But it is also that, yeah, you're gonna be maybe here a little while. Okay, because if I move it right, then if I move this one right, those drop down, but that nothing happens with that. Unless I pull it backwards? No, it's not gonna work either. So at least do a reset. I can't pull that backwards, I remember that now. Let's see. I basically need to get it so that... Yeah, when the slides drop down, the purples will go away, and then the reds go away underneath that. So, I need to make... Yeah, but I only dropped 2. That's not going to work either. Unless I can't drop that underneath it. I do want to get this one for sure. I thought I got it when I was practicing. Yeah, that's not going to get me far out enough. That's going there. And feel free to chat also if you have suggestions on what you think, how you want to handle this. Feel free to do that. I just got to see this. Okay, because moving that out does that, but fine. Then I don't have anything because yeah, you have to have it drop down for the slide. Okay. Okay, so that's one part. So let's see. Yeah, because if I slide that out, or okay, that's what it is. I think. Is that right? Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, so I'll basically slide that one out. Wait. Is that right? No. Hold on. Because then that drops but doesn't clear, so that's the same thing. So, no, wait a minute. That's not right. No, that's not quite the one. That's not quite right. I kind of had something going there. Let me see. Hang on. So I basically need to get those in a box enough without dropping the other one. So fine. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to pull this back. So they can't pull that back because that's stuck there. Yeah, because basically what I want to do is... Yeah, I want to get rid of the purples there, but the thing is I have to slide them so the purple collapses, and then it goes down and gets rid of the red. Let's see. Well, maybe that's what I gotta do. I have to... Oh, right, that's it. I think I had to move that one back, and then I move this one to the left. Because then that drops, and that drops. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I knew I did... I knew I did something with this to make that one work. Alright, yeah, we'll definitely do a couple of these, because I think it's worth showing a bunch of these off. Okay, I only have one drop, but I have 3 slides, so that also means that since I have a power block, I need to pretty much make it so that that goes up there, and then just basically move these 3 back. And since at that point, I just gotta get rid of any of the blue ones, toss that there, drops down, it's going. Yeah, that way, that was easier than the last one. Although for me, honestly, and I'll come back to this, but I'm gonna change bot. In fact, we'll show... Who have we not shown losing yet? Fine, let's show Jack. And they will... It saves your progress, by the way. There is a battery backup on the cartridge. So any of your progress is saved to the name you enter. And you have 8 slots as far as where you can put names. Alright, next is 1 drop, 1 slide. So, let's see. I also just want to see one other thing, which is... the green. I don't know. Well... Then wait, if it's a while... Let me see something here. Okay. Okay, fine. I want to do that one again. That's the case where I got a bad camera on that one. I want to show that one again. That one just looked cool. So let's go back to number 21. Okay, so it is that, but I'm going to drop that down. Yeah, look at that. Like, yeah, they're going out really quick. Okay, so we have 1 drop and 2 slides. Let's see. Okay, I do remember doing this. I think I did this either last night or a couple days ago when I was practicing this. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so that's going to drop to clear that. That's going to drop to clear that. That's going to drop to clear that. Or... Okay, so, alright, here we go. So it's move that, and this is that gonna go in a circle like that to get rid of everything else. So it could drop right here. There we go. Alright, what's next? Slides. Yeah, I guess the only slide ones are the ones that I'm kind of concerned about, but... Yeah, I can... Yeah, you can... It's not too bad, it's just you have to kind of understand how do they drop. All the question is this, which is that... Okay, that doesn't drop enough. Because I need to get the... Okay, so the red is on top of that. Okay, that's not right. Okay, it's fine. I think we found one of my weaknesses when it comes to puzzle mode. It's basically anything where you're not dropping at all. But then again, that makes it much more satisfying when you get it. Okay. In this case, it's kind of more like a logic puzzle. In this case, yeah, there's blocks there, I swear to God. But, oh, okay, drop that by 1. I don't know if that's gonna help. Okay, it's not gonna help. Because that's not gonna drop enough. Oh, wait, right, I have to show him losing. I was like, I'm gonna show off every robot losing, damn it. So, fine, in that case, you're fine. Let's do this on purpose. So, fine, we'll do something stupid like that. So, yeah, Jack said he referenced aliens. Alright, he's going to turn blue and start crying. Alright, poor Jack. Yeah, fine. We'll figure this out for Jack. I don't want to... Yeah, looking at that face, I don't want to let him completely be sad. Okay, so there it... Okay, that's on top of this. that's stuck. I can't move it. I can move that. I can move that out of the way. Move it to the left. Okay, perfect. That's it. Alright, so I did satisfy, or I did make Jack stop crying a little quicker than I thought. Okay, so that's a case where I gotta pull this out. But okay, here's the thing about that, looking at it, is that, if I pull this out completely, is that gonna be enough? Okay, it's not gonna be enough because, yeah, that one's left. So now that I'm thinking about this, I'll tell you what when it caused me to do the slides only. It reminds me a little bit of Jenga. If you're familiar with that, the Milton Bradley game. As far as how it is, and there are games based on that on the Wii in particular. Actually, I think there's the Hasbro Family Game Night that has that. That's on the Wii, which you can still get that version. It was on 360, and I think it was on PS3, which has been listed on both those consoles. And there were, I think, dedicated games based on the Wii itself. But yeah, it's kind of like that. It's like, yeah, but in this case, unlike that game, you want to destroy the tower. You want to pull something out so it collapses down. Or it's like Boom Blocks, which is another game on Wii, which I do want to show at some point when I can figure that. Okay, so, fine. I have to pull this. Alright, before I pull that forward, I want to see something. Fine, maybe I don't have to pull forward, just pull it that way. No, I think that's fine. Yeah, so I just pull it to the left instead of backwards. So not bad. Okay, yeah, look at that thing. 2 slides only for... Oh, wait, I can do a drop. But... Huh. Actually, I don't think I've done this one yet, so let me see. But only 2 slides and a drop. Yeah, because a drop there, those go, but then the ones at the bottom don't. So it's kind of like a, Or, wait. Oh, right, because I can't... Yeah, because I was saying I'll drop something down on the bottom, because then they'll keep falling. So I think... Yeah, it's gonna be stuck, I think, if I do something like that. Well... Yeah, because then it won't clear. Alright, so I can't do that. Okay, so I do need to pull something out from somewhere so that it will... I want to see something. Okay, you can diagonal pull. Okay, so that's good. Let's see. Except... Yeah, is that gonna be enough touching it? I don't think so. Or, well... Wait, hold on, how many slides do I have? It's a 2 and a... Oh, wait, no, hold on. Let me see something here. Okay, so, no, that counts as 2, so never mind. You can, when you do diagonal, it is basically down and left, so never mind. Okay, I can't do that. Let's see. Then again, if I can... You're a part of this. Let's see. Okay, unfortunately, yeah, it's all up that way. So, alright, this is going to be interesting. Before I do this again, fine, I'll change bot as we go along, because I'm going to fail this one a bunch of times. So we saw turbine, we saw wheels going nuts. I think we sort of saw stomp going that way, but we'll run stomp once more, and they'll go up on the top. And then we'll get time trial, and we'll get versus computer. Okay, let's see what we can do on this one. Okay. Because I need something that basically is going to take the tower down, but remember, you can only put onto... Okay, fine. That's a drop that's going on. And fine, you definitely don't lose a life here. It's just the case that... Yeah, I dropped it and it was a waste. And if I drop on the top, those just go away. Unless... Oh, wait, that's only... Okay, that's only in the center. First, like, wait, is that something I want to do? Put something in the center. I think the answer to that is no. I don't think I want to do that. Let's see. Huh. Let me think about this. Okay, well, okay, I didn't mean to do that. Although... Yeah, if I can... Yeah, Yeah, I'll give this a little bit of time, but if I can't do this, we'll just go on to something else, just because I said, okay, I don't want to necessarily just leave it this way. God, I don't know what to do on this one. Let me see. Fine. Thank God you do have, like, the zoom in and zoom out, so I can see maybe there's something I'm missing here. So it's basically like a pyramid, basically, we're looking at. And I can't... Oh, actually, wait a sec. Okay, no, it just doesn't let you drop at all when it's on... When it's not on a block. Yeah, if I pull that out... That'll get rid of both... That would... Wait, no, that wouldn't get rid of both of them because it's only two, right? Let me just do that. Yeah, it wouldn't. Okay. Unless... Oh, well, wait a second. Oh, right, I forgot, because they go... Right, they go on top. Okay, because the, Okay. So actually, that might actually help me. Alright, I think I might have an idea here. So I think what I might want to do is I might want to take... one of these, and since it is, since it's a, why am I forgetting what it's called? It's a, power piece. I can move it upwards. So then... Let's see. Alright, that's it. Okay, got it. Alright, fantastic. That's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, there's gotta be something I'm doing wrong. Okay, fine. In that case, let's keep going a little bit. I'll always get to level 30, or puzzle 30. Okay, so I did 3 slides and a drop. Okay. So in that case, what I need to do is I think I need to pull something out. Super, thank you. But it's also the case that sometimes you look at that and you're like, wait, what is that? That was the question also, and here's the other thing, I guess, to get a sense of what is it about a game like this, or this game, which is, how satisfied do you feel when you get it? And honestly, I gotta tell you, I do feel satisfied as far as what it is. So, it's not a case where it's like, hey, you know, I put this time in, and it felt like it wasn't worth it. It's like, yeah, got it. It's like, okay, it's that case of it. Okay, so what I want to do on this one, okay, what we want to do on this one, I know that, because of what we've seen so far in this game, we want to basically have it run on steps. So... So I need to... Okay, that's not right. Because they're basically, fine, it's 3 blocks in a stack. But what I want to do is I need to... Actually, I think I have to move both of them to a certain extent. So I have to move that. I have to move, I guess, that. No, that's not right. Since I only have one drop, what I need to do is I need to make it so that he's set. And these are not power pieces, so they're kind of stuck there. So what I gotta do is move that forward. There we go. Move that there. Let's see. Move that back, and I think that'll do if I drop it there. Nah, crap, it won't. Okay, so I'm on the right track, though. Oh, wait, no, I gotta show him getting pissed. All right, fine, because, yeah, he looked fine. He looked mad. Fine, okay. Yeah, just drop that and screw up. Fine, let's see how is, yeah, Stomp gets mad. I guess he's stomping around the place. Show us this. Oh, fine. He's angry, and then he has, like, a split... I guess he has, like, the, like, a rotating face. Like, then he looks really, really sad. So, okay, fine. But in that case, I'm kind of glad to see this, because I've never actually honestly stopped to look at the way the animations are for these characters. Okay, so fine. I do need to do that. I need to do that. I need to do that. And can I drop that there? Or, no. Wait, can I? I can't, and that's going to go on top of that, so I can't do that. All right, I have the idea down, so I have to... If I have to move one. Move that. Oh, no, I got to move one of those forward. Okay, so I have to move one of them forward, and the other one to the side. But I need to... Actually, no, I think I do need to move to the left. So I had to move that down. I moved that here. Now I have to move that. Alright, so I do have some... Alright, we got something working here, but... Yeah, the problem is I can't drop that on just that. I need something on top. Maybe, maybe I gotta do that with yellow. So, let's try that. So I'll do the opposite. So we'll do that. Oh no, I was gonna do it with the yellow. So fine. As I said, do the opposite. So drag that down. Drag that there. I don't think that... Well... Oh no, I didn't mean to do... Yeah, I didn't mean to slide that one. Find that. Put that there. But that's not... Okay, that's not going to help me much when it comes to this. And if I pull that out that way, that's not going to help either, because then when that drops, it's not going to clear it. Sounds like I think maybe the green one, the way I was going with the green, I think that was the best option. So let's see. Okay, there's that. Actually, wait, maybe it doesn't matter. Fine, let me pull it back. So fine, let's pull that down. Because that still means that I have that. Oh, that's it. Okay, got it. So fine, I did have to pull it back. So then I have an opening to do that, and it drops down there. Got it. Okay. Alright, 5 slides only. So let's take a look. Alright, what do we got? Okay, so that looks like that's in place. The yellows don't look like they're in place at all, though. That's that idea. The red is not quite where I want it either. That should do that on that. And there's the blue. Where's the blue going? There's there, and there. So that's in a step. But then again, I don't know. Okay, that's not right, because I can't drop that. Yeah, the key is... Oh, yeah, I have to pull something down, so like, fine. I have to pull down... Yeah, there's the green. The green is in place. So okay, so I have to pull something down from this tower. But no. I'll drop down there. It's just... Yeah, the only thing that's getting me on this is that... Yeah, I think I gotta get that one. I gotta get the green down. I think that's what I have to do. But I also need to... Fine, I have to get the green down enough. Alright, and then there's one more. Okay, that's not right. Yeah, you basically need to make sure everything falls. Pretty much. Okay, that's there. Okay, that's not gonna be right, I don't think. Those are pointing out, I don't think you can... Yeah, you can't. You can't push the block out of the way. So it's only pulling only, you can't put... Oh, fine, you can't push other blocks out of the way with the block that you're pushing or pulling. Let me, reiterate that. Or put it that way, I should say. Alright. And I guess... I don't think this is gonna work. I'll try. Let's give it a try. Okay, it gets rid of the green, so I think the greens I have to leave for last. If I get mad, we're pulling out somebody else to show that as well. Yeah, let's take a look at Gyro. I do want to get this one specifically, and then we can show the other ones. I guess I'll also get a case of, like, fine, I need to show one specific that works well. This way. Okay, that's down. Okay, no. Yeah, because I can't let any of them drop on the same level, so... Well, fine, I guess a couple are going to have to drop on the same level. I don't think I have a choice. That's not gonna work either. Yeah, even though what? Fine, it's 27 puzzles as far as where we've gone so far, but even as far as 27, yeah, this game's not screwing around anymore. Well, I pulled that. Okay, that's not going anywhere as far as the blue. Fine, I have to get rid of that green. Because without those greens, there's that red. Okay, so I have to pull the red out. Then underneath that is those blues. The blues are right there. As soon as that goes down... the green goes away. The blues will go in place. Then the yellow... I don't want to drop the yellow yet. But I know I have to... I don't know if I can do that in just 4. And the question also is... Yeah, but I can't pull it back or forward, so I have to push it either to the left or the right, or pull it to the left or the right. If I go to the right, I'm not going to be able to drop that down. So I basically have to drop this down every move. But I don't know. Actually, wait. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna do it. Let me see. Okay, so it's the red. Okay, so I have to have the red underneath. Oh, fine. I keep hitting A on that. Sorry. See, I have to get out of that habit, too, because, like, sometimes the case, like, A, they'll say, like, hey, they'll skip through something. As far as sometimes guest cases. I do that, too, so fine. I'll stop that. Fine, let's see you get crazy. Okay, so yeah, he looks like the repair robot, but even he's like, yeah, fine, I've had enough of this. Yeah, I'll beat this one, so hang on. So I need to move this out of the way, too. This one, I don't think, hang on. I guess I have to do this, because otherwise I'm not going to have enough moves to get that out of my way. Okay, so yeah. This needs to be there. So the green needs to go. Okay, that's not good, because then it's going to be there. Okay, so no. I'll tell you the other thing this is also getting me in a mood of, and fine, this goes, I guess, with a puzzle game or anything really addictive like this. That one more. Let me get this one. So that's why I know I can't dismiss this game as it is, even if it's a case like, hey, I came back to this and I were to have said, hey, it's still too steep of a learning curve, feasibly. Like, this is a sign like, hey, this game has some worth to itself. No question. Okay, so pull that out. Wait, why did I move? Oh, right, I pulled out that way. So, wait, no, yeah, that's what I did. I need this there. I need that there. Bump. Bump. I don't have enough still. Shit. Okay, fine. Let me get an answer out with this, which is... What's the least number of moves I can make where that drops? Okay. 3 that way, but... Then these are stuck, and I don't have any way to do anything with those. Also, that went down, so that's not going to work either. Yeah, I don't want to give up on this one. This one. Fine, if I get this one, then we'll go on. But if I'll give this a couple more minutes. If I don't get this, I'm going to just say, fine, I can't get this. Yeah, that's in place, so that's fine. The green is the key to this operation. Just want to understand. Yeah, I don't have enough. That's the key. That has to be the key. It's this, because I need to make sure that drops down to get rid of that. Then the red needs to be out of the way. Then the blue goes down. Or wait. Right, because I get the blue out of the way, though, because the blues are all in place. Then that means that what I want to have happen is I want the green to go down, get rid of that, then get rid of the blues, and then that takes these down. And then the question next is the yellow. So how can I get the yellows going in 3 so that... that was 2 moves running that, so that's not going to work. Yeah, the yellows are not accounted for, so I need to do something about that. Wait, how many do I get to start? I thought I got 5. Okay, I do get 5. So, pull. That's, okay, that's underneath that both ways, right there. So there's 2. So it's 2 long, so I need to, or it's 2 blocks long, or 2 of a width long. I don't... Actually, no, fine. I think... Hold on, let me see something here. Okay, I have to pull that out and pull that either back or forward. I need to pull that out. I have to pull that out too to do that, but I don't think I can do this either. Boy. Also, just to let you know, I am also not looking up a walkthrough for this. I'm gonna try and do this one myself, but if I can't, I will, I'll go on. Hey, if nothing else, we're giving you a full show on this game. And the experience. Yeah, feel free to go into experiences you might have on puzzle mode in this or other puzzle games whilst I'm doing this, or trying to. So, fine. Okay, that, is not gonna work. I just wanted to see... Huh. No. Okay, can't go down there, I know that. I just wanted to see what we're dealing with here. So it needs to be that. 1, 2. But I can't... So fine, I guess what I gotta... No, is that... Let's see, 1, 2... 3, 4. I don't... Well, let's see what happens here. I can't get these. They're gonna be stuck. Or... Huh? Wait, what happened? Oh, wait, that red... Wait, hold on. Wait a second. That red one was... So, wait, let me see something here. I want to move 2 of these. Hang on, let's see something here. So, wait. So, wait. The blue ones are not connecting to each other? Wait, how's that possible? Wait, okay, let me look at that again, because I want to see something, because... Fine. Yeah, I'm just taking them down because I want to see something. Okay. 1. So, wait. So, wait. The red one I pulled out... Wait. So hold on. Yeah, I need to pull that 2 there so it's there, but... Okay, I want to see how this thing is falling when I do this. Because the thought is that when I pull that, it should go down, and that clears out that one in the middle and that one there. So wait a second. What's happening here? It's in the line and it's not clearing off. So wait a second. Hold on. I know something specific on how they fall, but let me look at this. It's fine. I'm just doing this, 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 this. Okay, hang on. Wait, maybe it's because I'm taking shortcuts on how I'm getting rid of this. Let's see. Pull 1. Wait. Well, fine. I can't do that way. Well, hang on. Fine. Pulling these 2. This. This. But wait. Okay, hang on. So there's something specific about how it's dropping from... Okay, so I have to slide that to the left, basically. Wait, right, I did slide that to the left. So wait. What was the difference between when I did this? Let me just, I want to understand this, which is I pulled that back, and I did that, and it didn't work. So wait, what's the difference if I do that without it? Okay, it's clearing unless... Wait a second. Is there... Oh, wait a sec. Oh, is that why? So yeah, that red one is doing... Wait. It's not... Okay, hang on a second. Okay, there's something about the way that red one is going. So I can't move that, is what you're telling me, I think. Can't move that one either. Okay, fine. That slides that one out of the way. Okay, that's good. Okay. That goes down. That's stuck. Okay, so hang on a sec. Alright, I'm doing one more shot because I think I might be getting close to this. Because yeah, when this goes out anyway, that goes. Pull that out that way. That does not go. Maybe I don't want to pull this one out to make that happen yet. Okay, so I have to pull it forward. Okay, that pulls there. Oh wait, I ran out of moves already. So fine. Okay, I'll try one more thing. I want to see this. Since I had an extra move, since I had an extra move when I did this, so I'm gonna do as few moves with the yellow as possible, even though I know this is not gonna be you. Wait, no, I have. So that's that. Oh, no. I had to pull that forward. Okay, so fine. I'm gonna just do this as far as the yellow stuff, because I want to see something. So that goes. Okay, okay, that doesn't go anymore because that's. Okay, so alright, so the purple did not go because. Oh, because the red was up there. It was stuck as far as that. Jesus. God, I think this one might have got me. I have no idea how to handle this. I'll tell you what I'll do. For the purpose of the edits, I'll look up off screen how to do this, and I'll have an edit showing how it's done right about here. Okay, so here's how you solve puzzle 27. Yeah, I just had to figure this out, and I guess I sort of feel like an idiot. There are actually two ways to solve this, as I found online. I'll also give indications to the videos that I indicated this or found this from. So yeah, the normal way to use all 5 slides is just take this red block. I was thinking like, wait, I need to move one of them, but it's not this one. Move it down one, and then what you do is you take the yellow ones, you move one to the right, or the top one to the right once, the one in the middle to the right once, and then pull this one out twice. Like that. And there you go. That's how it goes. As far as that. But the other way to do it, and I will indicate this, and I'm not showing puzzle 28 just because, hey, that was beyond the scope. But hey, if you do want to see us come back to do the puzzle mode fully, of which, since I did last night's show, as I'm recording this, there are 100 puzzles. So yeah, you do have a bunch of puzzles to solve as you go through this. We're 27 again, because there's another way to do this. You have to move this back, and then move this downwards. So you can do it in 4 moves. And there you go. So that is how you do puzzle 27. Sorry I couldn't complete it last night on the show. But yeah, there's your answer, and hope you enjoyed the rest of the video. Okay, so in that case, you'll at least have seen how it's done. Because I don't know how the fuck it's done myself. I've been thinking as far as, like, what it is. But I know when I look at that, I'm going like, Jesus Christ, what the hell was it? But fine, okay. So in that case, fine. I'm gonna have to admit defeat for now. But I said, at that point, for the purpose of show, that's the other reason. Like, I'll look it up later just because I said, fine, for the purpose of show, probably looking out there and saying, like, how do you do this? Like, which I say, I don't know either, so fine, I will, I'll break out a look at that to see. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is we're gonna take a look at, we're on gear. Let's take a look at the, well, you know what, fine, I want to show everybody losing, so we're gonna try 27 again just because I'm gonna have them lose. I tried randomly moving stuff around, see what happens, or fine, just do that to show them getting, you know, mad. Or whatever they are. Oh, he has kind of like a design on the side of him, almost like a little, eye or something. Okay. So that's that. That's you. And then next up, we showed Gyro already. Showed Stomp. I've shown Wheels losing multiple times, so yeah. Wait, did I show Rocket losing? Fine, I just want to show this because, like, hey, if I'm showing this whole game, I want to show as much of what it is. It's a small thing, yes, but hey, it gives a little perspective of the character of this thing. Alright, fine. Oh, I forgot, Rocket moves really, really fast, which... Alright, he's looking away, shamed. Oh, poor, Rocket. He just looks really sullen. Fine, he looks really depressed. Okay. Yeah, I feel bad as far as that, but fine. I'm not gonna use Rocket for play, because otherwise, like, I don't... Like, I'm with Electverse in this one, saying, like, as far as how to run this, I'll run Wheels, just because of this. I'll look at Time Trial, look at Versus Computer, and I'll look at the codes and all that stuff. And, right, in the end of Rescue. And that, Crystal Tower thingy on, Hide and Seek. So let's do Time Trial. Okay, Time Trial works this way. You have a board as far as you have a sphere that you run. You have multiple spheres that you run over a period of 5 minutes. You have to clear as many out as you can within 5 minutes as far as getting the core on each of them. Based on how many you do, you get a better score. So yeah, your knowledge of the gravity combos and shift combos, or whatever those are called, will help out here. They just dig to the center. I'm not doing a very good job. You have 5 minutes for that purpose of that. Okay, You can also still get items in here, it's worth pointing out, so if you are able to clear a bunch at once, you're able to speed things up for yourself if you're able to do that. I'm not, so, yeah, toss that there. It's funny, I'm also looking for a long piece now. Oh, fine, not anymore, I'm not. And it's basically the same rules as normal case, where you get one of those pictures out of the way of the robot you selected. I actually just realized now it is going to be a picture of whatever robot you're currently playing as. You clear the sphere, and you do another one. And the time continues from where you finish the last one off from. So if you can go quick and get through the boards fast as far as what this is, and save some time, that'll be good. And it'll give you stats at the end. We'll show those when we get to the end. I'll even give you 5 minutes, honestly, for this one, because I think it's kind of better. Usually you see, like, 2 minutes in games like this. That's how Tetris Attack did it, as one example. And some other games that run that way, too. But I think for this one, it does give a nice amount of time to kind of get going. That's also because, unlike a lot of games like that, where you're basically playing for score. Fine, you are playing for score, but in this case, you're also playing to clear the area as quickly as you can. So it's kind of a mixture of, hey, you're clearing levels on time, which is kind of neat. And honestly, kind of unique as far as a game like this. I believe they also do give you bigger layers as you go along, so that's part of it too. Yeah, all sort of they do. Yeah, use my item just to clear out parts of that so I can at least get through quicker. Yeah, because one's all I need. Oh, fine. I probably should have taken that item, or tried to get that item as it was. But alas, no. I do the thumping bass going. It's definitely very industrial, kind of, as far as how it sounds a little bit. I said I would love to see something like, yeah, take this, take the soundtrack to like a rave party or something. It's like, fine, let's get this party started. And I don't know, people either say like, what the hell is this? Or they'll say like, oh my god, I love it. I don't know, it's probably gonna be one of those two. I don't know if anybody's gonna be in between. I don't know, maybe you have a weird element as far as like, how can you do like a rave party as far as something like this with a game? Crap. Also, you do run on live, so I'm glad I got to show the fact that I'm screwing up with lives. And if you do run out of lives, it's an instant end of the game, just to indicate that same way as it is everywhere else. Shit, I'll go again! Yeah, fine, I still have rustiness in this game from 26 years ago that I still have not completely gotten worn off. I'm right there. Not, okay, it's not enough for the picture. Okay, that was just enough. I was like, yeah, I just have to get enough on the corner for wheels there. I said, can I get that? And the answer is yes, fine. The other thing I'm also going to do is, yeah, we're going to use my item right now just to get it out of the way. Crap, I did. Oh, okay. I'm glad I got to show that as well, because, fine, yes, you do run out of lives. It is instant fail as far as it, but fine. Your lives replenish between each board you clear. So actually, that's pretty cool. In that case, to give me a yellow, I was like, I don't want the yellow right now. I want the green so I can get rid of this part of it. I got one of them. I don't know how much more I'm going to get on this next board. We'll see. Yes, I got to be quick. Fine, because it's a time trial. That's the idea. Like, get moving. Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm not going to get far down in this one. Okay, so alright, after the 5 minutes is done, you get a perspective of your score. We got 364,600 with the highest combo score of 23,700. I guess they don't like combos in this game. Biggest combo of 18. X multiplier count of 1. Pieces taken out, 336. Total drop, 73. Cores uncovered, 6. Levels passed, 5. Okay. Not too bad. And you do, by the way, I guess I should show this. I haven't really shown completely this, which is, I think it's in options. Actually, fine, we didn't show the practice mode. I guess we'll show the practice mode scores. It'll show your best scores when it comes to all the modes. And I believe it's cumulative in regards to rescue and hide and seek. Time for going through on puzzle. Time trial. And yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, so, fine. I'll show the practice, because I think the practice is just... okay, fine. The practice is... selection of pieces you run. Layers to core. Core area. Yeah, you get like 99 core area. We're not doing that. I'm going to do a quick one. We'll start this. And I'll show the other stuff, and I think we'll be in good case. Fine, in this case, it's insanely small. So yeah, if you do want to practice your skills to kind of get your core, get the core open, that'll be good for you. And I don't. Okay, no, it doesn't elevate as you go along. It's basically you set the parameters of what you want to do for the purpose of that. I think that's fine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'll show up the versus computer. I'll show a couple rounds of this. I remember there's a story perspective to this if you go through every level, if you beat it. There might be. But what I'm going to do is... we'll do a couple rounds of this. I'll show the extra stuff. I'll just show how multiplayer this works, because this is basically a replication of what that is. There also might be flashing light warnings on this, as far as if they get a good... Yeah, right there, right there. In fact, that's a flashing light warning right there, the red. Okay, what happened there was you got dark blocks. What happens there... Oh, fine, there. Fine. Anytime there's the red, there's going to be the flashing light warning. Not bad, but just... I'll give them a indication. When you do combos against your opponent, what will happen is that you'll send those dark blocks to them. You cannot drop a block down on them to get rid of them. But what you can do is... You can slide them around... if you want, and if you have them in connection with the actual colored blocks, the yellow ones, and they're touching, they can clear off. So as they take on garbage blocks for the purpose of this game, they just make sure that you kind of have it in line and be cognizant of where the dark blocks are. And yeah, don't do a clearage on, or try to do a clearage on one of those, otherwise you lose a life. And the AI is good enough to be able to challenge you that way, but they'll also make mistakes too, as far as like losing lives. If you lose all your lives, yeah, you lose, so be careful not to do that. I believe also it's a... Yeah, right, what you have to do is you have to get to the core, and then you have to reveal the number of pictures. Because we saw the one that we did for the time trial, as far as... Oh, you just need to get one to go to the next core. This one you have to get down there quick enough just to get it, so you can have the number of pictures that they give you set. And you also get weapons, and so can he. He has stuff of that. I'm going to use my bomb. And there are also the item fire things, so you can pick up items that way too. And yeah, you see the number go down there on core. That means that I revealed a couple of those. If I can reveal, yeah, a couple of those core squares, which are pretty small. So as long as you get to the center, you should be good. Then you win. I'm also not getting good luck when it comes to getting these pieces, because these are going to be the key to winning. In fact, that's it, I won. Alright, and when you do win, you get to go on to the next round, and you fight the other off. You know, I'll also let them, like, do the, like, the Mexican standoff, or the robot standoff there. I was like, yeah. Yeah, wheels and gear. I was like, yeah, they're like, yeah, you want a piece of me, let's go. They kind of just spin around almost like that. Yeah, not really doing anything yet, but it's like, fine, we'll settle this on the Tetrisphere battlefield, specifically. That's the idea. Okay. I said, I believe there is maybe more of a stuff as far as like kind of going through this. Although, honestly, when it comes to the story, Lightforce kind of had the right indication of this, which was that hide-and-seek mode basically is the story mode, in the sense that they have dialogue going on for that. It's like, hey, let's do the hide-and-seek thing. So yeah, actually, this is kind of interesting in what it is, but it is also something that, yeah, bring your skill as far as this game, but fine, understand it as far as at first, which is it, for me, took time, but I get it now, and I think it's kind of a better thing for it. It's also one of those things I almost want to expose this game to people, specifically just see how they take this. Or, actually, that's the other thing, 'cause I don't think, actually, I'll be honest, Dolly Finn and Lightforce, I think you're the only two people I think I've ever met in my entire life, who I'm not related to, that know what this game is. Honestly. Everybody else I asked that question, like, hey, if you played this, do you know what this is? Like, yeah, I don't know what this is. Fine, maybe I get that idea, but I guess it's also the question of, fine, I guess they'll know enough, because they'll, it's like, hey, I'm practicing this game. Like, even my coworkers, like, I knew when I was working yesterday, it's like, hey, I'm gonna just be at home tomorrow night after work practicing this game, because I know we're doing this in, for tonight's show, for this week's show, I should say. Okay, down there is where I need to be, but fine, let's just bomb it. There you go. Yeah, not too bad as far as what that is. Alright, so yeah, Wheels is showing the skills. We'll do one more. I enjoyed the show. I have to catch up the rest of my recording because I had a long work day. Thank you. No problem, Dolly Finn. Yeah, just to let you know, fine, you know you're on the show next week. Because, December 23rd, 7 p.m. Strange Horticulture. We're starting it. Cannot wait to start it with you. The practice is going well as far as how it is. And we're going to be finishing that game as far as it by end of the year. So, yeah, it's only going to take 2 parts. So, we're going to have 2 shows to it. One the 23rd and the other one on the 29th. So, thank you so much for joining us, Dollyfin, for this one. Yes, and thank you. Of course, anytime. And thank you for joining us on Tetrisphere for Nintendo 64. We'll see you next week. I'm looking forward to doing that one with you. Yeah, more puzzle action as it is. Guys, have a good night and have a good rest. Sounds like you've earned it, for sure. Take care and have a good night. Alright, so yeah. Now, as I'll go, I'll do one more, and then I think we'll show off the thing with rescue, and I'll show the codes. I think that will probably be the end of it. So we'll get a good 5 hours as far as the game. Thank you. Sure, no problem, Dolphin, of course. Thank you, of course, for adding to the show as it's been for tonight, as is always the case, and then also with the games you have. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, just get rid of those things. But, alright, yeah, we'll reset. Thank you very much, of course. Anytime. Item there, item there. Okay, so now it's also getting a little tense, because, like, wait, no, now he's, not screwing around anymore. Okay, fine, fine, you're getting the bomb to start. I'm not getting the rocket. It's fine, they give you more powerful, stuff of that, but fine, he's at the core. Alright, I gotta get moving. Otherwise, yeah, we're not gonna be in good shape. Ah. Okay, I also see how this is getting intense, I'll say that for sure. Uh-oh. And he's almost near the core. Ah, crap. I might not win this. Come on, come on. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, I probably just need to just dig deeper to where I can dig deeper in. But fine, he's kind of got me cornered as far as the places I can dig deeper into. If I can... Okay. He has a lot of items. Alright, he's winning this. There's no way in hell I'm gonna win this. Damn. Especially when I'm losing lives. Alright, because he has dark blocks underneath there. So, alright, fine. That I'm in real trouble. Uh-oh. Wait, that's on him. When I hear that cling cling for the clock, it's like, I think I'm running out of time. But, alright. No, it's not. It's him. Okay, there we go. Almost. Maybe I can pull this out. If I pull this out, it's going to be a miracle. Here's the fast, okay, he's got, okay, I'm actually winning now, but let's see, I don't know if I can hold this. Alright, so, come on, I need more green blocks. Alright, bomb, alright, bomb. Use it, use it. Alright, this is gonna come down to whoever used this first. I don't know who won. He won. Okay. Okay, yeah, unfortunately, Wheels, yeah, he did not win. Sorry, Wheels. We tried. Alright, yeah, you take a rest. Alright, okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna show off the end of Rescue with, my off-screen, thing. So let's load game. So I'm gonna complete, episode 5, as it is. I think after that, then we can shut the show down. I'll also do the stuff with the codes. But maybe I should do that now. But fine, we'll keep going. Yeah, this is the last area of this. Yeah, if I can get through this specifically, I think we should be good. Uh-oh. Okay, now, okay, here's the thing. Now that we're at this, juncture of this, it means that I'm not... Damn, I don't have many of those, blocks. You know what? Oh, no. I say, yeah, I knew that was gonna clear badly right there. But you do get a, thing for that. That does mean that, it does reset the clock. Okay, shit. I don't know, maybe I won't be able to do this. Uh-oh. They're not getting any power pieces. Yeah, the timer goes down really, really fast as far as this, so that's where things get a little hairy. Yeah, so I guess I'm glad I'm showing this part. Uh-oh, shit. Oh. Jesus Christ, is going fast. Yeah, if I could have gotten a power-up on that, that would have been amazing. Actually, you know, at this rate, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this out. Okay, I'm barely getting any opportunities to... Look at that, okay, fine. Yeah, here we go. We're at the core. Okay. That's not enough. Crap. Oh, yeah, the clock is going down insanely fast. I don't think I knew that it went down this fast. I know it goes down faster as you go. Oh, fine. Let's see something. I'm gonna let it go, because I've got a... There. Yeah, and the width of, that I need to have in order for me to get out of this is... Especially when I'm not getting the stuff I need. I was gonna say, can you get out of that, please? Fine, just let it be. I'm sitting back. Okay, thank God I got out. Alright, Jesus, this is a tense rescue, no question. Fine, I'll see how far I can go. If I can't get through this as far as it, then fine, I'll have the code as far as the shit, no. I'll have the code as far as the credits, so then I can show that way, but... Jesus, I did not know it went down this fast. Or I didn't know it went down this fast, let's put it that way. Alright, And even when you clear out the power pieces, it's still not helping too much with the clock, I'm noticing. Helps a little, but not massively. Yeah, because by the way, the power, I don't know if I indicated this enough earlier. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If not, I'll make sure I clarify it now, which is that the power piece is the only pieces that will actually reduce the clock. And when you do clears of them, there are power pieces that come on screen. Whoa. You know, let's see what happens. What happens when it gets to fully red? I haven't actually shown that happening yet. Nothing. Okay, nothing happens. Ah, shit. Hold on. I got close to the core on one of these. Alright, so basically just quicker in terms of how it gets to the... how it gets to the center. Also, not many crystal blocks, so I can't really take advantage of, you know, clearing out anything. Uh-oh, shit, no! In this case, fine. I'm just putting every damn one I got in line as far as power pieces. Yeah, just buy myself some time, or get myself killed. Alright, fine. I'll try once more as far as this. But if it gets to a case where I can't, I'll have to cut ship at some point. Alright. Thank God there's an item there. I probably shouldn't... Okay. I was gonna say, fine. Was that a good thing to put there? Fine. It was fine that I put the power piece there because, hey, it's going to... It's gonna be, fine. It turns into a power piece as far as when it runs that way. So, I can just move wherever I want. Okay, fine. Maybe that's the other thing I should be doing more than I've been doing, which is... focus that much more on... getting the core, or where I am on the core. I say, yeah, friend, can you get out of that, please? I don't know. Ugh! Jesus Christ. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Good. I thought I was on my last life, but I am not. Well, I wasn't, I should say. At first, I thought that was the end of it, but no, it was not the end. Okay. So in this case, all right, fine. To go back to what Electrus, you were saying, as far as doing the slide around. Yeah, as far as that being your preferred method of playing this, yeah, looking at this, I'm realizing, yeah, that's absolutely a good strategy to use, especially when you're at the end of the rescue mode here. This is the last episode. It is worth pointing that out, because it does tell you that when you complete episode 5, or no, episode 6, or episode 4. What? I say, friend, is that gonna be good enough for you to get out of this? I think the answer is I don't know if you're gonna be okay getting out of this. Oh, there's not even there. There's not even there. Okay, I got it. I got an item. Over here. Okay, good. That was enough. I was gonna say, I have 10 levels of this. I'll find 7 more now. Alright, so fine. This is where Mastery of Tetrisphere is gonna be needed in order to get through this. Ah, crap. Yeah, just have to keep an eye on those power pieces. Yeah, more than any time in the game, this is where you really need it. Alright, there's an item there, you know, I want to try and... yeah, hold my item, basically, and get something better. Alright, yeah, now we can do it. I said, yeah, unfortunately it's going up on the top. Yeah, that's taking us too close. So close to an item. Was that enough? Okay, that was enough. Alright, so yeah, maybe we can get through this. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm trying as hard as I can. I'm also doing what I probably shouldn't be doing right now, which is kind of trying to... yeah. That was so close to an item, man. See, this little shows, I think, about, if anything else, and this is gonna get into my final thoughts when I get to this. How this game has gotten its hooks in me at this point. It's definitely clicked. It's like, I'm totally in a case of trying to manage on this and still want to keep playing. Uh-oh. Jesus Christ. I don't even know if I remembered it being this intense as far as at the end of it. Where's the furthest in? Probably right there. Come on. Alright, this is kind of the area. That's kind of where I want to be. Fine, in that case, yeah. Shit, no. Yeah, put it, here. Almost. Which I know I shouldn't be doing that, I should just be focusing on where's here, but... Yeah, okay, now I can. Alright, friend, you're coming out. Come on. Yeah, I just have to make the hole big enough for you to get out of. Okay, I did, thank God. Oh, I have an item at the start of this one. Or I didn't. Oh, yeah. Either that or I didn't. No, I did use my other one, I thought, didn't I? Okay, I'll be curious to look back at the footage for that very reason myself. Okay. I know at this point, fine, I'm gonna start digging in. Except, uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's an item there. Oh. Rocket, rocket, rocket! Or fine, firecracker. At this point, I'm basically just beholden to my items. To get any way out. Oh, crap. Yeah, with so many layers, it means it's hitting... It's not hitting the top, or it's hitting the top in some cases. Jeez, look how dug in it is. Fine, dug in I am in one area, but not completely set. Oh, Jesus. We're almost there. I know we're almost there. Okay, thank God I got out. Yeah, I think at this point I do want to get out of this. Even if it takes me a little longer. I was thinking like, hey, 5 hours would be enough on this game, but honestly, no. If I can get through this and beat this part of the game, I want to do it. I said full look in this game. I made that promise. We're doing it. Yeah, we're so close. Like, I don't know if you've beaten the... Fine, you said you hadn't beaten the hide-and-seek mode completely. Fine, I haven't either. But I don't know if you've done it on the rescue mode either. Especially now, it's like, yeah, this is where things are getting really hard. Honestly, it's also one of those things that is getting closer. I just want to find something that matches and just let it go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you have claustrophobia, you're probably not liking what you're seeing right here, but either way, even it's making me claustrophobic too, but dang, I do like the idea that I'm in this position with it. Shit, no! Crap. I was off by a couple inches. At least that reset the clock. I'll take that. Oh, I see item. I see item. Oh no. Just go right in. Fine, screw it, screw it. I need to shoot this out. I also need to find out where I can drop one of these. I just put that there and then just come back. Come on. No. It's good, it's good, it's good. Yeah, just leave it, just leave it. I'm just waiting. There's the item, 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 item! Oh, I'm not done? Oh, wait, am I done? I was like, wait, hold on. I was like, I didn't know if I got him out. The clock was still going. Okay, there we go. Alright, 3 more levels. We almost have this. Uh-oh. Yeah, I definitely feel the tension now, but I gotta say, I kind of like the idea of this. Like, oh god, I gotta move, gotta move. It's gonna be so satisfying when we get this. Yeah, I'm not fine. I'm gonna guarantee it eventually that we get there. See, maybe it's the case I should just hold my items till later, but if I make a miss, it goes away, so... Uh-oh. Hi, friend, we're getting you out, I promise. Ooh, I got an item. Ah. Okay, good thing I used my item before, because at least I was able to get use of it before things went off. Uh-oh. First I thought that was on top of something, but I guess it isn't. Okay. Right, there's Rocket. Alright, here we go. Another one. Let's go. Oh, first I was like, wait, that looked weird, it looked different. But I was like, no, it wasn't. Oh no. No, no, no. Yeah, I don't want these purple, blocks that way. I want these, yeah, I want these, Alright, I got him out. Okay, I guess I got him out. I didn't feel like I was even clearing anything in that area, but I guess it was enough to get him through. Okay, 2 more levels. Alright. Where is something clear? That'll work. This is also probably gonna be the most silent I've been playing anything as far as like, but yeah, fine. Showing that focus, like I'm in the gamer focus. I'm leaning forward. I'm doing everything I can to be set on this. Dynamite, dynamite. What? Oh shit, I missed. I can't use it. Yeah, I just had to realize that, like, wait, no, I can't use this now. Oh crap, no. The good news is there are a bunch of power blocks or power pieces. Yeah, I keep forgetting what the name is. Fine, I'm not focusing on that right now, so I think that's what's going on here. If nothing else, I think maybe I am giving the best look at this game I can imagine now, because, like, yeah, so focused on trying to beat this thing, which I've never done before as far as this, so... I knew I held this for the show for a reason, but not for the reason I expected. Come on. There we go. Okay, one or two more. I think it's two more. Since I do have some time on my hands, I want to try and get a couple of these set so I can... I'll go really, really long. I see an item. Uh-oh. Alright, so I'm at the core quick, it's just that... Yeah, I know I gotta get a lot out of this part of it. Alright. I'm so close. Oh no. Did I see a weapon there? Yeah, I did. Actually, I don't know how I'm in the blue zone for the clock now. That's suspicious. I got it, okay. Last level, I think we're almost there. No, this is it. This should be it. Yeah, here we go. End of rescue. We're gonna do this. We've come so far. Uh-oh. There we go, I got a bunch of those right there. Yeah, I'm not even waiting on my items anymore. Bring that there and toss it, okay. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, where I dug down the deepest, I've kind of lost track. Uh-oh. I think I'm losing my ground. Oh, no, no, it's here, it's here, it's here. See item over there. Alright, I see the core, I see it. Victory's in sight. Ah, crap. Yeah, you said if I do fail this level, we're trying it again. I'm not stopping until I get this. Where's the core? Shit, I lost it. Okay, it's there, it's there, it's there. Alright. There's tons of those power pieces right here. There's so many power pieces here. Yeah, they're definitely making it work for this rescue. That's no question about it. You hear those? It's like, yeah, we almost have you. We're getting you out of there, I promise. Alright, almost there. It went off that way. I don't know if it's going to be good enough. Shit, no. Where's the... Well, I'm in good shape as far as what this is, so maybe I can sit back a little while. Oh no. what's next? Shit. Yeah, that was close. Oh, come on. I'm inches away. Jesus Christ, how much more is there? Alright. This guy's huge. Oh, there you go. That's good. That's good. Maybe on this end. I got him. I think I got him. I got him. Oh my god, thank god I made it. Whew. Alright, that is rescue mode, ladies and gentlemen. And flashlight warning as this happens. Jesus Christ, that was insane. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this is my first time seeing this, but wow, okay. My god, that was tense. But man, it feels good. Alright, so there's love in the air for the purpose of that. Yeah, Jesus, after that, no question. Wow. Okay, so yeah, fine, we're seeing the credits this way. We'll do the thing with the code still, but there you go. My god, okay. Yeah, sorry for the lack of commentary there, but yeah, it was worth doing. Alright, that is Tetrisphere, ladies and gentlemen. Got a little more as far as some codes I'm going to show off, but yeah, final thoughts on this game. I'm glad I got to come back to this game. I'm glad that I put the time to figure it. As I said, when I was younger, I didn't know what I was doing on this one. But now that I've gotten older, now I sat down and took the time with it. I really appreciate this game much more now. It's a case where I can kind of see the unique and pretty clever game that this is. And definitely one of the hidden gems on the N64. And I do appreciate the perspective of being able to go into this again. And Electris, thank you so much for the request on this one. I had a great time playing this game. Great time understanding my perspective and reevaluating my perspective of it. Also giving you the game you want to see. Yeah, a couple of years, it's mentioned after I announced that, fine, you said you want to see it. I said, fine, I'm getting it. But we made it. Okay, never mind. There are people from Nintendo Power here. Eric Was, Armand Williams. Actually, a lot of the project coordinators, fine, they did work at Nintendo Power then. As it was. Yeah, it is tense. It is, it's fine, it's tense, it's great look to itself, and great music. I'm almost tripping over my words. It is a high learning curve, but when you get past that, if you can get past that, it is definitely an interesting one. One that, yeah, if you're looking for something totally different as far as your puzzle games, yeah, the best compliment, as I mentioned, I could pay to this game is, I don't think I've ever played anything quite like this, and it was Alexei Pajitnov who was involved with the additional contributions on the game, as far as the concept. And a nice close-off as far as Nintendo 64 this year. We started with Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, and we're ending with this one, as it is. Definitely a unique one, as far as it, and another diamond in the rough, as far as it. Yeah, not too much I think I can say more as far as how it is. And it does have terrific music and a great style to it. And something you'll remember, I think, I mean, fine, even though I was struggling with this game when I first played it, I do still remember it, and I get the idea that, you know, giving it more love, giving it more attention, and it having this kind of resonance that is kind of unique as far as a game like this. And so, yeah, in that case, I did have a good time showing it off, but we're not quite done yet. We're almost done. I have a couple of the cheat codes I want to look at when we go through the credits. I won't show the credits one because we're seeing the credits right now for the purpose of running through the rescue mode, because Jesus Christ, that was intense. Yeah, thanks to Roy Clark Bailey, the late Roy Clark Bailey. Inspired by the original Tetris. Yeah, a bit, in its way. Yeah, there you go with it. Whew, Jesus, still with me? There's a great reward ahead, but it gets real hard from here. Only fused combos can help get your X count above 10. Jesus. I can't show this now. If you want me to come back to this game, say the word. I'm fine with that, but... if I only look and see what this is like, what's it doing as far as, the timer. Yeah, I'm not even gonna start playing right now. Yeah, they're just coming in as far as that. You know what? Fine. We'll, feasibly look at this another time if you want to see me come back to this game, but... oh, wow. Jesus. Okay. So, last order of business for schedule is going to be... let's take a look at names. So, let's show the codes off. Go into new name, and in order to do this, in the new name screen, press and hold L, C right, and C down. Wait, is that right? L, C right and down. There we go. And then type in numbers specifically, or type in passwords. Type Game Boy, but with, instead of the A, replace it with this alien head. Where is the L? Like, yeah, I'm going later as far as it just because of that element. Right. And hear that you did it correctly. It does give you extra music. You can go into the options to see that. I'll also put in a couple other ones. I'll put in... yeah, I didn't do the lines one. Okay, there's also level select if you enter, Saturn here, the spaceship here. Fine, let's give it a shot. That, the spaceship... oh no, that's the spaceship. The rocket. The heart and the skull. So basically go across the way. Okay, and then the other one I'll check is... let's see what lines is. This is his hidden game. Let's take a look what this hidden game is. Oh, lines mode. Okay, so that is lines mode. I'll take a brief look at what lines mode is. And the other thing... I'll do the vortex code last. Alright, so this is an extra mode. I don't know what I'm dealing with here. Let's take a look at one level of what lines is. Okay, remove a big enough area from the core of your ball for your friend to escape. You can remove pieces of 3 in a horizontal or vertical line. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so what it is that it's kind of like actual Tetris in the sense that you just have to handle getting lines cleared out in groups of 3. So you basically do vertically or horizontally 3 of anything, and it's always going to be... okay, so it's always going to be just a wild card, so you don't have to drop anything. Hit an A button, it's not doing anything. Okay. That's pretty neat. Okay, and it is a hidden mode. I guess you unlock it by going through some of the stages here, I would think. I guess you can also still get weapons off of this. I guess. Also, he's like, hey, fine, you know what? I want to get rid of the, piece inside. Alright, and you can still use weapon. Let's see what that's like. Or magic. I keep rolling magic weapon. It's kind of the same thing. It's implied what it is. So, basically what it is, it's lines, or fine, it's rescue mode with a different, stipulation. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. Alright, so at least I'm giving a little bit of credence as far as all the modes and everything. And, The music, I want to go into options, because with music, that would mean that... Okay, we have birthday bumps. I think I should probably end the show on that, quite frankly. Let's see. Skank Bowl fight. So, alright, fine. Is this the only Nintendo 64 game that has the word skank in it? And for that matter, is the only game with an kids to adults only rating that has that? I'll see if I can't find an answer to that. I don't even think Conker's Bad Fur Day says that. But is it kind of like chiptune music? Actually, wait a minute. It sounds like Game Boy music. Hence the code name. A little bit, but not quite. And there's Sappy, which sounds like something out of... A little bit out of Undertale, kinda. Alright, so that's interesting. Yeah, Dog Robot. These are kind of the hidden tracks of the game. Yeah, you put that Game Boy code in with the A as the alien head instead. You get these pieces of music. You get Snowy Mushrooms. I remember hearing this one when I was doing my lookup on this game. They said it's supposed to be an homage, I guess, to like Super Mario Brothers or that Mario or the Mario franchise, I should say. But they also said it's kind of almost a question of, I don't know, of a drug case like the mushroom thing, but it sounds very pleasing and pleasant. Also the Cheddar Funk. I like that name. Yeah, so we'll definitely take a listen to all this music before we shut the show down as it is. I think because of how I went longer, fine, I showed the thing with Crystal Tower the one way. I think that's going to be good enough. And I'll show that vortex code, and then we will have our element. And zooming car, okay. I said this does sound like something you'd hear as far as like this kind of chiptune-y thing. And I guess with the selection of music, you can feasibly choose to run this while playing the game. I do like the way the instrumentation goes. Those, yeah, Spooky Baby, something good for the purpose of Halloween. Even though I know it's Christmas in like, Jesus, like, just barely over a week at the time of this recording. Actually, I do kind of like these tunes. They're pretty neat. Magic Fluter, I believe. Is it Fluter? But no, it's not Flutter. I think it's Fluter, but I thought it was a flautist. Yeah, pretty cool. And then Xtol. So, alright, fine. Your new tracks are Magic Flutter, Spooky Baby, Zooming Car, Cheddar Funk, Snowy Mushrooms, Dog Robot, Sappy, Skank Bowl Fight, and Birthday Bumps. Okay, last thing we're gonna do, though, before we pull up a piece of music to listen to. There's one more code I'm putting in. And that is Vortex, and then we're gonna do something very specific. So, if you type in Vortex, as is... I don't know if you have to enter this. Let me try this. Okay, so, I guess you do. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I have to get up and reset the console, and I have to hold the reset button in to see this. Let's take a look. Alright. Never had this happen on Nintendo 64, did you? I also had to turn the mic around, because I'm basically at my Nintendo 64 holding that button down. So yeah, everybody's getting sucked into the vortex. Yeah, I'm holding the reset button down on the console to do this. I've never in a million years seen this. I don't think I've seen any game on N64 that does this. From what I understand, if you let go of the reset button, the game will reset on its own. It'll keep repeating this animation. But alright, fine. Also, if nothing else, I got to show the fact that there was like a unique reset animation going on. Not just this, but just for like the fade out. Which I always thought was interesting on Nintendo 64 when games did that. But alright, we're going to let go. And because I have the RetroTink 5X, we can do that without the feed cutting. Thank God for that. And be able to show that as our element of Tetrisphere as we are ending the show for the purpose of that this week. Also, I do want to check one thing, because I said I didn't put these codes in before the show, because I said, did they save to the cartridge? Fine. I guess they do. Fine, I reset it, so it's probably going to hold it. Let's take a look at that. We got birthday bumps, we know we're good. Oh, actually they don't. So I have to put them in again. Actually, fine, I'll check the other thing. I'll check lines. Did hold lines off? Okay, no, it didn't. So on a reset, it gets rid of it. Okay, so fine. In that case, you can just put the codes in again. Alright, fair enough. Perfect. So as far as the ending music, I do love this track, but then again... Actually, you know, I want to put the code again in to hear the music. I think we're going to end with that birthday bump. That was a pretty cool one. Okay, so the code once more was Game Boy with the letters. Or with the alien head on the A. And then we'll get into stuff on schedule, and that will be the end of the show for tonight. I definitely had a great time doing Tetrisphere for sure. And I'm glad in this case I was able to satisfy something as far as myself. Because I've always said to myself, man, I think I should have given this game another shot. I really should have kind of gotten myself to understand it more. So yeah, in that case, I was able to satisfy something that I guess I've had sort of on my mind for the past 26 years. But more importantly than that, the real purpose of the show, as I said, is Electverse. Electverse is the reason we're playing this game tonight, and we played this game tonight. Actually, no. Let's listen to Snowy Mushrooms. Very spacey and very nice. So I'll keep that way. And that should be good. But yeah, Electverse is the one to thank. That is the real reason we did the show. I did not do the show just so I could say, hey, you know, I'm able to, you know, satisfy this thing for myself. It's about all of you out there. And it's what the viewer requests are always about. So it was about the best chat on Twitch coming in saying, I want to see a game. I have memories, very powerful memories, or very personal memories to me about a game. Give us a chance to show something off that maybe you haven't played before. One that doesn't cost a lot of money if you're curious in playing this. I got this game a couple years ago for about $15, including the instruction manual, as it was, because I said I want to have the instruction manual for this one. But yeah, it's not going to cost you too much. It has not been re-released since. Maybe it's one to go back to Nintendo if you're going to be doing the Switch Online expansion pack thing. Perhaps. Oh, I don't know if they think like the name of the other one, what was it? The Skank Robot thing. What was it called? And now, hold on, the Snowy Mushrooms. Skank Bullfight. I mean, I don't know. Probably whatever. But that being said, maybe an idea. We'll see what they have and what other things they got for Switch Online expansion pack for Nintendo 64 now that they've released everything. Yeah, which is, I guess, kind of a surprise. Fine, they released everything from N64. They got some stuff left for Game Boy Advance they haven't released that have been previously announced. But yeah, the sky's the limit. If you like puzzle games, you want something totally different, and you're willing to give this game the commitment that I think it deserves, yeah, you're going to have an interesting time with this one. Might not be for everybody, but hey, at $10-15 nowadays, it's not going to hurt you too much as far as if like you get it, you're like not huge on it. Hey, maybe somebody else will be. And I definitely feel satisfied having gone through it. And had a great time doing that, for sure. As we always do on Super Bowl Game Saturday. So thank you so much for watching the program tonight. Alright, let's talk schedule for the next couple of weeks. And, of course, into 2024. We are almost there. As I said, this is my final show for the year that is just myself. Because next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 23rd, Dolly Finn, who was in the chat tonight, She will be in for Strange Horticulture. We showed that off on the Puzzle Showcase a couple weeks ago as a little bit of a preview. We're playing the full game. We're starting it on the 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be 2 parts. We have the next part the week after that on Friday then, which is going to be December 29th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. So yeah, that is the last subject we're going to have as far as 2023 is concerned. The game is about 10 hours, so we'll be able to set it. I'm doing practice as far as on my work break. My coworkers and other guests on the show have gotten interested in what they saw on this and have helped me out a lot. I have a lot of people to thank on that one, and a lot of great stories I'm going to be telling as we get to that. From a game that Dolly Finn wanted to see, and she picked a good one, and one that I think people are really interested to see. And I'm looking forward to playing that. We're running it on the Switch like we did last time for the Puzzle Showcase. It's on other systems. But that's going to be our element as far as the rest of the year. But on December 29th, I will say this. I don't think we're going to be doing the whole show for Strange Horticulture. I think we'll be finished with the game by then. It has multiple endings also, I realized. So I don't think we're going to go for all of them. But it's also going to be a case of I'll at least have a preparation of what are the other endings. As far as like an explanation at the end of it. But if you're like, hey, I would like to see more than just Strange Horticulture as far as our final show of 2023, as far as like, hey, both shows being dedicated to that, well, you might want to tune into our December 29th show because I got a couple of extra things. I'm going to hold a little bit to the vest on this one. We'll have some other stuff. Of course, we're going to kick off 2024 right after that for sure, but and give 2023 a great send-off, or as Inherent Knock said last year, said, can you do 52 shows this year? And the answer is, yeah, I can. Although, one other thing before we start 2024, I got one more thing that's going exclusive to the YouTube site, the Great Gaming Feats of Super Bowl Game Saturday. It is going to be a compilation video of some of the best gaming feats that myself and our great guests have pulled off in the 3 years of this show. Something maybe you were here for as far as in chat, maybe other things you haven't been, but I have 77, I was going to say. I have a 78th as far as that combo for tonight. I'm going to clip that out and put it in from this game, just as another extra. It'll be a nice little appendment as far as the YouTube site. It's going to be exclusive over there, so you get a sense of all these great things that have happened as far as show. And I'm planning, by the way, on doing this every year at the end of the year. I'm going to have a compilation video of some sort. We're doing the gaming feats to start, but I have other ideas of things I want to do. Some of the best, maybe, shock cases of things we didn't expect. Some of the greatest glitches we've seen that we somehow caught on this show. The best of the best of, The best of the best, the best of the best chat on Twitch. That's an idea I want to have as well. Some of the best things have come out of our great chat as far as some of those things. And since I do enunciate what they say, we have that perspective. And I definitely am going to be thinking about some ideas for that going down the road. We got our first one that's going to be coming up. I'm going to be putting that on the YouTube site probably on December 31st. I think we'll have that uploaded by then as far as how it is. As far as that. And also, early next year, I am almost done with the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site we have. So we talked about this for a while, and I'll get back more into schedule, but since this is getting to the end of the year, the only things I really need to do now on it are get some of the stuff set up as far as the channels with, like, moderating elements as far as how Discord is concerned, and do linkages as far as the Google document element, because I want to get the master list running. So at that point, we'll have the master list of all the shows that we've done before, all the games we've been asked for, all the games we've done with links to the shows that we've had, as far as when we have recordings of them, which is kind of always as it is. But all the games that people have asked for. So in that case, whenever you make a viewer request, it'll go on the master list. We'll have it there. You'll be able to see what is the case of it, who asked for it, who's calling dibs as far as wanting to play on it, or however that might be. And then as they're fulfilled, my plan is that we'll have the YouTube site links for the edited video uploaded there. And also, in that case, I'll also have show announcements. I'll have the schedule linked as far as another spreadsheet for the purpose of that, so you always know what's going on the show. We'll have the same stuff going on in the announcements at the end of the program, but at least I can point to that point and say, hey, you want to see what we got coming up in the next couple weeks and months? There you go. I've been insanely busy as far as being able to finish that. I want to get that done early 2024. I will work on that as I go. And since I have a couple weeks, then I'm not going to be playing game for show completely. I think I'll be able to have that set. As far as it, probably, I'll set myself a target of this as far as when I'm going to have this completed as far as the launch. I'll at least have it done before the end of winter. So I think that's a fair case. So 2024, I said we're going to have that set. We'll have that set. And I think that'll be the element. But that's what's going to look like that way. But going back to schedule, what's happening in 2024 then to start off? Well, on the 6th of January at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're coming back to Sonic Heroes. We played that about 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago now. But we're going to show off the super hard mode. Because I mentioned that I have an unlock of that on the original Xbox version that I have. And that we played for the game a couple years ago. But I've got that. We're going to have a look at that. Well, look at all the unlocks of the game in terms of its multiplayer content. There's a little bit of an extra. We did the show as far as it was before, but we'll have a little more. I'm going to play the whole game on the Super Hard, which means it's Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles for the purpose of how that is. See how that runs. And after Sonic Superstars, kind of have myself going on with a good Sonic game. I could definitely use one as far as that. And maybe a better reminder is like, hey, you know, I can't give up hope on the franchise, even though it was pretty damn close recently. We'll have that. And also, we are celebrating 20 years of Sonic Heroes on the 6th because the game came out originally on January 7th of 2004, and I cannot believe that we're almost 20 years out from that one, but we're going to give it our celebration and our return to Sonic. It's been a while, because I said, hey, we're going to have some Sonic games to come back to, because we have other things hanging. Specifically, it's that one, the Encore mode for Sonic Mania, and also at some point the Super Hard mode for Shadow the Hedgehog, but I have to unlock that, because there's not an easy unlock on that one. And then we play that game fully, because there's extra story content that makes it pretty interesting, honestly. I think it might be worth looking at that, and also showing multiplayers as an extra thing. Then the week after that, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 13th. I was like, wait, hold on, am I saying that right? It's late. I just got through the thing with rescue mode. Maybe I'm still kind of shaken up by that, but in a good way. In the best way possible. Well, we're going to have the next part of Earthbound. It's going to be the end of the story in terms of finishing the game, but not the end of the play, because we're going to have a look over of the Japanese version, because we're running the Switch Online for that one. So after Gemini 96, who of course will be here for that play as it is, after we find out the answers what's going on as far as Gaia, so those answers will be revealed next time. We're going to show off some assorted elements as far as the Japanese version, stuff that's different, stuff that makes it pretty unique. And then what he will do is he will have an any percent speed run of the game, which is actually not going to take that long, and it's going to be all on him. And I will also do probably the thing as far as what it is. I will do this. I will do the time on that. And also like, hey, you know, if you want to take this video and you want to use that as evidence for the purpose of an upload of speedrun for that, it's yours. So go ahead. And same also when we have the finale of that in February, where he's going to speedrun the entire game to 100%. That will be our finale of Earthbound in February at a date to be determined. On January 20th, though, we are also coming back to Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the finale as far as the PlayStation version, as far as Proto playing that. I still am in discussions as far as how Nocturne's looking on that and Blood Spice Moon are in terms of the fact of them being on the show. I do not know yet. I'll have a better answer, I think, over the next couple of weeks. I'll make sure to have an element to that. And then on January 27th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the viewer quest for January is going to begin. We're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid 2 for the PlayStation 2. I first wanted to see that. It's another one I've been meaning to get to for a while. But we're starting our adventure with the next chapter of Solid Snake. What happened after Shadow Moses? Well, we're going to show you what happened after Shadow Moses. We're running Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on the PlayStation 2 for this entire play, which I'm thinking is going to take about 5 months. Because the way the game is going, the game itself is not particularly long. I think I can finish in like 2 or 3 parts about. But I also want to show the extras off, because I bought Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance explicitly for the purpose of the Metal Gear skateboarding, which I'll have running. I want to show off the Snake Tales, which rewrites one part of the game in a different way that I think is worth showing that off. We'll also have a part at some point dedicated to as many of the VR missions as I can show you. To which, in that case, I will actually not be using Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance for that. I will be using the Metal Gear Solid HD collection for the Xbox 360, running through the Xbox Series X, because it runs better than the collection that has Metal Gear Solid 2 that is native on the fucking console. Sad but true. But since I have tons of the VR missions unlocked there, we'll have a little bit of a showcase of all those. I think that's going to be the finale of that game as far as what it is for it. I think as I said, I think 5 months is what that's going to look like as far as the scope out on that one. Then we'll get to February, where we'll have the next parts of Metal Gear Solid 2. That's going to be a Friday show as far as when that is. The dates for all these except for one show in February is still up in the air. I know the Metal Gear Solid 2 part for part 2 is going to be on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know that for a fact. Then we'll have the finale of Earthbound with the speedrun by Gemini 96. That will be a Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time at some point. The other weekend is feasibly, if I can figure this, and if I can make sure that Blood Spice Moon and Nocturne and Proto will be able to do this, we're going to have our final element of Lunar, because I'm going to be showing off some greatest hits out of Lunar Silver Star Harmony on the PSP. We've been talking that the whole play as far as differences, so I have some save states set up for the purpose of that, or save files. I keep saying save states, but fine. Save files showing elements of that at the end of the game, so you can hear some of the voice acting as far as what's different. The intro of the game, which is completely different, and a bunch of other sort of stuff. As a deliberately short show at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Only running about 2 hours. We'll see if we can do that in February. If we can't do that in February, I'll have to push that back. And if I can't do it February, or we can't do it February, I'll make sure that we have something else in the wings for that. And then February 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is a Friday, just to let you know. Edwack and Nikki are coming back to the program. Nikki's going to be playing her next Humongous Games twofer for us. She's going to be playing Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside, and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon on the PC, as is the case, because, yeah, they're the best versions. And Putt Putt Goes to the Moon, the only console version of that is actually on the 3DO, and I know she does not have one of those, and neither do I. And the Wii version on Pajama Sam has problems with its animation, I believe, being sped up the way that Freddy Fish 1 did. And hey, they did announce a couple new games. They announced Pajama Sam 3, You Are What You Eat From Your Head to Your Feet. And Freddy Fish 4 subtitle will be down here, edited specifically for Switch, that's coming out next week. Just a note to them, I'm going to speak for Nikki on this one. Don't fuck these up like the other Switch ports, in the sense that you didn't have music in the game when you launched it. Seriously, what happened there, guys? And also in her case, like, yeah, get the rest of the Humongous catalog on the new consoles. Because, yeah, that's the idea. And she's our expert of that, so she's going to show both of them off. We will have feed cut in between the two games, as we have to do as far as the PC stuff for that. But that is going to be our next element. And then we get to March, where, as of now, we were going to have the next part of Metal Gear Solid 2. We're going to come back to Pokemon Gen 9, as far as that I'm still playing through the main game, 1.0. We're going to still have that going. The finale, eventually, Edwack and Nick are going to be on that, because they're the reason I own the game. I think I'm going to try and see if I can't get back to Game Dev Tycoon. As I mentioned last week, as far as the edit for the Lunar part from last week, Protorov is not going to be able to be making it for that, because I know that he's going to be busy for a good amount of 2024, so I'm going to be completing that game on my own. I think I'm going to need 2 more parts for the purpose of doing that one. Nocturne's going to have Snowbreakers 2. We're starting in March at this time specifically, although some of this is going to be tended to change, and if it does change, I'll let you know, of course. And then on March 30th, we have our April Fool's Day game of Justice League Task Force for Super Nintendo. As I said, it's kind of an in-between as far as is it really a bad game or not. But we're going to take a look at it. We're going to have our fighting element with DC, with Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman, Flash, everybody. And it's going to be a fun time. And then for the next couple months, I have some stuff I'm thinking I have to figure for April. As I said, if I can get Pokemon done soon, specifically as far as that we'll have open shells, I'll basically dedicate to get that one and Game Dev Tycoon out of the way, because they've been hanging, and I know, I was like, I don't want to leave them hanging. I'll do that. And said Metal Gear Solid 2 is going to be a case. I'll figure other stuff for Master List. I know I've gotten requests for stuff. I want to try to get to Tama next year. I know One True L wanted to see that. I know Brick Sabri wanted to see Super Mario Sunshine. I know that one's been hanging for a while, and we've had to figure with Surrender Antonio and the Crochet Nerd 64. I said this year, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to do that for this year, but it's also the case they said our schedules are not something we can set up, particularly for Surrender Antonio. So I said, do the game without us, but I said, fine, you know, if you have an opening at some point and you want to come down for a part, come down for the part. You're, of course, welcome to that. As it is, I'm going to figure some of those stuff out. May we have Title Legends for Xbox for our compilation program in Memorial Day weekend area about... And other stuff, as I said, we're going to get to stuff I definitely want to do. I want to figure stuff going on as far as like my next RPG, which is going to be Rhapsody Musical Adventure. I want to do Shenmue next year. I really want to try and get to that one. And there's other stuff I want to try and get myself to as well. And anything else, of course, you'll want to see. As I said, just say the word. It'll go on the master list, and we will play it for you for sure. And you're going to be involved. It's not going to be a case where, hey, we're playing it, and you're not going to be in the case of like, why not just play it myself? Like, we're going to make it worth your time. You're right here with us on the couch. That's what the whole show is about. And thank you so much for joining us tonight for Tetrisphere for the Nintendo 64. Thank you so much, Alec, for making the request and for adding so much to the show. And, of course, the Dolly Finn as well. I had such a great time, as I always do, with the program. And with that, hope you have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward before we get to the holidays, as it is. And with that, I will see you and Dolly Finn as well next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 23rd for Strange Horticulture Part 1, running the Switch version. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Enjoy your snowy mushrooms, perhaps. Take care, everybody.